F. Roman 100 G. Besançon, a city of eastern France, capital of the department of Doubs, 76 Roman 1000 E of Dijon, by the Paris-Lyon Railway Pop, 1906 Town 41,760, Commune 56,168. It is situated on the left bank of the river Doubs, 820 ft, above sea level at the foot of the western Jura, and is enclosed by hills in every direction. The Doubs almost surrounds the city proper, forming peninsula, the neck of which is occupied by a height crowned by the citadel on the right bank, lie populous industrial suburbs. The river is bordered by fine quays, and in places by the shady promenades which are a feature of Besançon. On the right bank, there is a fine bathing establishment in the Mueller quarter, supplied by the saline springs of Misery. The Cathedral of St. Jean, the chief of the numerous churches of the town, was founded in the 4th century, but has often undergone reconstruction and restoration. It resembles the Rhenish churches of Germany, in the possession of apses at each of its extremities. Several styles are represented in its architecture, which for the most part is the work of the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. The eastern apse and the tower date from the reign of Louis Roman 15. In the interior, there are a Madonna and Child of Fra Bartolomeo, and a number of other paintings and works of art. The archiepiscopal palace adjoining the cathedral is a building of the 18th century. The Church of St. Madeleine belongs to the 18th and 19th centuries. The Palais de Granvelle in the heart of the town was built from 1534 to 1540 by Nicolas Perronat de Granvelle, Chancellor of Charles Roman V, and is the most interesting of the secular buildings. It is built round a square interior court, surrounded by arcades, and is occupied by learned societies. The Hôtel de Ville dates from the 16th century, to which period many of the old mansions of Besançon also belong. The law court, rebuilt in recent times, preserves a Renaissance facade and a fine audience hall of the 18th century. Some relics of old military architecture survive, among them a cylindrical tower of the 15th century, near the Porte Notre Dame, the southern gate of the city, and the Porte Rivat, a gate of the 16th century. Flanked by 2 round towers, the Roman remains at Besançon are of great archaeological value. Close to the cathedral, there is a triumphal arch decorated with bas-reliefs, known as the Porte Noire, which is generally considered to have been built in commemoration of the victories of Marcus Aurelius over the Germans in 167. It is in poor preservation and was partly rebuilt in 1820. Remains of a Roman theater, of an amphitheater, of an aqueduct, which entered the town by the Porte Tailly, a gate cut in the rock below the citadel, and an arch of a former Roman bridge forming part of the modern bridge, are also to be seen. Besançon has statues of Victor Hugo and of the Marquis de Jouffroy d'Abens b. 1751, inventor of steam navigation. Besançon is important as the seat of an archbishopric, a court of appeal, and a court of assizes, as center of an academy educational division, as seat of a prefect, and as headquarters of the VIth Army Corps. It also has tribunals of first instance and of commerce, a chamber of commerce, a board of trade arbitrators and exchange, and a branch of the Bank of France. Its educational establishments include the university with its faculties of science and letters, and a preparatory school of medicine and pharmacy, an artillery school, the Lycée Victor Hugo for boys, a lycée for girls, and ecclesiastical seminary training colleges for teachers, and schools of watchmaking, art, music, and dairy work. The library contains over 130,000 volumes, and the city has good collections of pictures, antiquities, and natural history. The chief industry of Besançon is watch and clock making, introduced from the district of Neuchâtel at the end of the 18th century. It employs about 12,000 workpeople and produces about 3/4 of the watches sold in France. Subsidiary industries, such as enameling, are also important. The metallurgical works of the Société de la Franche-Comté are established in the city, and there are sawmills, printing works, paper factories, distilleries, and manufactories of boots and shoes, machinery, hosiery, leather, elastic fabric, confectionery, and artificial silk. There is trade in agricultural produce, wine, metals. Roman 100. The canal from the Rhône to the Rhine passes under the citadel by way of a tunnel, and the port of Besançon has considerable trade in coal sand. Roman 100. As a fortress, Besançon forms one of a group which includes Dijon, Langres, and Belfort. These are designed to secure Franche-Comté and to cover a field army operating on the left flank of a German army of invasion. The citadel occupies the neck of the peninsula upon which the town stands along the river bank in a semicircle, is the town enceinte, and the suburb of Batten on the right bank of the Doubs is also regularly fortified as a bridgehead. These works and forts Schoen and Bregel, 820, overlooking the Doubs at the bend, were constructed prior to 1870. The newer works enclose an area more suited to the needs of modern warfare. The chain of detached forts along the ridges of the left bank has a total length of 712 Roman 1000, and the center of this chain is supported by numerous forts and batteries lying between it and the citadel on the other bank. Fort Schoen is now the innermost of several forts facing towards the southwest, and the foremost of these works connects the fortifications of the left bank with another chain of detached forts on the right bank. The latter completely encloses a large area of ground, in a semicircle of which Besançon itself is the center, and the whole of the newer works taken together form an irregular ellipse of which the major axis lying northeast by southwest is formed by the dubs. Besançon is a place of great antiquity, under the name of Vesontio. It was in the time of Julius Caesar the chief town of the Sequani, and in 58 B. Roman 100 was occupied by that general. It was a rich and prosperous place under the Roman emperors, and Marcus Aurelius promoted it to the rank of a colonia, as Colonia Victrix Sequinorum. During the succeeding centuries, it was several times destroyed and rebuilt. The archbishopric dates from the close of the 2nd century, and the archbishops gradually acquired considerable temporal power. As the capital of the Free County of Burgundy or Franche-Comté, it was united with the German kingdom. When Frederick Roman I married Beatrix, daughter of Renaud Roman III, Count of Upper Burgundy, in 1184, Frederick made it a free imperial city, and about the same time the archbishop obtained the dignity of a prince of the empire. It afterwards became detached from the German kingdom, and during the 14th century came into the possession of the Dukes of Burgundy, from whom it passed to the Emperor Maximilian Roman I, and his grandson Charles Roman V. Cardinal Granvella, who was a native of the city, became archbishop in 1584 and founded a university which existed until the French Revolution. After the abdication of Charles Roman V, it came into the possession of Spain, although it remained formally a portion of the empire until its cession at the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. During the 17th century, it was attacked several times by the French, to whom it was definitely ceded by the Peace of Nijmegen in 1678. It was then fortified by the engineer Vauban. Until 1789, it was the seat of a parliament. In 1814, it was invested and bombarded by the Austrians, and was an important position during the Franco-German War of 187,071. See a Castan Besançon et says, Environs Besançon 1887, a Genard Besançon description historique Besançon 1860. Besant Sir Walter 18,361,901, English author, was born at Portsmouth on the 14th of August 1836, third son of William Besant of that town. He was educated at King's College London and Christ's College Cambridge, of which he was a scholar. He graduated in 1859 as 18th Wrangler and, from 1861 to 1867, was senior professor of the Royal College Mauritius. From 1868 to 1885, he acted as secretary to the Palestine Exploration Fund. In 1884, he was mainly instrumental in establishing the Society of Authors, a trade union of writers designed for the protection of literary property, which has rendered great assistance to inexperienced authors. By explaining the principles of literary profit of this society, he was chairman from its foundation in 1884 till 1892. He married Mary, daughter of Mr. Eustace Foster Barham of Bridgwater, and was knighted in 1895. He died at Hampstead on the 9th of June 1901. Sir Walter Besant practiced many branches of literary art with success, but he is most widely known for his long succession of novels, many of which have enjoyed remarkable popularity. His first stories were written in collaboration with James Rice Curoman 5-2, at least of these The Golden Butterfly, 1876, and Ready Money Mordaboy, 1872, are among the most vigorous and most characteristic of his works, though not without exaggeration and eccentricity, attributable to the influence of Dickens. They are full of rich humor, shrewd observation, and sound common sense, and contain characters which have taken their place in the long gallery of British fiction. After Rice's death, Sir Walter Besant wrote Alone, and In All Sorts and Conditions of Men, 1882, produced a stirring story of East End life in London, which set on foot the movement that culminated in the establishment of the People's Palace in the Mile End Road. Though not himself a pioneer in the effort made by Canon Barnett and others to alleviate the social evils of the East End by the personal contact of educated men and women of a superior social class, his books rendered immense service to the movement. By popularizing it, his sympathy with the poor was shown, in another attempt to stir public opinion this time against the evils of the sweating system, in The Children of Gibeon 1886. Other popular novels by him were Dorothy Forster, 1884, Armoral of Lyoness 1890, and Beyond the Dreams of Avarice 1895. He also wrote critical and biographical works including The French Humorists 1873, Rabelais 1879, and Lives of Coligny, Whittington, Captain Cook, and Richard Jefferies. Besant undertook a series of important historical and archaeological volumes dealing with the associations and development of the various districts of London, off which the most important was a survey of London, unfortunately left unfinished, which was intended to do for modern London what Stowe did for the Elizabethan city. Other books on London 1892, Westminster 1895, and South London 1899 showed that his mind was full of his subject. No man of his time evinced a keener interest in the professional side of literary work, and the improved conditions of the literary career in England were largely due to his energetic and capable exposition of the commercial value of authorship, and to the unselfish efforts which Sir Walter constantly made on behalf of his fellow workers in the field of letters. See also Autobiography of Sir Walter Besant, 1902, with a prefatory note by S.S. Sprigg. The preface to the library edition, 1887, of Ready Money Mordaboy contains a history of the literary partnership of Besant and Rice. Besenval de Bronstedt Pierre Victor Baron de 17,221,794, French soldier, was born at Soleure. He was the son of Jean-Victor Besenval, colonel of the regiment of Swiss Guards in the pay of France, who was charged in 1707 by Louis Roman XIV with a mission to Sweden to reconcile Charles Roman XII with the Tsar Peter the Great and to unite them in alliance with France against England. Pierre Victor served at first as aide-de-camp to Marshal Broglie during the campaign of 1748 in Bohemia, then as aide-de-camp to the Duke of Orleans during the 7 Years' War. He then became commander of the Swiss Guards. When the revolution began, Besenval remained firmly attached to the court, and he was given command of the troops which the king had concentrated on Paris. In July 1789, a movement which led to the taking of the Bastille on the 14th of July, Besenval showed incompetence in the crisis and attempted to flee. He was arrested, tried by the tribunal of the Chatelet, but acquitted. He then fell into obscurity and died in Paris in 1794. Besenval de Bronstedt is principally known as the author of memoirs, which were published in 18,051,807 by the Vicomte Thiers de Ségur, in which are reported many scandalous tales, true or false, of the court of Louis Roman XVI and Marie Antoinette. The authenticity of these memoirs is not absolutely established. Biscow Bernhard von Baron, 17,961,868, Swedish dramatist and historian, son of a Stockholm merchant, was born on the 19th of April 1796. His vocation for literature was assisted by his tutor, the poet Johann Magnus St. Jernstalp, 17,771,830, whose works he edited. He entered the civil service in 1814, was ennobled in 1826, and received the title of baron in 1843. He held high appointments at court, and was from 1834 onwards perpetual secretary of the Swedish Academy, using his great influence with tact and generosity. His poetry is overdecorated, and his plays are grandiose historical poems in dramatic form. Among them are Eric Roman 14, 2 parts 1826, and 4 pieces collected 18,361,838 as Dramatiska Studier, the most famous of which is the tragedy of Thorkel Knutsen. His works include many academical memoirs, volumes of poems, philosophy, and a valuable historical study. 821 Gustav den Tredje, Sassum Konung och Människa, 5 vols 18,601,869, Gustavus Roman III, as King and Man, printed in the Transactions of the Swedish Academy, vols 32, 34, 37, 42, 44. He died on the 17th of October 1868. See also a notice by Roman 100 Roman 500 af. Wersen in his Levnadsteckninger, Stockholm, 1901. Besnard Paul Albert, 1849, French painter, was born in Paris and studied at the École des Beaux-Arts, winning the Prix de Rome in 1874. Until about 1880, he followed the academic tradition, but then broke away completely and devoted himself to the study of color and light as conceived by the Impressionists. The realism of this group never appealed to his bold imagination, but he applied their technical method to ideological and decorative works on a large scale, such as his frescoes at the Sorbonne, the École de Pharmacie, Salle des Sciences at the Hôtel de Ville, the Mairie of the First Arrondissement, and the Chapel of Burke Hospital, for which he painted 12 Stations of the Cross in an entirely modern spirit. A great virtuoso, he achieved brilliant successes alike in watercolor, pastel, oil, and etching, both in portraiture and landscape, and in decoration. A good example of his daring unconventionality is his portrait of Madame Regine, and his close analysis of light can be studied in his picture Femme qui s'y chauffe at the Luxembourg in Paris. Besom old eng besema, a rod, originally a bundle of rods or twigs, used for sweeping. Roman 100, a stiff broom. Bessarabia, a government of southwest Russia, separated on the W and S from Moldavia and Wallachia by the Pruth, and on the E and N from the Russian governments of Podolia and Kherson by the Dniester on the SC. It is washed by the Black Sea area 17,614 SQ Roman 1000. The northern districts are invaded by offshoots of the Carpathians, which reach altitudes of 800 to 1150 ft and are cut up by numerous ravines and river valleys. Here, however, agriculture is the prevailing occupation, the soil being the fertile black earth. The crops principally raised are wheat and maize, though here, as well as in other parts of the government, barley, flax, tobacco, watermelons, gourds, fruit, wine, saffron, and madder are grown. The middle of the government is also hilly, 8,501,000 ft, and is heavily timbered, chiefly with beech oak and mountain ash, and though to a smaller extent with birch. The districts south of the old Roman earthworks, which link the Dniester with the Pruth, along the line of the Botna, just south of Bender, consist of level pasture land, known as the Bujak steppes. Here, stock breeding is the predominant, calling the people owning large numbers of sheep, cattle, and horses, also goats, pigs, and buffaloes. Lagoons fringe the lower course of the Pruth, and the coast of the Black Sea and marshy ground exists beside the Ruth and other tributaries of the Dniester. The climate is rather subject to extremes, the mean temperature for the year at Kishinev being 50 far of January 27, and of July 72, the rainfall amounts to over 25 in annually. Saltpeter and marble are the principal mineral products. Manufacturing industry is only just beginning. Winemaking 17 million gallons annually. Cloth mills, ironworks, soapworks, and tanneries being the principal branches. Both the Dniester and the Pruth are important waterways, commercially the former being navigable up to Mogilev, and the latter to Lievo 4630 n. Lat down the Dniester come timber and wooden wares from Galicia and grain and wool from Bessarabia itself. 3 branches of the railway from Odessa to Poland penetrate the government and proceed towards the Carpathians. The population numbered 988,431 in 1860 and 1,938,326 in 1897, of whom only 302,852 were urban, while 942,179 were women. In 1906, it was estimated at 2,262,400. It consists of various races, nearly one half, 920,919. In 1897, being Moldavians, the others Little Russians, Jews, 37 in the towns, and 12 in the rural districts, Bulgarians, 103,225 Germans, 60,206. With some Gypsies, Zigani, Greeks, Armenians, Tatars, and Albanians. The Germans, who form some 30 prosperous colonies in the Bujak steppes west from Ackerman, have been settled there since about 1814. The government is divided into 8 districts, the chief towns of which are Ackerman, Pop, 32,470, in 1900 Bender, 33,741, in 1900 Bieltsi, 18,526, in 1897 Ismail, 33,607, in 1900 Cotton, 18,126, Kishinev, 125,787, in 1900 Orjev, 13,356, and Soroki, 25,523. In 1900, the capital is Kishinev Kagel on the Pruth, and Rini on the Danube, the place to which Alexander of Bulgaria was carried when kidnapped by the Russians in 1886, are small but lively riverports. The original inhabitants were Cimmerians, and after them came Scythians during the early centuries of the Christian era, Bessarabia being the key to one of the approaches towards the Byzantine Empire was invaded by many successive races in the 2nd century. It was occupied by the Geti, a Thracian tribe, whom the Roman Emperor Trajan conquered in 106. He then incorporated the region in the province of Dacia. In the following century, the Goths poured into this quarter of the empire, and in the 5th century it was overrun one after the other by the Huns, the Avars, and the Bulgarians. Then followed in the 7th century the Bessi, a Thracian tribe, who gave their name to the region. And in the 9th, the Ugrians, that is to say the ancestors of the present Magyars of Hungary, the country being then known as Etelkuzu. The Ugrians were forced farther west by the Turkish tribe of the Pechenegs in the 10th century, and these were succeeded in the 11th century by the Cumans Komani or Pelovsians, a kindred Turkish stock or federation. In the 13th century. Bessarabia was overrun by the irresistible Mongols under the leadership of Badu, grandson of Genghis Khan, in this century. Also, the Genoese founded trading factories on the banks of the Dniester. In 1367, Bessarabia was subdued and annexed by the ruling Prince of Moldavia during the 16th century. It was in the possession alternately of the Turks and the Nogais or Crimean Tatars from early in the 18th century. It was a bone of contention between the Ottoman Turks and the Russians, the latter capturing it 5 times between 1711 and 1812. In the latter year, it was definitely annexed to Russia, and in 1829 its frontier was pushed southwards, so as to include the delta of the Danube after the Crimean War. However, Russia ceded to Moldavia not only this later addition, but also certain districts in the south of the existing government, amounting altogether to an area of 4,250 sq Roman 1,000, and a population of 180,000 by the Treaty of Berlin 1878. Russia recovered of this 3,580 sq Roman 1,000, with a population of 127,000. See NACO History of Bessarabia, in Russian 1873. P. A. K. J. T. B. Bessarion Johannes, or Basilius Roman 1,001,472, titular Patriarch of Constantinople, and one of the illustrious Greek scholars who contributed to the great revival of letters in the 15th century, was born at Trebizond, the year of his birth being variously given as 1389-1395 or 1403. He was educated at Constantinople and, in 1423, went to the Peloponnese to hear Gemistus Pletho expound the philosophy of Plato. On entering the order of St. Basil, he adopted the name of an old Egyptian anchorite Bessarion, whose story he has related in 1437. He was made Archbishop of Nicaea by John Roman VII Palicologus, whom he accompanied to Italy in order to bring about a union between the Greek and Latin churches, with the object of obtaining help from the West against the Turks. The Greeks had bitterly resented his attachment to the party, which saw no difficulty in a reconciliation of the two churches. At the councils held in Ferrara and Florence, Bessarion supported the Roman Church and gained the favor of Pope Eugenius Roman IV, who invested him with the rank of cardinal from that time. He resided permanently in Italy, doing much by his patronage of learned men, by his collection of books and manuscripts, and by his own writings to spread abroad the new learning he held in succession. The Archbishopric of Siponto and the bishoprics of Sabina and Frascati. In 1463, he received the title of Latin Patriarch of Constantinople, and it was only on account of his Greek birth that he was not elevated to the papal chair. For 5 years, 14,501,455, he was legate at Bologna, and he was engaged on embassies to many foreign princes, among others to Louis Roman, 11 of France, in 1471. Vexation at an insult offered him by Louis is said to have hastened his death, which took place on the 19th 822 of November 1472. At Ravenna, Bessarion was one of the most learned scholars of his time, besides his translations of Aristotle's Metaphysics and Xenophon's Memorabilia. His most important work is a treatise directed against George of Trebizond, a violent Aristotelian, entitled In Calumniatorum Platonis Bessarion, though a Platonist is not so thoroughgoing in his admiration as Gemistus Pletho, and rather strives after a reconciliation of the two philosophies. His work, by opening up the relations of Platonism to the main questions of religion, contributed greatly to the extension of speculative thought in the department of theology. His library, which contained a very extensive collection of Greek MSS, was presented by him to the Senate of Venice, and formed the nucleus of the famous Library of St. Mark. See A. Roman 1000 Bendini de Vita, et Rebus Gestis Bessarianus 1777, H. Vasla Cardinal Bessarion 1878, Elegran Bibliographie Hellenique 1885, Gevoigt die Wiederbelebung des klassischen Altertums, Roman 21893, on Bessarion at the Councils of Ferrara and Florence, Asadav Bessarion Denissi 1883, on his philosophy monograph, by Candilos in Greek Athens, 1888. Most of his works are in mean Patrologia Graeca Roman 161 Bespero Earls of the Ponsonby family, who have contributed many conspicuous men to Irish and English public life, trace their descent to Sir John Ponsonby Roman 500 of Cumberland, a Commonwealth soldier who obtained land grants in Ireland. His son William 16,571,724 was created Baron Bespero 1721 and Viscount Duncan in 1723, and the latter's son Brabazon was raised to the earldom of Bespero in 1739. He was the father not only of the second Earl 17,041,793, but of John Ponsonby Curoman V. Speaker of the Irish House of Commons, the second Earl was a well-known Whig politician who held various offices of state, and his son, the third Earl 17,580,1844, was father of the fourth Earl 17,811,847, first Commissioner of Works in 18,311,830, Lord Privy Seal from 1835 to 1839, and Lord Lieutenant of Ireland in 1846. He was succeeded by his three sons, the fifth Earl Roman 506, Earl 18,151,895, a famous cricketer and chairman of the Bespero Commission, 1881, to inquire into the Irish land system, and seventh Earl Roman 500, and the last named by his son the eighth Earl. Bessèges is a town of southeastern France in the department of Gard, on the seas 20 Roman 1000 north of Alais, by rail Pop 1906-76-62. The town is important for its coal mines, blast furnaces, and ironworks. Bessel Friedrich Wilhelm 17,840,1846, German astronomer, was born at Minden on the 22nd of July 1784. Placed at the age of 15 in a counting house at Bremen, he was impelled by his desire to obtain a situation as supercargo on a foreign voyage, to study navigation, mathematics, and finally astronomy. In 1804, he calculated the orbit of Halley's comet from observations made in 1607 by Thomas Harriot, and communicated his results to H.W. Roman 1000 Albers, who procured their publication Monatlich Correspondence Roman 10, and recommended the young aspirant in 1805 for the post of assistant in J.H. Schroeder's observatory at Lilienthal. A masterly investigation of the comet of 1807 Königsberg 1810 enhanced his reputation, and the King of Prussia summoned him in 1810 to superintend the erection of a new observatory at Königsberg, of which he acted as director from its completion in 1813 until his death in this capacity. He inaugurated the modern era of practical astronomy for the purpose of improving knowledge of star places. He reduced James Bradley's Greenwich observations and derived from them an invaluable catalogue of 3222 stars published in the volume rightly named Fundamenta Astronomiae 1818 in Tabulae Regiomontanae 1830. He definitively established the uniform system of reduction, still in use. During the years 18,211,833, he observed all stars to the ninth magnitude in zones extending from 15 to 45 dec, and thus raised the number of those accurately determined to about 50,000. He corrected the length of the second's pendulum in 1826. In a discussion republished by H. Bruns in 1889, measured an arc of the meridian in East Prussia in 18,311,832, and deduced for the Earth in 1841 an ellipticity of 1299. His ascertainment in 1830, 8 Aster Nac Nose, 365,366, of a parallax of 31 for 61 Cygni was the first authentic result of the kind published. He announced in 1844 the binary character of Sirius and Procyon from their disturbed proper motions, and was preparing to attack the problem solved later by the discovery of Neptune when fatal illness intervened. He died at Königsberg on the 17th of March, 1846. Modern astronomy of precision is essentially Bessel's creation. Apart from the large scope of his activity, he introduced such important novelties as the effective use of the heliometer, the correction for personal equation in 1823, and the systematic investigation of instrumental errors. He issued 21 volumes of Astronomische Beobachtungen auf der Sternwarte zu Königsberg, 18,151,844, and a list of his writings drawn up by A. Roman 50 Bush appeared in Vol 24 of the same series. A special attention should be directed to his Astronomisch Untersuchungen, 2 vols 18,411,842, Populär Vorlesungen 1848, edited by H. Roman 100 Schumacher, and to the important collection entitled Abhandlungen, 4 vols 18,751,882, issued by Engelmann at Leipzig. His minor treatises numbered over 350 in pure mathematics. He enlarged the resources of analysis. By the invention of Bessel's functions, he made some preliminary use of these expressions in 1817, in a paper on Kepler's problem transactions, Berlin Academy, 18,161,817, p. 49, and fully developed them 7 years later for the purposes of a research into planetary perturbations, Ibid 1824, pp. 152. See also H. Dureg Bessel's Leben und Werken Zurich, 1861, J.F. and Gedächtnisrede, auf Bessel Berlin 1846 Roman 100 T, Enger Erinnerung and Bessel's Leben und Werken Danzig, 1845 Astronomische Nachrichten Roman 24 331 1846, Monthly Notices Roy Astor Society, Roman 7 1847, Allgemeine Deutsche Biographie, Roman 25 67. Bessel function, a certain mathematical relation between two variables, the Bessel function of order m, satisfies the differential equation. dtu1 do 1 m2 u0. d2 d2. And may be expressed as the series m124 2 m22 m2 242 m22 m4. The function of zero order is deduced by making m0, and is equivalent to the series 1 222 42,242, Roman 100 O Schlommelch defines these functions as the coefficients of the power of t in the expansion of exp12 tt1. The symbol generally adopted to represent these functions is jm, where m denotes the order of the function. These functions are named after Friedrich Wilhelm Bessel, who in 1817 introduced them in an investigation. Kepler's problem, he discussed their properties and constructed tables for their evaluation. Although Bessel was the first to systematically treat of these functions, it is to be noted that in 1732, Daniel Bernoulli obtained the function of zero order as a solution to the problem of the oscillations of a chain suspended at one end. This problem has been more fully discussed by Sir A.G. Greenhill in 1764. Leonhard Euler employed the functions of both zero and integral orders in an analysis into the vibrations of a stretched membrane and investigation, which has been considerably developed by Lord Rayleigh, who has also shown 1878 that Bessel's functions are particular cases of Laplace's functions. There is hardly a branch of mathematical physics which is independent of these functions. Of the many applications, we may notice Joseph Fourier's 1824 investigation of the motion of heat in a solid cylinder, a problem which, with the related one of the flow of electricity, has been developed by W. Weber G. F. Riemann and S. Roman 500 Poisson. The flow of electromagnetic waves along wires Sir J. J. Thomson H. Hertz. O. Heaviside the diffraction of light E. Lommel Lord Rayleigh Georg Wilhelm Struve the theory of elasticity. I love H. Lamb Roman 100 Cree Lord Rayleigh. And to hydrodynamics Lord Kelvin Sir G. Stokes. The remarkable connection between Bessel's functions and spherical harmonics was established in 1868 by F. G. Mailer, who proved that a simple relation existed between the function of zero order and the zonal harmonic of order, and Heinrich Eduard Hein has shown that the functions of higher orders may be considered as limiting values of the associated functions. 823. This relation was discussed independently in 1878 by Lord Rayleigh. For the mathematical investigation, see spherical harmonics, and for tables, see table mathematical. See A. Gray and G. B. Matthews' treatise on Bessel's functions, 1895, Encyclopaedia der Mathwissenschaften, F. W. Bessel Untersuchung des Teils der planetarischen Störungen, 1824. Bessemer Sir Henry 18,130, 1898, English engineer, was born on the 19th of January 1813 at Charlton in Hertfordshire. Throughout his life, he was a prolific inventor, but his name is chiefly known in connection with the Bessemer process for the manufacture of steel, by which it has been rendered famous throughout the civilized world, though this process is now largely supplemented and even displaced by various rivals. At the time it was brought out, it was of enormous industrial importance, since it effected a great cheapening in the price of steel, and led to that material being widely substituted for others which were inferior in almost every respect. But that of cost Bessemer's attention was drawn to the problem of steel manufacture in the course of an attempt to improve the construction of guns, coming to the conclusion that if any advance was to be made in artillery, better metal must be available. He established a small ironworks in St. Pancras and began a series of experiments. These he carried on for 2 years before he evolved the essential idea of his process, which is the decarbonization of cast iron by forcing a blast of air through the mass of metal. When in the molten condition, the first public announcement of the process was made at the Cheltenham meeting of the British Association in 1856, and immediately attracted considerable notice. Many metallurgists were skeptical on theoretical grounds about his results, and only became convinced when they saw that his process was really able to convert melted cast iron into malleable iron in a perfectly fluid state. But though 5 firms applied without delay for licenses to work under his patent's success, did not at once attend his efforts. Indeed, after several ironmasters had put the process to practical trial and failed to get good results, it was in danger of being thrust aside and entirely forgotten its author. However, instead of being discouraged by this lack of success, continued his experiments, and in 2 years was able to turn out a product the quality of which was not inferior to that yielded by the older methods. But when he now tried to induce makers to take up his improved system, he met with general rebuffs, and finally was driven to undertake the exploitation of the process himself. To this end, he erected steelworks in Sheffield on ground purchased with the help of friends, and began to manufacture steel. At first the output was insignificant, but gradually the magnitude of the operations was enlarged until the competition became effective and steel traders generally became aware that the firm of Henry Bessemer Co. was underselling them to the extent of 20 a ton. This argument to the pocket quickly had its effect, and licenses were applied for in such numbers that in royalties for the use of his process Bessemer received a sum in all considerably exceeding £1,000,000. Of course, patents of such obvious value did not escape criticism, and invalidity was freely urged against them on various grounds. But Bessemer was fortunate enough to maintain them intact without litigation, though he found it advisable to buy up the rights of one patentee, while in another case he was freed from anxiety by the patent being allowed to lapse in 1859 through non-payment of fees at the outset. He had found great difficulty in making steel by his process. In his first licenses to the trade iron alone was mentioned. Experiments he made with South Wales iron were failures, because the product was devoid of malleability. Mr. Goranson, a Swedish ironmaster, using the purer charcoal pig iron of that country, was the first to make good steel by the process, and even he was successful only after many attempts. His results prompted Bessemer to try the purer iron obtained from Cumberland hematite, but even with this he did not meet with much success, until Robert Mushet showed that the addition of a certain quantity of Spiegeleisen had the effect of removing the difficulties. Whether or not Mushet's patents could have been sustained, the value of his procedure was shown by its general adoption, in conjunction with the Bessemer method of conversion. At the same time, it is only fair to say that whatever may have been the conveniences of Mushet's plan, it was not absolutely essential. This Bessemer proved in 1865 by exhibiting a series of samples of steel made by his own process. Alone the pecuniary rewards of Bessemer's great invention came to him with comparative quickness. But it was not till 1879 that the Royal Society admitted him as a fellow, and the government honored him with a knighthood. Bessemer died at Denmark Hill, London, on the 15th of March, 1898. Among Bessemer's numerous other inventions, not one of which attained a tithe of the success or importance of the steel process, were movable dies for embossed stamps, a gold paint sugar machinery, and a ship which was to save her passengers from the miseries of mal de mer. This last had her saloon mounted in such a way as to be free to swing relatively to the boat herself, and the idea was that this saloon should always be maintained steady and level, no matter how rough the sea. For this purpose hydraulic mechanism of Bessemer's design was arranged under the control of an attendant, whose duty it was to keep watch on a spirit oval and counteract by proper manipulation of the apparatus any deviation from the horizontal that might manifest itself on the floor of the saloon owing to the rolling of the vessel. A boat called the Bessemer was built on this plan in 1875 and put on the cross-channel service to Calais, but the mechanism of the swinging saloon was not found effective in practice and was ultimately removed. An autobiography was published in 1905. Bessemer, a town of Jefferson County, Alabama, USA, about 12 Roman 1000 SW of Birmingham, a little n of the center of the state pop, 1890 45 44, 1965 38, including 3695 Negroes, 1910 10,864. The town is served by the Alabama Great Southern Queen Crescent Route, the Louisville Nashville, the Kansas City Memphis Birmingham St. Louis San Francisco System, the Birmingham Southern, and the Atlanta Birmingham Atlantic Railways Bessemer, is situated in the midst of the iron ore and limestone district of Alabama, in the south part of Jones Valley, about 3 Roman 1000 wide to the east, is the Red Ore Mountain Range rich in red hematite to the northwest, the Warrior Coalfields to the southwest, south, and southeast are immense fossiliferous iron ore seams, and the Cahaba coalfields in the immediate vicinity of the city are limestone quarries, and about 18 Roman 1000 northeast are the limestone kilns of Gate City mining iron smelting, and the manufacture of iron and coke are. The chief industries of Bessemer truck farming is also an important industry. In 1900, Bessemer was the 8th city of the state in population, 2nd in amount of capital invested in manufacturing, and 4th in the value of its manufactured product. For the year, Bessemer was laid out in 1887 and was incorporated in 1889. Bessieres Jean-Baptiste, Duke of Istria, 17,680, 1813, French marshal, was born near Cahers in 1768. He served for a short time in the Constitutional Guard of Louis Roman XVI, and as a non-commissioned officer took part in the war against Spain in the Army of the Eastern Pyrenees, and in the Army of the Moselle. He repeatedly distinguished himself for valor, and in 1796, as captain, he served in Bonaparte's Italian campaign at Roverried. His conduct brought him to his chief's notice, and after Rivoli, he was sent to France to deliver the captured colors to the Directory. Hastening back to the front, he accompanied Napoleon in the invasion of Styria, in command of the Guides, who formed the nucleus of the later Consular and Imperial Guard, as chef de brigade. He next served in the Egyptian expedition, and won further distinction at Acre and Aboukir. Returning to Europe with Napoleon, he was present at Marengo 1800 as second in command of the Consular Guard, and led a brilliant and successful cavalry charge at the close of the day, though its effect on the battle was not as decisive as Napoleon pretended. Promoted General of Division in 1802 and Marshal of France in 1804. He made the most famous 824 campaigns of the Grand Army as Colonel General of the Guard Cavalry, 1805, 1806, 1807. In 1805, he had received the Grand Eagle of the Legion of Honor, and in 1800 was created Duke of Istria. With the outbreak of the Peninsular War, Marshal Bessieres had his first opportunity of an independent command, and his crushing victory over the Spaniards at Medina del Rio Seco, 1808, justified Napoleon's choice, when disaster in other parts of the theater of war called Napoleon himself to the peninsula. Bessieres continued to give the emperor the very greatest assistance in his campaign. In 1809, he was again with the Grand Army in the Danube Valley. At Essling, his repeated and desperate charges checked the Austrians in the full tide of their success at Wagram. He had a horse killed under him, replacing Bernadotte in the command of the Army of the North. A little later in the same year, the newly created Duke of Istria successfully opposed the British Walcheren expedition, and in 1811 he was back again in a still more important command in Spain, as Massena's second-in-command. He was present at the Battle of Fuentes de Honoro, but Napoleon never detached him for very long, and in 1812 he commanded the Guard cavalry at Borodino, and in the retreat from Moscow wherever engaged he won further distinction, and at the beginning of the 1813 campaign he was appointed to the command of the whole of Napoleon's cavalry 3 days after the opening of the campaign. While reconnoitering the defile of Poserner Ripech, Bessieres was killed by a musket ball. Napoleon, who deeply felt the loss of one of his truest friends and ablest commanders, protected his children, and his eldest son was made a member of the Chamber of Peers by Louis Roman XVIII. As a commander, especially of cavalry, Bessieres left a reputation excelled by very few of Napoleon's marshals, and his dauntless courage and cool judgment made him a safe leader in independent command. He was personally beloved to an extraordinary extent amongst his soldiers, and unlike most of the French generals of the time amongst his opponents, it is said that masses were performed for his soul by the priests of insurgent Spain, and the King of Saxony raised a monument to his memory. His younger brother Bertrand, Baron Bessieres, 17,730, 1855, was a distinguished divisional leader under Napoleon, after serving with a good record in Italy and Egypt, and at Hohenlinden, he had a command in the Grand Army, and in 1808 was sent to Spain. He commanded a division in Catalonia, and played a notable part at the action of Molins de Rey near Barcelona. Disagreements with his superior General Duhesme led to his resignation, but he subsequently served with Napoleon in all the later campaigns of the empire. Placed on the retired list by the Bourbons, his last public act was his defense of the unfortunate, nay, the rest of his long life was spent in retirement. Bessus, satrap of Bactria and Sogdiana under Darius Roman III, in the Battle of Gaugamela, 1st of October 331, he commanded the troops of his satrapy. When Alexander pursued the Persian king on his flight to the east, summer 330, Bessus, with some of the other conspirators, deposed Darius, and shortly afterwards killed him. He then tried to organize a national resistance against the Macedonian conqueror in the eastern provinces, proclaimed himself king, and adopted the name Artaxerxes, but he was taken prisoner by treachery in the summer of 329. Alexander sent him to Ecbatana, where he was condemned to death before his execution. His nose and ears were cut off according to the Persian custom. We learn from the Behistun inscription that Darius Roman I punished the usurpers in the same way. Best William Thomas, 18,261,897, English organist, the son of a solicitor, was born at Carlisle on the 13th of August, 1826. Having decided upon a musical career, he received his first instruction from the cathedral organist. He applied himself especially to Bach's music and became a player of great skill. His successive appointments were to Pembroke Chapel, Liverpool, 1840, to a church for the blind, 1847, and the Liverpool Philharmonic Society, 1848, for a short time, 18,540,1855. He was in London at the Panopticon in Leicester Square, the Church of St. Martin Fields, and Lincoln's Inn Chapel in 1855. He returned to Liverpool as organist of St. George's Hall, where his performances rapidly became famous throughout England. Ill health compelled him at last to retire in 1894. He was engaged as solo organist at all the Handel festivals at the Crystal Palace and also as organist at the Albert Hall, where he inaugurated the great organ in 1871. He had been in the receipt of a civil list pension of 100 a year since 1880, and in 1890 went to Australia to give organ recitals in the Town Hall of Sydney. Best died at Liverpool on the 10th of May, 1897. His command over all the resources of his own instrument was masterly. His series of Saturday recitals at St. George's Hall, carried on for many years, included the whole field of organ music, and of music that could be arranged for the organ, ancient and modern, and his performances of Bach's organ works were particularly fine. His own compositions for the organ, chiefly comprised in the publication entitled Organ Pieces for Church Use, have a strong and marked individuality. Best, unlike many soloists, was an all-round musician, and fully acquainted with every branch of the art. His bust by Conrad Dressler has been placed on the platform in front of the Liverpool organ as a memorial of his long series of performances there. Bestia, the name of a family in ancient Rome, of which the following were the most distinguished. Lucius Calpurnius Bestia, Roman tribune of the people, in 121 B. Roman 100 consul, in 111, having been appointed to the command of the operations against Jugurtha, he at first carried on the campaign energetically, but soon, having been heavily bribed, concluded a disgraceful peace. On his return to Rome, he was brought to trial for his conduct, and condemned in spite of the efforts of Marcus Scaurus, who, though formerly his legate and equally guilty, was one of the judges. He is probably identical with the Bestia who encouraged the Italians in their revolt, and went into exile 90 to avoid punishment under the law of Q. Varius, whereby those who had secretly or openly aided the Italian allies against Rome were to be brought to trial. Appian Bell. Roman 104 Roman 1, Val Max Roman 84. Both Cicero and Sallust express a high opinion of Bestia's abilities, but his love of money demoralized him. He is mentioned in a Carthaginian inscription as one of a board of 3, perhaps an agricultural commission. See Sallust, Jugurtha, Cicero, Brutus Roman 34 for the general history. A.H.J. Greenidge Hist of Rome, Vol. Roman 11904, pp. 346 Fall. Lucius Calpurnius Bestia, one of the Catilinarian conspirators, possibly a grandson of the above. He was tribune-elect in 63, and it had been arranged that, after entering upon his office, he should publicly accuse Cicero of responsibility for the impending war This was to be the signal for the outbreak of revolution. The conspiracy, however, was put down, and Bestia had to content himself with delivering a violent attack upon the consul on the expiration of his office. This Bestia is probably not the Lucius Calpurnius Bestia Edile, and a candidate for the praetorship in 57. He was accused of bribery during his candidature, and in spite of Cicero's defense was condemned in 43. He attached himself to the party of Antony, apparently in the hope of obtaining the consulship. Sallust Catiline Roman 17, Appian Bell Roman 104 Roman 2, Cicero, ad Q. Fr. Roman 26. Bestuzhev Alexius Petrovich Count 16,930, 1768, Grand Chancellor of Russia, the second son of Count Peter Bestuzhev, the early favorite of the Empress Anne, was born at Moscow on the 1st of June, 1693, educated abroad with his elder brother Mikhail at Copenhagen and Berlin. He especially distinguished himself in languages and the applied sciences. Peter the Great, in 1712, attached him to Prince Kurakin at the Utrecht Congress that he might learn diplomacy, and for the same reason permitted him in 1713 to enter the service of the Elector of Hanover. George Roman I took him to London in 1714 and sent him to St. Petersburg as his accredited minister, with a notification of his accession. Bestuzhev then returned to England, where he remained 4 years. It was the necessary apprenticeship to his brilliant diplomatic career. His passion for intrigue is curiously illustrated by his letter to the Tsarevich 825 Alexius at Vienna, assuring his future sovereign of his devotion, and representing his sojourn in England as a deliberate seclusion of a zealous but powerless well-wisher. This extraordinary indiscretion might well have cost him his life, but the Tsarevich fortunately destroyed the letter on his return to Russia. He served for 2 years without any salary as chief gentleman of the bedchamber at the court of Anne of Curland, and in 1721 succeeded Vasily Dolgoruki as Russian minister at Copenhagen. Copenhagen was then a whirlpool of diplomatic intrigue, for George Roman I was endeavoring to arm the northern powers against Peter the Great. And it was Bestuzhev's mission to counteract on the occasion of the Peace of Nystad, which terminated the 21 Years' War between Russia and Sweden. Bestuzhev designed and struck a commemorative medal with a panegyrical Latin inscription, which so delighted Peter, then at Derbent, that he sent a letter of thanks written with his own hand, and his portrait set in brilliance. It was at this time, too, that the manicided Alexius invented his famous drops, or tinctura toniconervina Bestuzhevi, the recipe of which was stolen by the French brigadier Lamotte, who made his fortune by introducing it at the French court, where it was known as elixir d'or. The sudden death of Peter the Great seriously injured Bestuzhev's prospects. For more than 10 years, he remained at Copenhagen, looking vainly towards Russia as a sort of promised land from which he was excluded by enemies or rivals. He rendered some important services, however, to the Empress Anne, for which he was decorated and made a privy councillor. He also won the favor of Bayern, and on the tragic fall of Artemy Voluinski in 1739, was summoned home to take his place in the council. He assisted Bayern to obtain the regency in the last days of the Empress Anne, but when his patron fell 3 weeks later, his own position became extremely precarious. His chance came when the Empress Elizabeth, immediately after her accession, summoned him back to court and appointed him vice-chancellor for the next 20 years during a period of exceptional difficulty. He practically controlled the foreign policy of Russia. Bestuzhev rightly recognized that at this time, France was the natural enemy of Russia. The interests of the two states in Turkey, Poland, and Sweden were diametrically opposed, and Russia could never hope to be safe from the intrigues of France in these 3 borderlands. All the enemies of France were, thus necessarily, the friends of Russia, and her friends, Russia's enemies. Consequently, Great Britain, and still more Austria, were Russia's natural allies, while the aggressive and energetic King of Prussia was a danger to be guarded against. It was therefore the policy of Bestuzhev to bring about a quadruple alliance between Russia, Austria, Great Britain, and Saxony to counterpoise the Franco-Prussian League. But he was on dangerous ground. The Empress herself was averse from an alliance with Great Britain and Austria, whose representatives had striven to prevent her accession, and many of her personal friends, in the pay of France and Prussia, took part in innumerable conspiracies to overthrow Bestuzhev. Nevertheless, step by step, Bestuzhev, aided by his elder brother Mikhail, carried out his policy. On the 11th of December 1742, a defensive alliance was concluded between Great Britain and Russia. Bestuzhev had previously rejected with scorn the proposals of the French government to mediate between Russia and Sweden on the basis of a territorial surrender on the part of the former. And he conducted the war so vigorously that by the end of 1742, Sweden lay at the mercy of the Empress at the Peace Congress of Abo. January-August 1743, he insisted that the whole of Finland should be ceded to Russia by way of completing the testament of Peter the Great. But the French party contrived to get better terms for Sweden by artfully appealing to the Empress' fondness for the House of Holstein, the Swedes at the desire of Elizabeth accepted Adolphus Frederick Duke of Holstein as their future king, and in return received back Finland, with the exception of a small strip of land up to the river Kymin, nor could Bestuzhev prevent the signing of a Russo-Prussian defensive alliance March 1743, but he deprived it of all political significance by excluding from it the proposed guarantee of Frederick's Silesian conquests, moreover through Bestuzhev's efforts the credit of the Prussian king, whom he rightly regarded as more dangerous than France at the Russian court fell steadily, and the Vice-Chancellor prepared the way for an alliance with Austria by acceding to the Treaty of Breslau 1st of November 1743. A bogus conspiracy, however, got up by the Holstein faction, aided by France and Prussia, who persuaded Elizabeth that the Austrian ambassador was intriguing to replace Ivan Roman VI on the throne, alienated the Empress from Austria for a time, and Bestuzhev's ruin was regarded as certain, when in 1743, the French agent, the Marquis de la Chetardy, arrived to reinforce his other enemies. But he found a friend in need in Roman 1000 Roman 50, Vorontsov, the Empress confidant who shared his political views. Still, his position was most delicate, especially when the betrothal between the Grand Duke Peter and Sophia of Anhalt-Zerbst afterwards, Catherine Roman II, was carried through against his will, and Elizabeth of Holstein, the mother of the bride, arrived in the Prussian interests to spy upon him. Frederick Roman II, conscious of the instability of his French ally, was now eager to contract an offensive alliance with Russia, and the first step to its realization was the overthrow of Bestuzhev, upon whom he wrote to his minister, Axel von Mardefeld, the fate of Prussia and my own house depends, but Bestuzhev succeeded at last in convincing the Empress that Chetardy was an impudent intriguer, and on the 6th of June 1744, that diplomatist was ordered to quit Russia within 24 hours. 5 weeks later, Bestuzhev was made Grand Chancellor, July 15th, before the end of the year. Elizabeth of Holstein was also expelled from Russia, and Bestuzhev was supreme. The attention of European diplomacy at this time was concentrated upon the King of Prussia, whose insatiable acquisitiveness disturbed all his neighbors. Bestuzhev's offer, communicated to the British government at the end of 1745, to attack Prussia if Great Britain would guarantee subsidies to the amount of some 6 million, was rejected as useless now that Austria and Prussia were coming to terms. Then he turned to Austria, and on the 22nd of May 1746, an offensive and defensive alliance was concluded between the two powers manifestly directed against Prussia in 1740. 7 alliances were also concluded with Denmark, and the Porte at the same time. Bestuzhev resisted any rapprochement with France, and severely rebuked the court of Saxony for its intrigues with that of Versailles about this time. He was hampered by the persistent opposition of the Vice-Chancellor Mikhail Vorontsov, formerly his friend, now his jealous rival, who was secretly supported by Frederick the Great in 1748. However, he got rid of him by proving to the Empress that Vorontsov was in the pay of Prussia. The hour of Bestuzhev's triumph coincided with the Peace Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle, which altered the whole situation of European politics and introduced fresh combinations, the breaking away of Prussia from France and a rapprochement between England and Prussia, with the inevitable corollary of an alliance between France and the enemies of Prussia. Bestuzhev's violent political prejudices at first prevented him from properly recognizing this change. Passion had always been too large an ingredient in his diplomacy. His Anglomania also misled him, his enemies headed by his elder brother Mikhail, and the Vice-Chancellor Vorontsov powerless, while his diplomacy was faultless, quickly took advantage of his mistakes, when on the 16th of January 1756 the Anglo-Prussian, and on the 2nd of May, the Franco-Austrian alliances were concluded. Vorontsov advocated the accession of Russia to the latter league, whereas Bestuzhev insisted on a subsidy treaty with Great Britain. But his influence was now on the wane. The totally unexpected Anglo-Prussian alliance had justified the arguments of his enemies that England was impossible, while his hatred of France prevented him from adopting the only alternative of an alliance with her to prevent underground intrigues. Bestuzhev now proposed the erection of a council of ministers to settle all important 826 affairs, and at its first session 14th-30th of March, an alliance with Austria, France, and Poland against Frederick Roman II was proposed. Though Bestuzhev opposed any composition with France, he endeavored to support his failing credit by a secret alliance with the Granichess Catherine, whom he proposed to raise to the throne instead of her Holstein husband Peter, from whom Bestuzhev expected nothing good either for himself or for Russia. The negotiations were conducted through the Pole Stanislaus Poniatowski. The accession of Russia to the anti-Prussian coalition, 1756, was made over his head, and the cowardice and incapacity of Bestuzhev's friend, the Russian commander-in-chief, Stephen Apraksin, after the Battle of Gross-Jägersdorf, 1757, was made the pretext for overthrowing the chancellor. His unwillingness to agree to the coalition was magnified into a determination to defeat it, though it is quite obvious that he could only gain by the humiliation of Frederick, and nothing was ever proved against him. Nevertheless, he was deprived of the chancellorship and banished to his estate at Goratovo, April 1759, where he remained till the accession of Catherine Roman II, who recalled him to court and created him a field marshal. But he took no leading part in affairs, and died on the 21st of April 1760, the last of his race. See the Sbornik of the Russian Historical Society, vols. 1357 12 22, 26 66 79 80 80, 185 86 91 92, 96 99, 100 103, St. Petersburg, 1870 Roman. 100 Politisch Correspondence, Friedrichs des Grossen, vols. 121, Berlin, 18,790, 1904. R. Nisbet Bain, the daughter of Peter, the Great, London, 1899. Tsar N.B. 1. A copy of the letter was taken by way of precaution beforehand by the Austrian ministers, and this copy is still in the Vienna archives. Bestuzhev Rumen Mikhail Petrovich, Count, 16,880, 1760. Russian diplomatist, elder brother of the foregoing, was educated at Berlin, and was sent by Peter the Great to represent Russia at Copenhagen in 1705. In 1720, he was appointed resident at London, at a time when the English court was greatly inflamed against Peter, who was regarded as a dangerous rival in the Baltic, and Bestuzhev was summarily dismissed for protesting against the lately formed Anglo-Swedish alliance. On the conclusion of the Peace of Nystad in 1721, he was sent as ambassador to the court of Stockholm. His first official act was the signing of a defensive alliance between Russia and Sweden. For 12 years in 1724, he was successively transferred to Warsaw 1726, and to Berlin 1730, but returned to Stockholm in 1732. How far Bestuzhev was concerned in the murder June 28, 1739, of the Swedish diplomatic agent Sinclair in Silesia, on his journey home from Constantinople, it is difficult to say. It is certain that Bestuzhev sent information to his court of Sinclair's mission, which was supposed to be hostile to Russia, and even supplied the portrait of the envoy for recognition. The Swedish authorities are unanimous in describing Bestuzhev as the arch-plotter in this miserable affair. Yet, while the active agents were banished to Siberia, Bestuzhev was not even censured. The Sinclair murder led ultimately to the Swedish-Russian War of 1741, when Bestuzhev was transferred first to Hamburg and subsequently to Hanover, where he endeavored to conclude an alliance between Great Britain and Russia. On his return to Russia in 1743, he was made Grand Marshal and married Anna, the widow of Paul Yagozhinsky, Peter the Great's famous pupil. A few months later, his wife was implicated in a bogus conspiracy got up by the French ambassador, the Marquis de la Chedardy, to ruin the Bestuzhev Bestuzhev Rumen Alexius, and after a public whipping had her tongue cut out and was banished to Siberia. Thither Bestuzhev had not the manhood to follow her, but went abroad, and subsequently resumed his diplomatic career. His last and most brilliant mission was to Versailles shortly after the conclusion of the coalition against Frederick the Great, where he cut a great figure. He died at Paris on the 26th of February 1760. See Robert Nisbet Bain, the daughter of Peter the Great, London, 1899. Mikhail Sergeyevich, History of Russia, Ruse vols, Roman 15, Roman 222nd. Ed. St. Petersburg, 1897. Tsar N.B. Bet and betting, probably from OFR, a better to instigate ang a bet, Roman 1e, with money to bet, is to stake money or something valuable on some future contingency. Betting in some form or other has been in vogue from the earliest days, commencing in the East with royal and noble gamblers, and gradually extending itself westwards, and throughout all classes in all countries where the English tongue is spoken. Betting is now largely indulged in, and in the United Kingdom, it spread to such an extent amongst all grades of society during the 19th century that the interference of the legislature was necessary. Gaming and wagering bets can of course be made on any subject and are a common method of backing one's opinion or skill, whether at games of cards or in any other connection. But the commonest form of betting is associated with the turf. In the early days of horse racing, persons who wished to bet often failed to gratify their inclination. Because of the difficulty of finding anyone ready to wager. To obviate this difficulty, the professional bookmaker arose. It was perceived that if a man laid money against a number of horses, conducting his business on discrete principles, he would in all probability receive enough to pay the bettor who was successful, and to leave a surplus for himself. For the bookmaker, as the professional betting man came to be called, had enormous advantages in his favor. He was presumably shrewd and wary, whereas many of those with whom he dealt were precisely the opposite, and benefit arose to him from the mistakes and miscalculations of owners and trainers of horses, and from the innumerable accidents which occur to prevent anticipated success. Moreover, if he carried out the theory of his calling, he would so arrange his book by what is called betting to figures that the money he received would be more than he could possibly be called upon to pay in practice. Of course, this often does not happen because backers will sometimes support 2 or 3 horses in a race only, and the success of one may result in loss to the bookmaker. But in the long run, it has been almost invariably found that the bookmaker grows rich and that the backer of horses loses money. It is the bookmaker who regulates the odds, and this he does sometimes by anticipating, sometimes by noting the desire of backers to support certain animals. Such things as stable secrets can scarcely be said to exist at the present time. The bookmaker is usually as well able as anyone else to estimate the chances of the various horses engaged in races, notwithstanding that the reports of a trial gallop are of comparatively little value to any except the few persons who know what weights the animals carried. When tried, the bookmaker is extraordinarily keen and frequently successful in his search for information, and on this the odds depend. Betting in connection with horse racing is of 2 kinds: post, when wagering does not begin until the numbers of the runners are hoisted on the board, and antepost, when wagering opens weeks or months before the event, though of this latter there is far less than was formerly the case, doubtless for the reason that before the introduction of so many new and valuable stakes, attention was generally concentrated on a comparatively small number of races. Bets on the Derby, the Oaks, and the St. Leger were formerly common nearly a year before the running of the races, and a few handicaps, such as the Chester Cup, used to occupy attention months beforehand, the weights of course being published at a much longer interval prior to the contest than is at present the rule as regards antepost betting. Bookmakers have their own ideas as to the relative prospects of the horses entered. A person who wishes to back a horse asks the price and accepts or declines, as the case may be. If the bet is laid, it will probably be quoted in the newspapers, and other persons who propose to wager on the race are so likely to follow suit that it is shrewdly suspected that in not a few cases bets are quoted which never have been laid, in order to induce the backers to speculate according to the public demand. For a horse the price shortens if there is little or no demand. The odds increase, the market being almost entirely regulated by the money, so that if a great many people bet on a certain animal, the odds become shorter and shorter, till in many cases, instead of laying odds against a horse, the bookmaker comes to take odds, that is, to agree to pay a smaller sum than he would receive from the backer if the animal lost. Post betting is conducted on very much the same principles. When the numbers are 827 hoisted, bookmakers proclaim their readiness to lay or take certain odds, which vary according to the demand for the different animals. Backers are influenced by many considerations, by gossip, by the opinions of writers on racing, and in many cases, unfortunately, by the advice of teepsters who by advertisements and circulars profess their ability to indicate winners, a pretense which is obviously absurd, as if these men possessed the knowledge they claim, they would assuredly keep it to themselves and utilize it for their own private purposes. The specious promises of such men do infinite mischief, as they so often appeal with success to the folly and gullibility of the ignorant, and in recent years the extent to which betting has grown has resulted in attempts to check it by organized means. A society for the purpose was formed in England, called the Anti-Gambling League. A bookmaker named Dunn was summoned in 1897 for betting in Tattersall's enclosure, which it was contended contravened the Betting House Act of 1853. This act had been aimed against what were known as list houses establishments, then kept by bookmakers for betting purposes and associated with many disgraceful scandals in the preamble to his bill. Lord Cockburn began by remarking that, whereas a new form of betting has of late sprung up, and the Anti-Gambling League sought to argue that this included a form of betting which had not sprung up of late, but had on the contrary been carried on without interference for many generations, the Divisional Court of the Queen's Bench Hawk Roman 5 Dun 13 T Roman 50 R 280 held that such betting was an infringement of the Act, and that the enclosure was a place within the meaning of the Act, and had been used by the respondent for the purpose of betting, with persons resorting thereto, and that he was liable to be convicted. The case was remitted to the justices, who convicted the defendant. A somewhat similar case was decided on the same day in any Roman 5 Hildreth 1897 13 T Roman 50 R 285, in which it was held that a professional bookmaker, who went to a place known as the Pit Heap at Jarrow to which the public had access at all times, and made bets with persons assembled, there was properly convicted, and that the Pit Heap itself and the place where he stood were places within the meaning of the Act. It was afterwards held by the Court of Appeal Powell Roman 5 Kempton Park Racecourse Co-Limited 1897-2, QB 242, in an action brought to restrain a racecourse company from opening or keeping an enclosure on a racecourse, by allowing it to be used by bookmakers, that the words other place must be construed as meaning a defined place, that the user of such a place implied some exclusive right in the user against others, and that the racecourse owners had not been guilty of permitting the enclosure to be used in the manner prohibited by the Act of 1853. The decision in Hawk Roman 5 Dun was disapproved of, and the House of Lords afterwards affirmed the decision of the Court of Appeal. The Street Betting Act 1906 enacted that any person frequenting or loitering in streets or public places for the purpose of bookmaking or betting or wagering should be liable on summary conviction, in the case of a first offense, to a fine not exceeding £10, in the case of a second offense, to a fine not exceeding £20, and in the case of a third or subsequent offense, or in any case where he is proved to have committed the offense of having a betting transaction with a person under the age of 16 years, to a fine on conviction on indictment not exceeding £50, or to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 6 months on summary conviction. The fine is a sum not exceeding £30, or imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 3 months. A wide definition is given to the word street, and public place and race courses are expressly exempted from the operation of the Act. On all French race courses since 1866, as on others nearly everywhere else on the continent and likewise in the British colonies, a system of betting, known as the pari-mutuel or totalizator, is carried on. Rows of offices are established behind or near the stands, on each of which lists are exhibited containing the numbers of the horses that are to run in the coming race. At some of these the minimum wager is 5 francs, at others 10, 20, 50, 100, 500, and in some cases 1,000. The person who proposes to bet goes to the clerk at one of these offices, mentions the number as indicated on the card of the horse he wishes to back, and states whether he desires to bet on it to win or for a place. Only he receives a voucher for his money after the race. The whole amount collected at the various offices is put together and divided after a percentage has been deducted for the administration. And for the poor, as soon as this has been done, the money is divided, and the prices to be paid to winners are exhibited on boards. These prices are calculated on a unit of 10 francs. Thus, for instance, if the winner is notified as bringing in 25 francs, the meaning is that the backer receives his original stake of 10 and 15. In addition, the money being paid immediately by another clerk, attached to the office at which the bet was made. The great French municipalities derive considerable revenue, in relief of rates from the Paris mutuals in Japan. This system was made illegal in 1908. Bidine oxynurin lysine C5H1303, a substance discovered in the sugar beet beta vulgaris in 1869 by Roman 100 Schabler-Burr, 1869 2p292. It is also found in cottonseed in the vetch, and in wheat sprouts E. Schulz and S. Frankfurt-Burr, 1893 26p2151. It may be synthetically prepared by oxidizing choline with chromic acid O. Liebreich-Burr, 1869 213ch 33 note to CH2O, C5H13 No3H2O, by heating trimethylamine with monochloroacetic acid librec CHNCH2Cl2, CH33NClCH2 butane hydrochloride, and by heating aminoacetic acid glycol with methyl iodide in the presence of an alkali P greaseburr, 1875 8P14, O6. It crystallizes from alcohol in large deliquescent crystals and is readily soluble in water but insoluble in ether. It is a weak base, as is shown by the various syntheses of the base. It is the methyl hydroxide of dimethyl glycol. This free base readily loses water on heating and gives an internal anhydride of constitution, which is the type of the so-called butyrienes. These organic butyrienes are internal anhydrides of carboxylic acids, which contain an ammonium hydroxide group. In the position, a Hans-Burr, 1886-19P31, prepared the butyrienes of nicotinic picolinic and chlidine carboxylic acids from the potassium salts of the acids. By treatment with methyl iodide, followed by moist silver oxide, the reaction may be shown as follows. The methyl butyrene of nicotinic acid is identical with the alkaloid trigonelline, which was discovered in 1885 by E. Johns in the seeds of Trigonella phenumgricum Burr, 1885, 18P2518. It has also been obtained from nicotine by a pictet by oxidizing the methyl hydroxide of nicotine with potassium permanganate Burr, 1897 30P2117. Substances closely related to butyrene are choline neurine and muscarine choline, bilinurine syncholine gr bile, C5H15No2, or HOCTCH10CH33, O first isolated by a Strecker in 1862, and 123P353 148P76, is found in the bile in brain substance and in yolk of egg in the form of lecithin, a complex ester of glycerin with phosphoric acid, and the fatty acids. It is also found in combination with synapic acid, in synapin, the glucoside obtained from white mustard, and can be obtained from this glucoside by hydrolysis with baryta water. C16H, 23No52, H2O, C5H15, No2, C11, H12O5. Synapin choline synapic acid. It can be synthetically prepared by the action of trimethylamine on an aqueous solution of ethylene, oxide of Wirtz, and supple 1868 6P201. It forms deliquescent crystals of strongly alkaline reaction and absorbs carbon dioxide from the air. It is not poisonous by continued boiling of its aqueous solution. It is resolved into glycol and trimethylamine. Neurine trimethyl vinyl ammonium, hydroxide GR, nerve CH2, CH, and CH33, O, is a product of the putrefaction of albumin. It may be prepared by the action of moist silver oxide on ethylene dibromide and trimethylamine. CH2BR, CH2BR, 33BRCH, 2CHNCH33O. It is a crystalline solid very soluble in water, and is strongly basic and very poisonous. Muscarine C, 5H15No3, is an exceedingly poisonous substance, found in many fungi. It may be obtained synthetically by oxidizing choline with dilute nitric acid. O. Schmiedeberg Jaresp, 1876P800. 4. The exact constitution has not yet been definitely determined. Betel nut. The name betel is applied to two different plants, which in the East are very closely associated in the purposes to which they are applied. The betel nut is the fruit of the areca, or betel palm, Areca catechu, and the betel leaf is the produce of the betel vine, or panchavica, betel, a plant allied to that which yields black pepper. The areca palm is a native of the Malay Peninsula and Islands, and is extensively cultivated over a wide area in the East, including southern India, Ceylon, Siam, the Malay archipelago, and the Philippine Islands. It is a graceful tree, with a straight, slender, unbranched stem, reaching 40 or 50 ft in height, and about 112 ft in circumference, and bearing a crown of 69 very large spreading pinnate fronds. The fruit is about the size of a small hen's egg, and within its fibrous rind is the seed or so-called nut, the albumen of which is very hard, and has a prettily metalled gray and brown appearance. The chief purpose for which betel nuts are cultivated and collected is for use as a masticatory, their use in this form being so widespread among Oriental nations that it is estimated that 1/10 of the whole human family indulge in betel chewing for this use. The fruits are annually gathered between the months of August and November. Before they are quite ripe and deprived of their husks, they are prepared by boiling in water, cutting up into slices, and drying in the sun, by which treatment the slices assume a dark brown or black color. When chewed, a small piece is wrapped up in a leaf of the betel vine or pan with a pellet of shell lime or chewing. and in some cases a little cardamom, turmeric, or other aromatic is added. The mastication causes a copious flow of saliva of a brick-red color which dyes the mouth, lips, and gums. The habit blackens the teeth, but it is asserted by those addicted to it that it strengthens the gums, sweetens the breath, and stimulates the digestive organs. Among the Orientals, betel is offered on ceremonial visits in the same manner as wine is produced on similar occasions. By Europeans, betel nuts are further used as a source of catechu, which is procured by boiling the nuts in water. The water of the first boiling becomes red and thick, and when this is inspissated after the removal of the nuts, it forms a catechu of high astringency and dark color called in Bombay kasa. The nuts are again boiled, and the inspissated juice of the second decoction yields a weaker catechu of a brown or reddish color. Betel nuts have been used by turners for ornamental purposes and for coat buttons on account of the beauty of their structure. At one time, they were supposed to be useful as a vermifuge. The nuts of other species of areca are used by the poorer classes in the East as substitutes for the genuine betel nut. The alkaloid aracadine C7H11O2 occurs in areca or betel nuts together with three other alkaloids: aracholine C8H13No2, guvacine C6H9No2, and aracane C7H11O2. Aracadine forms white crystals easily soluble in water and difficultly soluble in alcohol. Chemically, it is methyl tetrahydronicotinic acid dehydration results in the formation of a betaine, which is a tetrahydrotrigonelline. C-betaine aracholine is an oil, and the physiological action of the betel nut is alone due to the substance. Chemically, it is the methyl ester of aracadine. Guvacine, named from Guveca, an Indian designation of the betel palm, forms white crystals. It is a secondary base, but its constitution is uncertain. Aracane is N-methylguvacine. Bethany Maud el-Azarieh, a village nearly 2 Roman 1000 s. from Jerusalem on the eastern slope of the Mount of Olives, 2208 ft above the sea. It is interesting as the residence of Lazarus and his sisters, and a favorite retreat of Jesus. C, especially John Roman 11, which describes the miracle of the resurrection of Lazarus at this place. From the 4th century down to the time of the Mohammedan invasion, several ecclesiastical buildings were erected on the spot, but of these no distinct traces remain. El-Azarieh is a poor village of about 30 families with few marks of antiquity. There is no reason to believe that the houses of Mary and Martha, and of Simon the leper, or the sepulchre of Lazarus, still shown by the monks, have any claim to the names they bear. Another Bethany, with the alternative reading Bethabara, is mentioned in John Roman 1, as beyond Jordan it has not been identified. Bethel-heb, House of God, originally called Luz, an ancient city of Palestine, on the NW border of the tribe of Benjamin. 11 Roman 1000 N of Jerusalem, and nearly 2900 ft above sea level. From very early times, it was a holy place, a circumstance probably due primarily to a very extraordinary group of boulders and rock outcrops north of the town. Abraham recognized its sanctity. Gen Roman 12 Jacob, in ignorance, slept in the sacred enclosure and was granted a vision. Jacob's ladder. Gen Roman 28. For a while the ark seems to have been deposited here. Judge Roman 20. And it was a place for consulting the oracle. Judge Roman 20. At the secession of the northern kingdom, under Jeroboam, Bethel became a royal residence and a national shrine. 1 Kings Roman 12, 31 Amos Roman 7, for which its position at the junction of main roads from N to S and E to W well fitted it. It was taken from Jeroboam by Abijah king of Judah. 2 Chr Roman 13. It seems to have continued to flourish down into the Christian era. Remains of its ecclesiastical buildings still exist. The present village, which bears the name of Beitin, occupies about 3 or 4 acres and has a population of 2,000. Bethencourt Jean de Roman, 1,001,422, French explorer, belonged to a noble family of Normandy and held important offices at the court of Charles Roman 6, King of France. His spirit was fired by hearing of the deeds of explorers and adventurers, and, having formed a plan to conquer the Canary Islands, he raised some money by pledging his Norman estates and sailed from La Rochelle on the 1st of May 1402 with 2 ships commanded by himself and Gadiffer de la Salle. He was delayed by a mutiny off the coast of Spain, but reached the island of Lanzarote in July. Unable to carry out his project of conquest, he left his men at the Canaries and went to seek help at the court of Castile. He obtained men and provisions from Henry Roman 3, King of Castile, through the good offices of his uncle Robert de Braquemont, who had considerable influence with Henry. He also received the title of king, and did homage to Henry for his future conquests. Returning to the Canaries in 1404, he found that Gadifer de la Salle had conquered Lanzarote and Fuerteventura, and explored other islands. La Salle, unwilling to accept a position of inferiority, left the Canaries, and appealed unsuccessfully for redress at the court of Castile-Bethencourt, was unable to complete his work of conquest and exploration. In 1405, he visited Normandy and returned with fresh colonists who occupied Hierro. In December 1406, he left the islands to the government of his nephew Massiet de Bethencourt, reserving for himself the royal title and a share in any profits obtained. He returned to Normandy, where he appears to have spent the remainder of his days. He died in 1422 and was buried in the church of Grain-Valella Teinturière. Bethencourt wrote a very untrustworthy account of his conquest of the Canary Islands. Le Canarien Livre de la Conquête et Conversion says, Canaries. This has been published with introduction and notes by G. Gravier Rouen 1874, and an English translation was edited by R. H. Major for the Hakluyt Society London, 1872. See also Canary Islands for the controversy as to the relations between Bethencourt and La Salle. Bethesda Roman 1 House of Mercy, John Roman 5, better perhaps Bethsatha, or Bethsaida, a pool or public bath in Jerusalem, where miraculous cures were believed to be performed. The following identifications have been suggested: Birket Israel, near St. Stephen's Gate, a large cistern near St. Anne's Church, the twin pools north of the Haram, the ancient temple area, the Hammam esh Shifa, or pool of healing west of the Haram, the Virgin's fountain south of the Haram, and the pool of Siloam, which, if any of these identifications is correct, it is impossible to say. Bethesda, an urban district of Carnarvonshire, N. Wales 5 Roman 1000 from Bangor, by a branch of the London North Western Railway Pop, 1901 5281. It lies near the lower end of the 829 Fine Nant F. Franken Valley of the Ogwen Stream. The scriptural name is due, as often in Wales, to the village or hamlet, taking its title from the Nonconformist church. Here are extensive slate quarries belonging to Lord Penrhyn. A narrow gauge railway connects these with Port Penrhyn at the mouth of the stream Seged Hemlock Sicuta, which admits the entry of vessels of 300 tons to the quay at low water. Bethhoron, the place of the hollow, way the name of two neighboring villages, Upper and Lower Bethhoron, on the ascent from the coast plain of Palestine to the high tableland of Benjamin, which was until the 16th century the high road from Jerusalem to the sea. The two towns thus played a conspicuous part in Israelitish military history. See Josh Roman 10, 1 Sam Roman 13, 1 Kings Roman 9, 1 Mac Roman 324 Roman 7, FF Roman 9. Josephus Bell Judd Roman 2 tells of the rout of a Roman army under Cestius Gallus in A Roman 500. The Talmud states that many rabbis were born in the place. It is now represented by Beit Ural Foka and Beit Uratata. Bethlehem Heb, house of bread, or according to a more questionable etymology of the god. Lakmu, a small town in Palestine, situated on a limestone ridge 2550 ft, above sea level 5 Roman 1000 s of Jerusalem. The neighborhood produces wheat, barley, olives, and vines. In abundance, it was occupied in very early times, though the references in Judges Roman 17, Roman 19, and Ruth 1 are of doubtful date. It was the early home of David, and of Joab 2 Sam Roman 2, it was fortified by Rehoboam. And in the neighboring inn of Chimem, the murderers of Gedaliah took refuge. Jur Roman 40, 1 Micah Roman 5, and other writers speak of it as Bethlehem, Ephrathah. Perhaps Ephrathah was the name of the district. Almost complete obscurity, however, was gathering round it when it became, according to Matt Roman 2 and Luke Roman 2, the birthplace of Jesus. The traditional scene of the Nativity, a grotto on the eastern part of the ridge, is alleged to have been desecrated during the reign of Hadrian by a temple of Adonis in 330. It was enclosed by a basilica built by the orders of the Emperor Constantine. This basilica, S. Maria, a presepio which is still standing, was restored and added to by Justinian, and was later surrounded by the three convents successively erected by the Greek, Latin, and Armenian churches. See de Vogue, Les Églises de la Terre Sainte, captured by the Crusaders in the 11th century. Bethlehem was made an episcopal see, but the bishopric soon sank to a titular dignity beside the grotto of the Nativity. Other traditional sites are shown within the church, such as the altar of the Magi, the tomb of Eusebius, the cave, wherein Jerome made his translation of the Bible. Roman 100. There are several monasteries and convents and British, French, and German schools. The village is well built and comparatively clean, the population 8,000 has contained few Moslems, since the Moslem quarter was destroyed by Ibrahim Pasha in revenge for the murder of one of his favorites after the insurrection of 1830, for the carving of crucifixes and other sacred mementos gives employment to a large proportion of the population. In 1850, a dispute arose between France and Russia, in the name of the Latin and Greek churches, respectively concerning the possession of the key of the chief door of the basilica, and concerning the right to place a silver star with the arms of France. In the Grotto of the Nativity, the Porte, after much futile temporizing, yielded to France. The disappointment thus inflicted on Russia was a determining cause of the outbreak of the Crimean War. See Kinglake invasion of the Crimea, chap Roman 3. There is a tiny village of the same name in Zebulun 7 Roman 1000 NW, of Nazareth Josh Roman 15. See bibliography under Palestine for the modern town. See Palmer des Jetzedge Bethlehem, in the Zeitschrift of the Deutsche Palästina, Verein Roman 17 p. 89. R.S. Roman 1000. 1. The country of Moab is clearly visible from around Bethlehem. Bethlehem, a borough of Northampton and Lehigh counties, Pennsylvania, USA, on the end bank of the Lehigh River, opposite South Bethlehem, and 55 Roman 1000 N, by W. of Philadelphia Pop, 1890 67 62 1972, 93 350, foreign-born 1910 12837. It is served by the Central of New Jersey, the Lehigh New England, the Lehigh Valley, and the Philadelphia Reading Railways, and is connected by 2 long bridges with South Bethlehem. The borough lies on a ridge of ground commanding delightful landscape scenery, extending north up the course of the river to the Blue Mountains, 20 Roman 1000 away in Church Street, and its vicinity still stand several specimens of the 17th century style of architecture of Eastern Germany. The same sect that erected these buildings, the Moravians, or United Brethren, maintain here the Moravian College and Theological Seminary, and a well-known school for girls, the Moravian Seminary, founded as a church boarding school in 1749 and reorganized in 1785 for girls of all denominations during the War of Independence from December 1776 to April 1777, and from September 1777 to April 1778. The old colonial hall in the seminary, built 1748, was used as a general hospital of the Continental Army from its roof. The famous Moravian trombones were long played on festal or funeral occasions, and later summoned the people to musical festivals. The Moravians have given Bethlehem a national reputation as a musical center only a few years after the city was founded. Benjamin Franklin was strongly impressed with the fine music in its church, and towards the close of the 19th century, a choir under the direction of the organist J. Frederick Wohl became widely known by rendering, for the first time in America, Bach's St. John Passion in 1888, followed after short intervals by the St. Matthew Passion, the Christmas Oratorio, the Mass in B minor, and finally, by an annual Bach festival, continuing for 3 days, which was discontinued after Wohl's removal to the University of California. In 1905, Bethlehem has often been called the American Bayreuth among the borough's industrial establishments. The manufactories of iron and steel are the most important, but it also manufactures brass, zinc, and silk, and knit goods. The municipality owns and operates its waterworks. Bethlehem was founded by the Moravians, led by Count Nikolaus Ludwig Zinzendorf shortly before Christmas in 1741, and the season of the year suggested its name for the first century of its existence. It was almost exclusively a settlement of that sect, and it is still their American headquarters. Bethlehem was incorporated as a borough in 1845. In 1904, the borough of West Bethlehem Pop in 1934-65 was consolidated with Bethlehem. See J. Roman 1000, Levering a History of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Bethlehem 1903. Bethlehemites, a name borne at different times by 3 orders in the Roman Catholic Church, one a community of friars at Cambridge in 1257, whose habit was distinguished from that of the ordinary Dominicans by a 5-rayed red star, in reference to Matt Roman 2, F2, an order of knighthood, similar to the Knights of St. John, established by Pius Roman 2 in 1459, to resist the inroads of the Turks. 3. The Bethlehemite Order of Guatemala, a nursing community founded in 1650 by Pedro Betancourt Roman 500, extended by the brothers Rodrigo and Antonio of the Cross, and raised to an order by Innocent Roman 11. In 1687, they wore a dress like that of the Capuchins and Clement Roman 11. in 1707, gave them the privileges of the mendicant orders. They spread throughout Central America and Mexico, and as far south as Lima, and with the Order of Sisters founded in 1668 by Ana Maria del Galdo were conspicuous for their devotion during times of plague and other contagious diseases. This order became extinct about 1850. The name Bethlehemites has also sometimes been given to the Hussites of Bohemia, because their leader preached in the Bethlehem Church at Prague. Bethlen Gabriel Gaber, 15,801,629, Prince of Transylvania, the most famous representative of the Iktari branch of a very ancient Hungarian family, was born at Alai and educated at Sharhaji at the castle of his uncle Andras Lazar. Thence he was sent to the court of Prince Zygmunt Bathory, whom he accompanied on his famous Wallachian campaign in 1600. Subsequently, he assisted Stephen Bocskai to mount the throne of Transylvania 1605, and remained his chief counselor. Bethlen also supported Bocsky's successor Gabriel Bathory, 16,081,613. But the prince became jealous of Bethlen's superior abilities, and he was obliged to take refuge with the Turks. 830 in 1613. He led a large army against his persecutor, on whose murder by two of his officers that year, Bethlen was placed on the throne by the Porte, in opposition to the wishes of the emperor, who preferred a prince who would incline more towards Vienna than towards Constantinople. On the 13th of October, 1613, the Diet of Klausenburg confirmed the choice of the Sultan. In 1615, Gaber was also officially recognized by the Emperor Matthias. Bethlen no sooner felt firmly seated on his throne than he seized the opportunity presented to him by the outbreak of the 30 Years' War to take up arms in defense of the liberties and the constitution of the extra-Transylvanian Hungarian provinces, with the view of more effectually assuring his own position. While Ferdinand was occupied with the Bohemian rebels, Bethlen led his armies into Hungary 1619, and soon won over the whole of the northern counties, even securing Pressburg and the Holy Crown. Nevertheless, he was not averse to a peace nor to a preliminary suspension of hostilities, and negotiations were opened at Pressburg Casa and Basturksabanya successively, but came to nothing because Bethlen insisted on including the Bohemians in the peace, whereupon 20th of August 1620, the Estates of North Hungary elected him. King. Bethlen accepted the title, but refused to be crowned, and war was resumed, till the defeat of the Czechs at the Battle of the White Hill gave a new turn to affairs in Bohemia. Ferdinand Roman II took a fearful revenge upon the vanquished, and Bethlen, regarding a continuation of the war as unprofitable, concluded the Peace of Nikolsburg, 31st of December 1621, renouncing the royal title on condition that Ferdinand confirmed the Peace of Vienna, which had granted full liberty of worship to the Protestants, and engaged to summon a general diet within 6 months for himself. Bethlen secured the title of Prince of the Empire, the 7 counties of the Upper Theiss, and the fortresses of Tokaj, Munkacs, and Ext. Subsequently, Bethlen twice, 1623 and 1626, took up arms against Ferdinand as the ally of the anti-Habsburg Protestant powers. The first war was concluded by the Peace of Vienna, the second by the Peace of Pressburg, both confirmatory of the Peace of Nikolsburg. After the second of these insurrections, Bethlen attempted a rapprochement with the court of Vienna on the basis of an alliance against the Turks and his own marriage with one of the Austrian archduchesses, but Ferdinand had no confidence in him and rejected his overtures. Bethlen was obliged to renounce his anti-Turkish projects, which he had hitherto cherished as the great aim and object of his life, and continue in the old beat paths. Accordingly, on his return from Vienna, he wedded Catherine, the daughter of the Elector of Brandenburg, and still more closely allied himself with the Protestant powers, especially with Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden, who he hoped would assist him to obtain the Polish crown. He died before he could accomplish any of his great designs. 15th of November 1629, having previously secured the election of his wife Catherine as princess. His first wife, Susanna Carolee, died in 1622. Gabriel Bethlen was certainly one of the most striking and original personages of his century. A zealous Calvinist whose boast it was that he had read the Bible 25 times, he was nevertheless no persecutor, and even helped the Jesuit Caldi to translate and print his version of the Scriptures. He was in communication all his life with the leading contemporary statesmen, so that his correspondence is one of the most interesting and important of historical documents. He also composed hymns. The best editions of his correspondence are those by Sandor Shilagi, both published at Buda 1866 and 1879, The best life of him is that by the Bohemian historian Anton Ginley Acta, et documenta historiam Gabrielis Bethleni illustrantia Budapest 1890. This work has been largely utilized by Ignac Sadi in his excellent Gabriel Bethlen, and his court hung Budapest 1890. Czar N.B. Bethnal Green, an eastern metropolitan borough of London, England, bounded N by Hackney, E by Poplar, S by Stepney, and W by Shoreditch Pop 1901 129,680. It is a district of poor houses forming part of the area commonly known as the East End. The working population is employed in the making of matchboxes, bootmaking, cabinet making, and other industries, but was formerly largely devoted to silk weaving, which spread over the district from its center in Spitalfields, see Stepney. This industry is still maintained. The Bethnal Green Museum was opened in 1872. It contains exhibits of food and animal products formerly at South Kensington Entomological Collections, Roman 100, and various loan exhibitions are held from time to time. The museum also housed the Wallace Collection until the opening of Hertford House and the pictures now in the National Portrait Gallery. It stands in public gardens. There are several other small open spaces, and some 70 out of the 217 acres of Victoria Park are within the borough close by the park. There stood until the 19th century a house believed to have belonged to the notorious Bishop Bonner, the persecutor of Protestants in the reign of Mary. His name is still attached to a street here. Among institutions are the missionary settlement of the Oxford House, founded in 1884 with its women's branch, St. Margaret's House, the Northeastern Hospital for Children, the Craft School, and the Leather Trade School. The parliamentary borough of Bethnal Green has 2 divisions, each returning 1 member. The borough council consists of a mayor, 5 aldermen, and 30 councillors. Area 759 acres. Bethune family, the seigneurs of Bethune, avows advocati of the great abbey of St. Vaast at Arras from the 11th century, were the ancestors of a great French house, whence sprang the Dukes of Sully, Charost, Orville, and Ancenis, the Marquises of Rosny-Curville, and Chabris, the Counts of Selles, and the Princes of Boisbel and Henriquimont. Canon de Bethune, Curoman 5, the crusader and poet, was an early forebear. The most illustrious member of the Bethune family was Maximilian, Baron of Rosny and afterwards Duke of Sully, Curoman 5, minister of Henry Roman, for his brother Philip, Count of Selles, and of Charost was ambassador to Scotland, Rome, Savoy, and Germany, and died in 1649. Hippolyte de Bethune, Count of Selles and Marquis of Chabris, who died in 1665, bequeathed to the king a magnificent collection of historical documents and works of art. The Charost branch of the family gave France a number of generals during the 17th and 18th centuries. The last Duke of Charost, Armand Joseph de Bethune, 17,380,1800, French economist and philanthropist, served in the army during the 7 Years' War, after which he retired to his estates in Berry, where and also in Brittany and Picardy, he sought to ameliorate the lot of his peasants by abolishing feudal dues and introducing reforms in agriculture. During the Terror, he was arrested, but was liberated after the 9th Thermidor. He was mayor of the 10th arrondissement of Paris under the consulate, and died at Paris on the 20th of October 1800 of smallpox contracted during a visit to a workshop for the blind which he had founded. He published essays on the way to destroy mendicancy and to improve the condition of the laborers, and also on the establishment of a fund for rural relief and the organization of rural education. His life throws light on some phases of the ancient regime, which are often overlooked by historians. Louis Roman 15 said of Charost, "Look at this man. His appearance is insignificant, but he has put new life into 3 of my provinces." His only son, Armand Louis de Bethune, Marquis de Charost, was beheaded on the 28th of April 1794. Bethune Canon, or Quesnes de Roman, 1,001,224, French Trouver of Arras, was born about the middle of the 12th century. He came about 1180 to the court of France, where he met Marie de France, Countess of Champagne. To this princess his love poems are dedicated, and much of his time was passed at her court, where the Trouvers were held in high honor. At the French court he met with some criticisms from Queen Alix, the widow of Louis Roman 7, on the roughness of his verse, and on his Picard dialect. To these criticisms, interesting as proof of the already preponderant influence of the dialect of the Isle de France, the poet replied by some verses in the satirical vein that best suited his temperament. Some of his best songs were inspired by anger at the delays. Before the crusade of 11,880,192, his plain-speaking made him many enemies, and when he returned 831 with the rest, after the fruitless capture of Acre, These were not slow to take advantage of the opportunity for retaliation. Canaan took part with Baldwin of Flanders in the Crusade, which resulted in 1204 in the capture of Constantinople, and he is said to have been the first to plant the Crusaders' standard on the walls of the city. He held high office in the new empire and died about 1224. His verses, of which the crusading song, A Amers comme dur de party, is well known, are marked by a vigor and martial spirit, which distinguish them from the work of other trouvers. The completest edition of his works is in the Trouvers Belges of Og Scheller, 1876. Bethune, a town of northern France, capital of an arrondissement, in the department of Pas-de-Calais, 24 Roman 1000 NW of Arras, on the northern railway between that town and Saint-Omer-Pop, 1906 12601. Bethune is situated on a low hill at the confluence of the Loire with the canal from Aire to Bouvin, once strongly fortified. It is now surrounded by wide boulevards and new quarters have grown up on its outskirts. The old town is composed of winding streets and cul-de-sac bordered by old houses in the Flemish style. In the central square stands one of the finest belfries of northern France, a square structure surmounted by a wooden campanile dating from the 14th century. St. Vos, the principal church of Bethune, belongs to the 16th century. The town is the seat of a subprefect and has a tribunal of first instance, a chamber of commerce, and a communal college among its public institutions. Bethune lies in the midst of the richest coal mines in France. Its industries include the distillation of oil, tanning, salt refining, brewing, and the manufacture of earthenware and casks. Trade is carried on in flax cloth cereals. Olsides, Roman 100. The town, which dates from the 11th century, was governed by its own lords till 1248, after which date it passed through the ownership of the Counts of Flanders, the Dukes of Burgundy, and the sovereigns of Austria and Spain. Ceded to France by the Peace of Nijmegen 1678, it was taken by the Allied forces in 1710 and restored to France by the Treaty of Utrecht. Betrothal as trioth, truth, the giving one's truth or pledging one's faith to marry, although left optional by the Church and not necessary in law. Betrothal was anciently a formal ceremony, which in most cases preceded the actual marriage service, usually by a period of some weeks. But the marriage might for various reasons be delayed for years. The canon law distinguished two types of betrothal: one sponsalia de presenti, two sponsalia de futuro. The first was a true, though irregular marriage, and was abolished by the Council of Trent, as leading to clandestine unions, and therefore being inimical to morality. The second, or betrothal properly so called, was a promise to marry at a future date, which promise without further ceremony became a valid marriage upon consummation. The Church never precisely determined the form of the ceremony, but demanded for its validity that it should have been entered into freely, and at a legal age. Roman 1e. After the 7th birthday, the Church further declared that females between the ages of 7 and 12, and males between 7 and 14, could be betrothed but not married, and that all such betrothals were to be public. The ill-defined laws as to betrothals tended to encourage abuses, and the people, especially in the rural districts, inclined to hold betrothal sufficient justification for cohabitation. Such precontract is known to have existed in the case of Shakespeare. Roman 5. Francis Douce, Illustrations of Shakespeare and of Antient Manners, 1807, says that betrothal consisted of the interchange of rings, kiss, joining of hands, to which is to be added the testimony of witnesses. In France, the presence of a priest seems to have been considered essential, and though this was not so elsewhere, it was customary for the couple to get their parish priest to witness their promise. In England, solemn betrothal was almost universally practiced among the peasantry. The place of rings was taken by a coin, which was broken between the pair, each taking a part. But almost any gift sufficed. A case in 1582 is recorded where the lover gave the girl a pair of gloves, 2 oranges, 2 handkerchiefs, and a red silk girdle. Sometimes the bridilect received a bent or crooked sixpence. At the conclusion of the ceremony, which by no means always took place in a church, it seems to have been usual for the couple to pledge each other in a cup of wine, as do the Jews and Russians today. This drinking together was ever the universal custom of parties. In ratification of a bargain, Joseph Strutt 17,491,802 states that by the civil law gifts given at betrothal could be recovered by the parties if the marriage did not take place, but only conditionally, for if the man had had a kiss for his money, he should lose one half of that which he gave, yet with the woman it is otherwise. For kissing or not kissing, whatever she gave she may ask, and have it again. However, this extends only to gloves, rings, bracelets, and such like small wares. Though the Church abstained from prescribing the form of the ceremony, it jealously watched over the fulfillment of such contracts, and punished their violation. Betrothal validly contracted could be dissolved either by mutual consent, or by the supervening of some radical physical or social change in the parties, or by the omission, to fulfill one of the conditions of the contract. But here the Church stepped in and endeavored to override such law as existed in the matter, by decreeing that whoever after betrothal refused to marry in facie ecclesiae was liable to excommunication, till relieved by public penance in England. The law was settled by an Act of 1753, which enacted that an aggrieved party could obtain redress only by an action at common law for breach of promise of marriage, see marriage. Formal betrothal is no longer customary in England, but on the European continent it retains much of its former importance. There, it is either solemn publicly in church or private simply before witnesses. Such betrothals are legal contracts. They are only valid between persons of legal age, both of whom consent, and they are rendered void by fraud, intimidation, and duress in Germany. If the parties are under age, the consent of the parents is needed. But if this be unreasonably withheld, the couple may appeal to a magistrate who can sanction the betrothal. If the parents disagree, the father's wish prevails, public betrothal carries with it an obligation to marry. And in case of refusal, an action lies for the injured party in Germany. The betrothal is generally celebrated before the relatives, and the couple are called bride and bridegroom from that day until marriage. In Russia, where it was once as binding as marriage, it is now a mere formal part of the marriage ceremony. Among the ancient Jews, betrothal was formal and as binding as marriage after the ceremony, which consisted of the handing of a ring or some object of value to the bride and formal words of contract, and the mutual pledging of the couple in consecrated wine. A period of 12 months elapsed before the marriage was completed by the formal hometaking, unless the bride was a widow or the groom a widower, when this interval was reduced to 30 days. Latterly, the ceremony of betrothal has become a part of the marriage ceremony, and the engagement has become the informal affair it is in England. For betrothal customs in China, the East, and elsewhere, consult Roman 50J Milne Wooings and Weddings in Many Climes, London 1900, and H.N. Hutchinson Marriage Customs in Many Lands, London 1897, on early English law as to betrothals, see Sir F. Pollock, and Maitland History of English Law before the time of Edward Roman 12th, ed. 1898. See also J. O. Halliwell Phillips Outlines of the Life of Shakespeare, London 1848, 1883. Betterment, Roman 1 e-making, better as opposed to worsement, a general term, used particularly in connection with the increased value given to real property by causes for which a tenant or the public, but not the owner, is responsible. It is thus of the nature of unearned increment, when, for instance, some public improvement results in raising the value of a piece of private land, and the owner is thereby bettered through no merit of his own, he gains by the betterment. And many economists and politicians have sought to arrange by taxation or otherwise that the increased value shall come into the pocket of the public, rather than into his. A betterment tax would be so assessed as to divert from the owner of the property the profit 832, thus accruing unearned to him. See also compensation. The whole problem is one of the incidents of taxation, and the question of land values and various applications of the principle of betterment have been tried in America and in England, raising considerable controversy from time to time. See A. Bauman, Betterment, Worsement, and Recoupment, 1894. Betterton Thomas Roman, 1,001,710, English actor, son of an undercook to King Charles Roman I, was born in London. He was apprenticed to John Holden, Sir William Davenant's publisher, and possibly later to a bookseller named Rhodes, who had been wardrobe keeper to the theatre in Blackfriars. The latter obtained in 1659 a license to set up a company of players at the Cockpit in Drury Lane, and on the reopening of this theatre in 1660, Betterton made his first appearance on the stage. His talents at once brought him into prominence, and he was given leading parts on the opening of the new theatre in Lincoln's Inn Fields in 1661. Sir William Davenant, the patentee, engaged Betterton and all Rhodes company to play in his Siege of Rhodes. Betterton, besides being a public favorite, was held in high esteem by Charles Roman II, who sent him to Paris to examine stage improvements there. According to Cibber, it was after his return that shifting scenes instead of tapestry were first used in an English theatre in 1692. In an unfortunate speculation, Betterton and his friend Sir Francis Watson were ruined, but Betterton's affection for Sir Francis was so strong that he adopted the latter's daughter and educated her for the stage. In 1693, with the aid of friends, he erected the new playhouse in the tennis court in Lincoln's Inn Fields. It was opened in 1695 with Congreve's Love for Love, but in a few years the profits fell off, and Betterton laboring under the infirmities of age and gout determined to quit the stage at his benefit performance, when the profits are said to have been over 500. He played Valentine in Love for Love in 1710. He made his last appearance as Melanthius in The Maid's Tragedy. He died on the 28th of April, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. In appearance, he was athletic, slightly above middle height, with a tendency to stoutness. His voice was strong, rather than melodious. But in recitation, it was used with the greatest dexterity. Pepys, Pope Steele, and Cibber all bestow lavish praise on his acting. His repertory included a large number of Shakespearean roles, and although many of these were presented in the tasteless versions of Davenant, Dryden, Shadwell, and Nahum Tate, yet they could not hide the great histrionic gifts which Betterton possessed, nor does his reputation rest on these performances alone. The blamelessness of his life was conspicuous in an age, and a profession notorious for dissolute habits. Betterton was author of several adaptations which were popular in their day. In 1662, he had married Mary Saunderson Roman 500, an admirable actress, whose Ophelia shared the honors with his Hamlet. See how Thomas Betterton 1891, The Life and Times of Thomas Betterton, 1886. Betia, a town of British India in the Champaran district of Bengal, situated on a former branch of the Harha River, with a station on the Turhut section of the Bengal Northwestern Railway. Betia is the residence of one of the leading noblemen of northern Bihar, who enjoys a rental of 66,000 in 1901. Owing to a disputed succession, the estate was under the management of the Court of Wards. It comprises land in no fewer than 10 districts, much of which is let on permanent leases to Indigoplanters. Besides the palace of the Maharaja, the town contains a Middle English school and a female dispensary, entirely supported out of the estate. There is a Roman Catholic mission, with about 1,000 converts, which was founded by an Italian priest in 1746. Bettinelli Saverio 17,180,1808, Italian Jesuit, and man of letters, was born at Mantua on the 18th of July, 1718. After studying under the Jesuits in his native city, and at Bologna he entered the Society in 1736. He taught the Bellis Letters from 1739 to 1744 at Brescia, where Cardinal Quirini, Count Mazzucchelli, Count Duranti, and other scholars formed an illustrious academy. He next went to Bologna to pursue the study of divinity, and there he enjoyed the society of many learned and literary men. At the age of 30, he went to Venice, where he became professor of rhetoric, and was on friendly terms with the most illustrious persons of that city. And state the superintendence of the College of Nobles at Parma was entrusted to him in 1751, and he had principal charge of the studies of poetry and history, and the entertainments of the theater. He remained there 8 years, visiting at intervals other cities of Italy, either on the affairs of his order for pleasure or for health. In 1755, he traversed part of Germany, proceeded as far as Strasbourg and Nancy, and returned by way of Germany into Italy, taking with him 2 young sons or nephews of the Prince of Hohenlohe, who had requested him to take charge of their education. He made the year following another journey into France along with the eldest of his pupils, and during this excursion, he wrote his famous letter Dicae di Virgilio agli Arcadi, which were published at Venice with his Sciolti verses, and those of Frugoni and Algarotti. The opinions maintained in these letters against the 2 great Italian poets, and particularly against Dante, created him many enemies, and embroiled him with Algarotti. In 1758, he went into Lorraine to the court of King Stanislaus, who sent him on a matter of business to visit Voltaire. Voltaire presented him with a copy of his works with a flattering inscription in allusion to Bettinelli's letters of Virgil. From Geneva, he returned to Parma, where he arrived in 1759. He afterwards lived for some years at Verona and Modena, and he had just been appointed professor of rhetoric there, when in 1773 the order of Jesuits was abolished in Italy. Bettinelli then returned into his own country and resumed his literary labors with new ardor. The siege of Mantua by the French compelled him to leave the city, and he retired to Verona, where he formed an intimate friendship with the Chevalier Hippolito Pindamonti. In 1797, he returned to Mantua. Though nearly 80 years old, he resumed his labors, and his customary manner of life. He undertook in 1799 a complete edition of his works, which was published at Venice in 24 vols. 12. Mo arrived at the age of 90 years. He still retained his gaiety and vivacity of mind, and died on the 13th of September 1808. The works of Bettinelli are now of little value. The only one still deserving remembrance, perhaps, is the Risorgimento negli studi nel arti, I mi costumi dopo il 17,751,786. A sketch of the progress of literature science, the fine arts industry, Roman 100 in Italy. Betws y Coed, an urban district of Carnarvonshire, North Wales 4 Roman 1000 from Llanrwst, and 16 Roman 1000 from Llandudno, on a branch of the London North Western Railway POP 1901-1070. The name means warm place of the wood, according to Lynn's definition of Bet was the other derivation of the word from Abadi's domus, agrees with its vicinity to Uspidi 1 Ifan Euan Hispidium Iones. Near Pentra Folas, the words y Coed are added to distinguish this Betwas from several others, in Wales, especially that near Llandalo. Fawr Carmarthenshire, not far from the Betwas Hills. Betwas y Coed is a favorite village for artists and tourists. It is a center for excursions towards Capel Curig and Snowdon or towards Blaenau Festiniog. Via Roman Bridge, there is excellent fishing for salmon and trout, and in summer coaches leave their daily loads of tourists. Here the best-known streams and waterfalls are Lugwy Letter with Rhaeadr y Wennall Swallow Falls, Conwy and Machno Falls in the neighborhood, are Dalwydellen Castle, and the Hill of Mole Siabod. One other places named Uspidi are y Sinfin, and y Ustwith for the name Uspidi cf Bales, King John, 2125, so many Masondeans, Masons, dia hospitals, and spital houses. Betty William Henry West, 17,911,874, English actor, known as the young Rossius, was born on the 13th of September 1791 at Shrewsbury. He first appeared on the stage at Belfast, before he was 12 years old as Osman in Arran Hills, Zara, an English version of Voltaire's. Zaire, his success was immediate, and he shortly afterwards appeared in Dublin, where it is said that in 3 hours of study, he committed the 833 part of Hamlet to memory. His precocious talents aroused great enthusiasm in Glasgow and Edinburgh, and he was favorably compared with some of the greatest tragedians in 1804. He first appeared at Covent Garden, when the troops had to be called out to preserve order, so great was the crush. To obtain admittance at Drury Lane, the house was similarly packed, and he played for the then unprecedented salary of over 75 guineas a night. He was a great success, socially George Roman III himself, presenting him to the Queen, and Pitt upon one occasion, adjourning the House of Commons that members might be in time for his performance. But this enthusiasm gradually subsided, and in 1808 he made his final appearance as a boy actor, and entered Christ's College, Cambridge. He reappeared 4 years later, but the public would have none of him, and he retired to the enjoyment of the large fortune, which he had amassed as a prodigy. He died on the 24th of August 1870, for his son Henry Betty, 18,191,897, was also an actor. Betul, a town and district of British India, in the Nirbuda division of the Central Provinces, in 1901, the population of the town was 4739. The administrative headquarters of the district have been transferred to the town of Badner Q Roman 5 3 Roman 1000 North. The district of Betul has an area of 3826 SQ Roman 1000. In 1901, the population was 285,363, showing a decrease of 12 in the decade, due to the results of famine. The mean elevation above the sea is about 2,000 ft. The country is essentially a highland tract divided naturally into 3 distinct portions, differing in their superficial aspects, the character of their soil, and their geological formation. The northern part of the district forms an irregular plain of the sandstone formation. It is a well-wooded tract in many places, stretching out in charming glades like an English park. But it has a very sparse population, and little cultivated land in the extreme north. A line of hills rises abruptly out of the great plain of the Nirbuda Valley. The central tract alone possesses a rich soil well watered by the Machna and Sampna rivers, almost entirely cultivated, and studded with villages. To the south lies a rolling plateau of basaltic formation, with the sacred town of Multai, and the springs. River Tapti at its highest point, extending over the whole of the southern face of the district, and finally merging into the wild and broken line of the Ghauts, which lead down to the plains. This tract consists of a succession of stony ridges of trap rock, enclosing valleys or basins of fertile soil, to which cultivation is for the most part confined, except where the shallow soil on the tops of the hills has been turned to account. The principal crops are wheat, millet, other food grains, pulse, oilseeds, and a little sugar cane and cotton. A large part of the area is covered with forests which yield teak and other timber. The only manufacture is cotton cloth. A railway is projected from Idarsi, through the district, To Berar good roads are few and none of. The rivers is navigable. This district suffered very severely from the famine of 18,961,897 in 1897, the death rate being as high as 73 per 1,000. It suffered again in 1900, when in May the number of persons relieved rose to one-third of the total population. Little is known of the early history of the district, except that it must have been the center of the first of the four ancient Gond kingdoms of Kurla, Diagar, Manla, and Shanda. According to Ferishta, the Persian historian, these kingdoms engrossed in 1390, ate all the hills of Gondwana and adjacent countries, and were of great wealth and power. About the year 1418, Sultan Hussein Shah of Malwa invaded Kurla and reduced it to a dependency. 9 years later, the Raja rebelled, but although with the help of the Bahmani kings of the Deccan he managed for a time to assert his independence, he was finally subdued and deprived of his territories. In 1467, Kurla was seized by the Bahmani king, but was afterwards restored to Malwa a century later. The kingdom of Malwa became incorporated into the dominions of the Emperor of Delhi. In 1703, a Mussulman convert of the Gond tribe held the country, and in 1743, Raghoji Bhonsle, the Maratha ruler of Berar, annexed it to his dominions. The Marathas in the year 1818 ceded this district to the East India Company as payment for a contingent, and by the Treaty of 1826, it was formally incorporated with the British possessions. Detachments of British troops were stationed at Multai Bitul and Shapur to cut off the retreat of Apas Sahib, the Maratha general, and a military force was quartered at Bitul. Until June 1862, the ruined city of Kurla formed the seat of government under the Gonds and preceding rulers, and hence the district was, until the time of its annexation to the British dominions, known as the Kurla Sarkar. The town of Multai contains an artificial tank from the center of which the Tapti is said to take its rise, hence the reputed sanctity of the spot and the accumulation of temples in its honor. The climate of Bitul is fairly healthy, its height above the plains, and the neighborhood of extensive forests moderate the heat and render the temperature pleasant throughout the greater part of the year. During the cold season, the thermometer at night falls below the freezing point. Little or no hot wind is felt before the end of April, and even then it ceases after sunset. The nights in the hot season are comparatively cool and pleasant. During the monsoon, the climate is very damp, and at times even cold and raw. Thick clouds and mist enveloping the sky for many days together. The average annual rainfall is 40 in. In the denser jungles, malaria prevails for months after the cessation of the rains, but the Gonds do not appear to suffer much from its effects. Travelers and strangers who venture into these jungles run the risk of fever of a severe type at almost all seasons of the year. Betwa, a river of India which rises in the native state of Bhopal in Malwa, and after a course of 360 Roman 1000, for the most part in a northeasterly direction, falls into the Jumna at Hamirpur. A weir is thrown across the Betwa about 15 Roman 1000 from Jhansi town, whence a canal 168 Roman 1000 long takes off, irrigating 106,000 acres of the Jalon district. Similar works have been carried out elsewhere on the river. Budent François Sulpice, 17,871,850, French mineralogist and geologist, was born at Paris on the 5th of September 1787. He was educated at the École Polytechnique and École Normale, and in 1811 was appointed professor of mathematics at the Lycée of Avignon. Thence he was called in 1813 to the Lycée of Marseille to fill the post of professor of physics. In the following year, the Royal Mineralogical Cabinet was committed to his charge to be conveyed into England, and from that time, his attention was directed principally towards geology and cognate sciences. In 1817, he published a paper on the phenomena of crystallization, treating especially of the variety of forms assumed by the same mineral substance. In 1818, he undertook at the expense of the French government a geological journey through Hungary, and the results of his researches, Voyage minéralogique et géologique en Hongrie, 3 vols 4-2, with atlas published in 1822, established for him a European reputation. In 1820, he was appointed to the professorship of mineralogy in the Paris Faculty of Sciences and afterwards became Inspector General of the university. He subsequently published treatises on physics and on mineralogy and geology, and died on the 10th of December 1850. Bugnot Jacques-Claude Count, 17,611,835, French politician, was born at Barcer, a magistrate under the old regime. He was elected deputy to the Legislative Assembly, 1791, then to the convention he was involved in the proscription of the Girondists and imprisoned until the 9th Thermidor. He next entered into relations with the family of Bonaparte, and in 1799, after the 18th Brumaire again, entered politics, becoming successively prefect of the Lower Seine, Councillor of State and Finance Minister, to Jerome Bonaparte, King of Westphalia. In 1808, Bugnot, who had meanwhile been appointed administrator of the Duchy of Burg-Cleves, received the Cross of Officer of the Legion of Honor. With the title of Count, he returned to France in 1813, after the Battle of Leipzig, and was made prefect of the Department of Nord in 1814. He was a member of the Provisional Government as Minister of the Interior, and by Louis Roman 18, he was named Director General of Police and afterwards Minister of Marine. He followed Louis to Ghent during the 100 Days, and became 830 for one of his confidants. He contributed to draw up Louis' Charter, and in his memoirs boasted of having furnished the text of the proclamation addressed by the king to the French people before his return to France. But it is known now that it was another text that was adopted. Lacking the support of the ultra-royalists, he was given the title of Minister of State without portfolio, which was equivalent to a retirement-elected deputy. He attached himself to the moderate party and defended the liberty of the press in 1830. One Louis Philippe made him a peer of France and Director General of Manufactures and Commerce. He died on the 24th of June, 1835. His son Auguste Arthur Bugnot, 17,971,865, was an historian and scholar who published an essay sur les institutions de Saint Louis 1821, Histoire de la destruction du paganisme, and Occident 2 vols 1885, and edited the Olim of the Parlement of Paris, the Assizes of Jerusalem, and the Caudums de Beauvoisis of Philippe de Beaumanoir. He was a member of the Chamber of Peers under Louis Philippe, and opposed Villemein's plan for freedom of education. After 1848, he maintained the same role, acting as reporter of the L'Oeil Folio. He retired from public life after the coup d'état of Napoleon Roman III, and died on the 15th of March, 1865. The memoirs of Jérôme 100 Bugnot were published by his grandson Count Albert Bugnot, 2nd ed. Paris, 1868, ch. Wallonalogues académiques 1882, and E. de Gian, un préfet du consulat, Jérôme 100 Bugnot, Paris, 1907. Buell Charles Ernest, 18,261,874, French archaeologist and politician, was born at Saumur on the 29th of June, 1826. He was educated at the École Normale, and after having held the professorship of rhetoric at Moulins, for a year was sent to Athens in 1851. As one of the professors in the École Francaise there, he had the good fortune to discover the Propolia of the Acropolis, and his work El Acropole de Athens, 2nd ed. 1863, was published by order of the Minister of Public Instruction. On his return to France, promotion and distinctions followed rapidly upon his first successes. He was made Doctor of Letters, Chevalier of the Legion of Honor, Professor of Archaeology at the Bibliothèque Impériale, member of the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, and perpetual secretary of the Académie des Beaux-Arts. He took great interest in political affairs, with which the last few years of his life were entirely occupied. Elected a member of the National Assembly in 1871, he zealously supported the Orleanist party. In May-November 1873, he was Minister of the Interior in the Broglie Ministry. He died by his own hand on the 4th of April 1874. His other important works are Études sur la Peloponnèse, 2nd ed. 1875, Les Monuments d'Athènes, 1858, L'architecture au siècle de Pisistrate, 1860, Fouilles, à Carthage, 1861. Buell was also the author of Haecles, popular works on artistic and historical subjects, Histoire de l'art grec avant Pericles, 2nd ed. 1870, Le Prox des Césars, 18,671,870, in 4 parts. Auguste sa famille, et ses amis Tiber, et l'héritage d'Auguste, le sang de Germanicus Titus, et sa dynastie. See Ideville. Monsieur Buell, Souvenirs personnels, 1874. Buononville, Pierre de Ruel Marquis, de 17,521,821, French general after service in the colonies. He married a wealthy Creole, and returning to France purchased the post of lieutenant of the Swiss Guard of the Count of Provence. During the Revolution, he was named lieutenant general and took an active part in the battles of Valmy and Jemmapes. Minister of War. In February 1793, he denounced his old commander Roman 100 F. Dumouriez to the Convention, and was one of the 4 deputies sent to watch him, given over by him to the Austrians. On the 3rd of April 1793, Buononville was not exchanged until November 1795, He entered the service again, commanded the armies of the Sambre Meuse and of the North, and was appointed Inspector of Infantry of the Army of England. In 1798, in 1800, he was sent as ambassador to Berlin in 1802, to Madrid. Napoleon made him a senator and Count of the Empire in 1814. He was a member of the provisional government, organized after the abdication of Napoleon, and was created a peer of France during the Hundred Days. He followed Louis Roman XVIII to Ghent, and after the Second Restoration was made Marquis and Marshal of France. See Achaque les Guerres de la Révolution, Paris, 1886. Buste Friedrich Ferdinand von 18,090, 1886, Austrian statesman, was descended from a noble family, which had originally sprung from the Mark of Brandenburg, and of which one branch had been for over 300 years settled in Saxony. He was born on the 13th of January 1809 in Dresden, where his father held office at the Saxon court. After studying at Leipzig and Göttingen, he entered the Saxon public service in 1836. He was made Secretary of Legation at Berlin, and afterwards held appointments at Paris, Munich, and London. In March 1848, he was summoned to Dresden to take the office of Foreign Minister, but in consequence of the outbreak of the revolution was not appointed. In May, he was appointed Saxon envoy at Berlin, and in February 1849 was again summoned to Dresden and this time appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs, an office which he continued to hold till 1866. In addition to this, he held the Ministry of Education and Public Worship from 1849 to 1853, that of Internal Affairs in 1853, and in the same year was appointed Minister-President from the time that he entered the ministry. He was, however, the leading member of it, and he was chiefly responsible for the events of 1849. By his advice, the king refused to accept the constitution proclaimed by the Frankfurt Parliament, a policy which led to the outbreak of revolution in Dresden, which was suppressed after 4 days fighting by Prussian troops, for whose assistance Buste had asked. On Buste fell also the chief responsibility for governing the country after order was restored, and he was the author of the so-called coup d'état of June 1850, by which the new constitution was overthrown. The vigor he showed in repressing all resistance to the government, especially that of the university, and in reorganizing the police made him one of the most unpopular men among the liberals, and his name became synonymous with the worst form of reaction. But it is not clear that the attacks on him were justified after this. He was chiefly occupied with foreign affairs, and he soon became one of the most conspicuous figures in German politics. He was the leader of that party, which hoped to maintain the independence of the smaller states, and was the opponent of all attempts on the part of Prussia to attract them into a separate union. In 18,491,850, he had been obliged to join the Three Kings Union of Prussia, Hanover, and Saxony, but he was careful to keep open a loophole for withdrawal, of which he speedily availed himself. In the crisis of 1851, Saxony was on the side of Austria, and he supported the restoration of the Diet of the Confederation. In 1854, he took part in the Bamberg conferences, in which the smaller German states claimed the right to direct their own policy independent of that of Austria or of Prussia, and he was the leading supporter of the idea of the Trias Roman I, that the smaller states should form a closer union among themselves against the preponderance of the great monarchies. In 1863, he came forward as a warm supporter of the claims of the Prince of Augustenburg to Schleswig-Holstein. See Schleswig-Holstein question. He was the leader of the party in the German Diet, which refused to recognize the settlement of the Danish question, effected in 1852 by the Treaty of London, and in 1864 he was appointed representative of the Diet at the Congress of London. He was thus thrown into opposition to the policy of Bismarck, and he was exposed to violent attacks in the Prussian press as a particularist Roman I, a supporter of the independence of the smaller states. The expulsion of the Saxon troops from Rendsburg nearly led to a conflict with Prussia. Buste was accused of having brought about the War of 1866, but the responsibility for this must rest with Bismarck. On the outbreak of war, Buste accompanied the king to Prague and thence to Vienna, where they were received by the emperor with the news of Königgrätz. Buste undertook a mission to Paris to procure the help of Napoleon when the terms of peace were discussed. He resigned, for Bismarck refused to negotiate with him. After the victory of Prussia, there was no place for Buste in 835 Germany, and his public career seemed to be closed. but he quite unexpectedly received an invitation from the Emperor of Austria to become his foreign minister. It was a bold decision for Buste. Was not only a stranger to Austria, but also a Protestant, but the choice of the emperor justified itself. Buste threw himself into his new position with great energy. It was owing to him that the negotiations with Hungary were brought to a successful issue. When difficulties came, he went himself to Budapest and acted directly with the Hungarian leaders in 1867. He also held the position of Austrian minister-president, and he carried through the measures by which parliamentary government was restored. He also carried on the negotiations with the Pope concerning the repeal of the Concordat, and in this matter also did much by a liberal policy to relieve Austria from the pressure of institutions, which had checked the development of the country. In 1868, after giving up his post as minister-president, he was appointed chancellor of the empire and received the title of count. His conduct of foreign affairs, especially in the matter of the Balkan states and Crete, successfully maintained the position of the empire. In 1869, he accompanied the emperor on his expedition to the east. He was still, to some extent, influenced by the anti-Prussian feeling he had brought from Saxony. He maintained a close understanding with France, and there can be little doubt that he would have welcomed an opportunity in his new position of another struggle with his old rival Bismarck. In 1867, however, he helped to bring the affair of Luxembourg to a peaceful termination in 1870. He did not disguise his sympathy for France and the failure of all attempts to bring about an intervention of the powers joined to the action of Russia in denouncing the Treaty of Paris, was the occasion of his celebrated saying that he was nowhere able to find Europe after the war was over. He completely accepted the new organization of Germany. As early as December 1870, he had opened a correspondence with Bismarck, with a view to establishing a good understanding with Germany. Bismarck accepted his advances with alacrity, and the new Entente which Buste announced to the Austro-Hungarian delegations in July 1871 was sealed in August by a friendly meeting of the two old rivals and enemies at Gastein. In 1871, Buste interfered at the last moment together with Andressy to prevent the emperor accepting the federalist plans of Hohenwart. He was successful, but at the same time he was dismissed from office. The precise cause for this is not known, and no reason was given him at his own request. He was appointed Austrian ambassador at London in 1878. He was transferred to Paris in 1882. He retired from public life. He died at his villa at Altenburg near Vienna on the 24th of October 1886, leaving two sons, both of whom entered the Austrian diplomatic service. His wife, a Bavarian lady, survived him only a few weeks. His elder brother Friedrich Constantin, 18,061,891, who was at the head of the Saxon Department for Mines, was the author of several works on mining and geology, a subject in which other members of the family had distinguished themselves. Buste was in many ways a diplomatist of the old school. He had great social gifts and personal graces. He was proud of his proficiency in the lighter arts of composing waltzes and vers de société. His chief fault was vanity, but it was an amiable weakness. It was more vanity than rancor which made him glad to appear even in later years as the great opponent of Bismarck. And if he cared too much for popularity and was very sensitive to neglect the saying attributed to Bismarck, that if his vanity were taken away, there would be nothing left, is very unjust. He was apt to look more to the form than the substance, and attached too much importance to the verbal victory of a well-written dispatch. But when the opportunity was given him, he showed higher qualities. In the crisis of 1849, he displayed considerable courage and never lost his judgment even in personal danger. If he was defeated in his German policy, it must be remembered that Bismarck held all the good cards, and in 1866, Saxony was the only one of the smaller states which entered on the war with an army properly equipped and ready at the moment. That he was no mere reactionary. The whole course of his government in Saxony, and still more in Austria, shows his Austrian policy has been much criticized on the ground that in establishing the system of dualism he gave too much to Hungary and did not really understand Austrian affairs, and the Austro-Hungarian crisis during the early years of the present century has given point to this view. Yet it remains the fact that in a crisis of extraordinary difficulty, he carried to a successful conclusion a policy which, even if it was not the best imaginable, was probably the best attainable in the circumstances. Buste was the author of Reminiscences aus drei Vierteljahrhundert, 2 vols Stuttgart, 1887, English trans, edited by Baron H. de Worms, and he also wrote a shorter work Erinnerungen zu Erinnerungen Leipzig, 1881, in answer to attacks made on him by his former colleague Herr Roman 5 Frieseri in his Reminiscences. See also Ebeling FF Graf Roman 5 Bust Leipzig 1876, a full and careful account of his political career, especially up to 1866, diplomatic sketches no one Count Bust by outsider Baron Karl Roman 5 Malordy Flaith Geschicht van Saxon Val Roman 3 Gotha 1877, Friesen Erinnerungen aus Meinem, Leben Dresden 1880. J.W. He. Beuthen or Niederbüthen, a town of Germany in the north of Prussian Silesia on the Oder, the capital of the mediatized Principality of Karelath Buthen Pop, 1930-164. The chief industries of the place are stroplading boat building, and the manufacture of pottery, and a considerable traffic is carried on by means of the river. Beuthen or Oberbüthen, a town of Germany in the extreme southeast of Prussian Silesia, on the railway between Breslau and Krakow, 121 Roman 1000 SC, of the former Pop, 1905 60,078. It is the center of the mining district of Upper Silesia, and its population is mainly engaged in such operations, and in iron and zinc smelting. Beuthen is an old town, and was formerly the capital of the Bohemian Duchy of Beuthen, which in 1620 was ultimately granted, as a free lordship of the empire, to Lazarus Baron Henkel von Donnersmarck, by the Emperor Ferdinand Roman II, and parts of which now mediatized are held by two branches of the Counts Henkel von Donnersmarck. Bevel from an OFR word cf mod, bivow a joiner's instrument, the inclination of one surface of a solid body, to another also any angle other than a right angle, and particularly in joinery, the angle to which a piece of timber has to be cut. The mechanic's instrument known as a bevel consists of a rule with two arms so jointed as to be adjustable to any angle in heraldry. A bevel is an angular break in a line. Bevelment, as a term of crystallography, means the replacement of an edge of a crystal by two planes equally inclined to the adjacent planes. As an architectural term, bevel is a sloped or canted edge given to a sill or horizontal course of stone, but is more frequently applied to the canted edges worked round the projecting bands of masonry, which for decorative purposes are employed on the quoins of walls or windows, and in some cases with vertical joints cover the whole wall when the outer face of the stone band is left rough so that it forms what is known as rusticated masonry. The description would be beveled, and rusticated, the term, is sometimes applied to the splaying of the edges of a window on the outside, but the wide expansion made inside in order to admit more light is known as a splay. Beverly William Roxby, 18,140,1889, 1889, English artist and scene painter, was born at Richmond, Surrey, about 1814, the son of William Roxby, an actor-manager, who had assumed the name of Beverly. His four brothers and his sister all entered the theatrical profession, and Beverly soon became both actor and scene painter. In 1830, his father and his brothers took over the old Durham circuit, and he joined them to play heavy comedy for several seasons. Besides painting scenery, his work was first seen in 1831 in London, for the pantomime Baron Munchausen, at the Victoria Theatre, which was being managed by his brother Henry. He was appointed scenic director for the Covent Garden operas in 1853. In 1854, he entered the service of the Drury Lane Theatre under the management of E.T. Smith, and for 30 years continued to produce 836 wonderful scenes for the pantomimes, besides working for Covent Garden and a number of other theatres. In 1851, he executed part of a great diorama of Jerusalem and the Holy Land, and produced dioramic views of the ascent of Mont Blanc exhibited at the Egyptian Hall, Piccadilly, and in 1884, panorama of the Lakes of Killarney. He was a frequent exhibitor of sea pictures at the Royal Academy, from 1865 to 1880. In 1884, failing eyesight put an end to his painting. He died in comparative poverty at Hampstead on the 17th of May, 1889. He was the last of the old school of one-surface painters, and famed for the wonderful atmospheric effects he was able to produce, although he was skilled in all the mechanical devices of the stage, and painted in 1881 scenery for Michael Strogoff at the Adelphi, in which for the first time in England, the still life of the stage was placed in harmony with the background. He was strongly opposed to the new school of scene builders. Beverley, a market town and municipal borough in the Holderness parliamentary division of the East Riding of Yorkshire, England, 8 Roman 1000 NNW of Hull, by a branch of the Northeastern Railway Pop, 1901 13183. It lies in a level country, east of the line of slight elevations known as the Wolds near the River Hull, and has communication by canal with Hull. The Church of St. John the Evangelist, commonly called Beverley Minster, is a magnificent building, exceeding in size and splendor some of the English cathedrals. A monastery was founded here by John of Beverley Roman, 100,721, a native of the East Riding who was bishop successively of Hexham and of York, and was canonized in 1037. A college of secular canons followed in the 10th century, the provostship of which subsequently became an office of high dignity, and was held by Thomas Becket afterwards, Archbishop of Canterbury. Of the existing building, the easternmost bay of the nave, the transepts with east and west aisles, the choir with aisles and short transepts, and the Lady Chapel are early English, a superb example of the finest development of that style. The remainder of the nave is decorated excepting the westernmost bay, which is perpendicular, as is the ornate west front with its graceful flanking towers. The north porch is also a beautiful example of this style. The most noteworthy details within the church are the exquisite early English staircase which led to the chapter house no longer remaining, and the Percy tomb, a remarkable example of decorated work, commemorating a leaner wife of Henry Percy Roman 500. The Church of St. Mary is a cruciform building with central tower, almost entirely of decorated and perpendicular work, though overshadowed by the presence of the minster. It is yet a very fine example of its styles, its most noteworthy features being the tower and the west front. Beverley was walled, and one gate of the 15th century remains. There are also some picturesque old houses. The industries are tanning, iron founding, brewing, and the manufacture of chemicals, and there is a large agricultural trade. Beverley is the seat of a suffragan bishop in the Diocese of York. The municipal borough is under a mayor, 6 aldermen, and 18 councillors, and has an area of 2404 acres, including a large extent of common pasture land. Beverley Beverlack is said to be on the site of a British settlement. Evidently, a church had existed there before 704, since in that year it was restored by St. John of Beverley, who also founded a monastery there, and was himself buried in the church in the devastation of the north of England, which followed the conquest. Beverley is said to have escaped by a miracle attributed to St. John the Norman leader. While about to enter and pillage, the church fell from his horse dead, and the king, thinking this a sign that the town was under the protection of heaven, exempted it from pillage from the time of St. John of Beverley until the dissolution of the monasteries. The manor and town of Beverley belonged to the Archbishopric of York, and is said to have been held under a charter of liberties supposed to have been granted by King Thelstan in 925. This charter, besides other privileges, is said to have granted sanctuary in Beverley, and the Luga over which this privilege extended was afterwards shown to include the whole town. Confirmations of Thelstan's charter were granted by Edward the Confessor and other succeeding kings. In the reign of Henry Roman I, Thurston, Archbishop of York, gave the burgesses their first charter, which is one of the earliest granted to any town in England. In it he granted them the same privileges as the citizens of York, among these being a guild merchant and freedom from toll throughout the whole of Yorkshire, with right to take it at all the markets and fairs in their town, except at the 3 principal fairs, the toll of which belonged to the archbishop. In 1200, King John granted the town a new charter for which the burgesses had to pay 500 marks. Other charters, generally confirming the first, were granted to the town by most of the early kings. The Incorporation Charter, granted by Queen Elizabeth in 1573, was confirmed by Charles Roman I in 1629, and Charles Roman II in 1663, and renewed by James Roman II on his accession. Parliamentary representation by 2 members began in the reign of Edward Roman I, but lapsed until the Corporation Charter of 1573, from which date it continued, until the Reform Act of 1867, in 15,541,555. Queen Mary granted the 3 fairs on the feasts of St. John, the Confessor, the Translation of St. John, and the Nativity of St. John the Baptist, together with the weekly markets on Wednesday and Saturday, which had been held by the Archbishops of York. By traditional grant of Edward, the Confessor, to the burgesses of the town. Clothweaving was one of the chief industries of Beverley. It is mentioned, and appears to have been important as early as 1315. See Victoria County History, Yorkshire, G. Palson, Beverlack, Antiquities and History of Beverley, and of the Provostry Roman 100 of St. John's, 2 vols, 1829, G. Oliver, Roman 500 History and Antiquities of Beverley, Roman 1,001,829. Beverly, a seaboard city of Essex County, Massachusetts, USA, situated on the end shore of Massachusetts Bay opposite Salem. It is 18 Roman 1000 from Boston on the Boston Main Railway POP, 1890 10,821, 1900 13,800, 84 of whom 2814 were foreign-born 1910 census, 18,650. The land area of the city is about 15 SQ Roman 1000. The surface is the typical glacial topography, with a few low rocky hills, less than 100 ft in height. There are beautiful drives through well-wooded districts, studded with handsome summer houses in the city, are a public library, the Beverly Hospital, the New England Industrial School for Deaf-Mutes organized 1876, incorporated 1870, and the Beverly Historical Society, 1891, which owns a large colonial house in which there is a valuable historical collection. The city has an excellent public school system. There are a number of manufacturing establishments. In 1905, the total factory product of the city was valued at 4,101,168 boots and shoes, accounting for more than one half of the total leather and shoe machinery, also are important manufacturers. And the main plant of the United Shoe Machinery Corporation is located here. Market gardening is a considerable industry, and large quantities of vegetables are raised under glass for the Boston market's. Fishing is an industry no longer of much importance. Beverly is connected by a regular line of oil steamers with Port Arthur, Texas, and is the main distributing point for the Texas oil fields. The first settlement within the limits of Beverly was made by Roger Canant in 1626. The town was a part of Salem until 1668, when it was incorporated as a separate township in 1894. It was chartered as a city in 1788. There was established here the first cotton mill to be successfully operated in the United States. The manufacture of Britannia, where was begun in 1812. George Cabot lived for many years in Beverly, which he represented in the Provincial Congress, 1779. Nathan Dane, 17,521,835, was also a resident, and it was the birthplace of Wilson Flagg, 18,051,880, for the author of Studies in the Field and Forest, 1857, The Woods and Byways of New England, 1872, The Birds and Seasons of New England, 1875, and A Year with the Birds, 1881. It was also the birthplace and early home of Lucy Larcom, 18,261,893, and the scene of much of her story of a New England girlhood, Boston, 1889. Bevis of Hampton, the name of an English metrical romance. Bevis is the son of Guy, Count of Hampton, Southampton, and his young wife, a daughter of the King of Scotland. The Countess asks a former suitor, Dune, or Devoun Emperor of Almain, Germany, to send an army to murder Guy. In the forest, the plot is successful, and she marries Dune. When threatened with future vengeance by her 10-year-old son, she determines to make away with him also, but he is saved from death by a faithful tutor, is sold to heathen pirates, and reaches the court of King Herman, whose realm is variously placed in Egypt and Armenia, Armorica. The exploits of Bevis, his love for the king's daughter Josiane, his mission to King Bradmond of Damascus, with a sealed letter demanding his own death, his 837 imprisonment, his final vengeance on his stepfather, are related in detail. After succeeding to his inheritance, he is however driven into exile and separated from Josiane, to whom he is reunited only after each of them has contracted in form only a second union. The story also relates the hero's death and the fortunes of his two sons. The oldest extant version appears to be Boève de Hampton, an Anglo-Norman text which dates from the first half of the 13th century. The English metrical romance Surbues of Hamptown is founded on some French original, varying slightly from those which have been preserved. The oldest MS dates from the beginning of the 14th century. The French chanson de geste Buve de Handstone was followed by numerous prose versions. The printed editions of the story were most numerous in Italy, where Bovo di Antona was the subject of more than one poem, and the tale was interpolated in the Reali di Francia, the Italian compilation of Carolingian legend. Although the English version that we possess is based on a French original, it seems probable that the legend took shape on English soil in the 10th century, and that it originated with the Danish invaders. Dune may be identified with the Emperor Otto the Great, who was the contemporary of the English King Edgar of the story R. Zenker. Boève Amlethus Berlin and Leipzig 1904 establishes a close parallel between Bevis and the Hamlet legend as related by Saxo Grammaticus in the Historia Danica. Among the more obvious coincidences which point to a common source, are the vengeance taken on a stepfather for a father's death, the letter bearing his own death warrant which is entrusted to the hero and his double marriage. The motive of the feigned madness is however lacking in Bevis. The princess, who is Josian's rival, is less ferocious than the Hermithruder of the Hamlet legend, but she threatens Bevis with death if he refuses her. Both seem to be modeled on the type of Theodo of the Beowulf legend, a fanciful etymology connecting Bevis Boev with Beowulf on the ground that both were dragon slayers is inadmissible. Bibliography: The Romance of Sir Buse of Hamtown, edited from 6 MSS, and the edition without date of Richard Pinson, by E. Kolbing. Early Eng text, Soch, 188,518,861,890. 4. A Stimming der Anglo-Normanisch Boev de Hamtown, in H. Suchers, Bibel Norm Vol Roman 7 Halle 1899. The Welsh version with a translation is given by R. Williams. Selections of the Hengwit MSS Vol Roman 2 London 1892. The Old Norse version by G. Setterskjold Fornsager Sutherlanda, Lund 1880. For a Wesolowski zum Russischen, Bovo D. Antona in Archive für Slav Phil Vol Roman 8 1885. For the early printed editions of the Romance in English, French, and Italian, C. G. Brunet, Manuel du Libraire S. Roman 10, Bevis Bufuse and Buove. 1. On double marriage in early Romance, C. G. Paris La Legende du Mari, Aux du Femmes, in La Poésie du Moyen, Age 2nd Series, Paris 1895. And A Nut the Lie of a Liduc, C. in Folklore Vol Roman 30, 1892. Bodley, a market town and municipal borough in the Bodley Parliamentary Division of Worcestershire, England, 137 Roman 1000 N.W. by W. from London, and 1714, N. by W. from Worcester by rail Pop 1901-2866. The Worcester-Shrewsbury line of the Great Western is here joined by lines east from Birmingham and west from Tenbury. Bodley is pleasantly situated on the sloping right bank of the Severn. On the eastern border of the Forest of Wyre, a bridge by Telford 1797 crosses the river. A free grammar school founded in 1590. One was refounded by James Roman I in 1606, and possesses a large library bequeathed in 1812. The town manufactures combs and horn goods, brass and iron, wears leather, malt, bricks, and ropes. The town is governed by a mayor, 4 aldermen, and 12 councillors. Area 2105 acres. Bodley Roman 1 E. Beaulieu is probably referred to in the Domesday Survey as another Ribsford, and was held by the king. The manor, then called Bellis Locus or Beaulieu, on account of its beautiful situation, was afterwards granted to the Mortimers, in whose family it continued until it was merged in the crown on the accession of Edward Roman IV. It is from this time that Bodley dates its importance. Through its situation on the Severn, it was connected with the sea, and in 1250, a bridge, the only one between it and Worcester, was built across the river, and added greatly to the commerce of the town. From Edward Roman IV, Bodley received its charter in 1472, and there appears to be no evidence that it was a borough before this time. Other charters were granted in 1605, 1685, and 1708. By James Roman I's charter, the burgesses sent 1 member to Parliament, and continued to do so until 1885. A fair and a market on Wednesday were granted by Edward Roman III in 1373 to his granddaughter Philippa, wife of Edmund Mortimer, and confirmed to Richard, Duke of York, by Henry Roman VI. Edward Roman IV also granted the burgesses a market on Saturdays, and 3 fairs, which were confirmed to them by Henry Roman VII. Coal mines were worked in Bodley as early as 1669, and the town was formerly noted for making caps. Bewick Thomas, 17,530,1828, English wood engraver, was born at Cherryburn near Newcastle-on-Tyne in August 1753. His father rented a small colliery at Micklebank and sent his son to school at Mickley. He proved a poor scholar, but showed at a very early age a remarkable talent for drawing. He had no tuition in the art, and no models save natural objects. At the age of 14, he was apprenticed to Mr. Bailby, an engraver in Newcastle. In his office, Bewick engraved on wood for Dr. Hutton a series of diagrams illustrating a treatise on mensuration. He seems thereafter to have devoted himself entirely to engraving on wood, and in 1775 he received a premium from the Society for the Encouragement of Arts and Manufactures for a woodcut of the Huntsman and the Old Hound. In 1784 appeared his select fables. The engravings, in which, though far surpassed by his later productions, were incomparably superior to anything that had yet been done in that line. The quadrupeds appeared in 1790, and his great achievement, that with which his name is inseparably associated, The British Birds was published from 17,971,800 for Bewick, from his intimate knowledge of the habits of animals acquired during his constant excursions into the country, was thoroughly qualified to do justice to his great task of his other productions, the engravings for Goldsmith's Traveller and Deserted Village, for Parnell's Hermit for Somerville's Chase, and for the collection of fables of Aesop and others may be specially mentioned. Bewick was for many years in partnership with his former master, and in later life had numerous pupils, several of whom gained distinction. As engravers he died on the 8th of November 1828. His autobiography Memoirs of Thomas Bewick by himself appeared in 1862. Bexhill, a municipal borough and watering place in the Rye Parliamentary Division of Sussex, England, 62 Roman 1000 SE, by S. from London on the London-Brighton south coast, and the Southeastern Chatham Railways Pop 1891-52, 06-1901 12213, the ancient village with the Norman and early English church of St. Peter lies inland, on the slope of the low hills fringing the coast, but the watering place on the shore has developed very rapidly since about 1884 owing to the exertions of Earl de la Warre, who owns most of the property. It has a marine parade pier, golf links, and the usual appointments of a seaside resort, while the climate is bracing, and the neighboring country Pleasant Bexhill was incorporated in 1902, the corporation consisting of a mayor, 6 aldermen, and 18 councillors, area 13 acres. Bexley Nicholas Vansittart, Baron, 17,661,851, English politician, was the 5th son of Henry Vansittart, Roman 500 Governor of Bengal, and was born in London on the 29th of April 1766. Educated at Christ Church, Oxford, he took his degree in 1787 and was called to the bar at Lincoln's Inn in 1791. He began his public career by writing pamphlets in defense of the administration of William Pitt, especially on its financial side, and in May 1796 became Member of Parliament for Hastings, retaining his seat until July 1802, when he was returned for Old Sarum in February 1801. He was sent on a diplomatic errand to Copenhagen, and shortly after his return was appointed Joint Secretary to the Treasury, a position which he retained until the resignation of Addington's ministry in April 1804, owing to the influence of his friend Ernest, Duke of Cumberland. He became Secretary for Ireland under Pitt in January 1805, resigning his office in the following September with Addington, now Viscount Sidmouth. He joined the government of Fox and Grenville as Secretary to the Treasury in February 1806, leaving office with Sidmouth just before the fall of the ministry in March 8,380,1807. During these and the next few years, Vansittart's reputation as a financier was gradually rising. In 1809, he proposed and carried without opposition in the House of Commons 38 resolutions on financial questions, and only his loyalty to Sidmouth prevented him from joining the cabinet of Spencer Perceval as Chancellor of the Exchequer in October 1809. He opposed an early resumption of cash payments in 1811 and became Chancellor of the Exchequer when the Earl of Liverpool succeeded Perceval in May 1812. Having forsaken Old Sarum, he had represented Helston from November 1806 to June 1812, and after being member for East Grinstead for a few weeks was returned for Harwich in October 1812. When Vansittart became Chancellor of the Exchequer, the country was burdened with heavy taxation and an enormous debt. Nevertheless, the continuance of the war compelled him to increase the custom duties and other taxes, and in 1813 he introduced a complicated scheme for dealing with the sinking fund. In 1816, after the conclusion of peace, a large decrease in taxation was generally desired, and there was a loud outcry when the Chancellor proposed only to reduce, not to abolish, the property or income tax. The abolition of this tax, however, was carried in Parliament, and Vansittart was also obliged to remit the extra tax on malt, meeting a large deficiency. Principally by borrowing, he devoted considerable attention to effecting real or supposed economies with regard to the national debt. He carried an elaborate scheme for handing over the payment of naval and military pensions to contractors who would be paid a fixed annual sum for 4 to 5 years. But no one was found willing to undertake this contract, although a modified plan on the same lines was afterwards adopted. Vansittart became very unpopular in the country, and he resigned his office in December 1822. His system of finance was severely criticized by Huskisson, Tierney, Brougham, Hume, and Ricardo. On his resignation, Liverpool offered Vansittart the post of Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Accepting this offer in February 1823, he was created Baron Bexley in March, and granted a pension of 3,000 a year. He resigned in January 1828. In the House of Lords, Bexley took very little part in public business, although he introduced the Spitalfields Weavers' Bill in 1823 and voted for the removal of Roman Catholic disabilities in 1824. He took a good deal of interest in the British and foreign Bible mission, the Church Missionary Society, and kindred bodies, and assisted to found King's College London. He died at Foots Cray, Kent on the 8th of February 1851. His wife, whom he married in July 1806, was Isabella Roman 500, daughter of William Eden, 1st Baron Auckland, and as he had no issue the title became extinct on his death. There are 9 volumes of Vansittart's papers in the British Museum. See Spencer Walpole History of England, London 1890 S. Roman 100 Buxton Finance and Politics, London 1888. Bexley, an urban district in the Dartford Parliamentary Division of Kent, England, 12 Roman 1000 SE, by E. of London, by the Southeastern Chatham Railway Pop, 1901, 12,918. Bexley, which is mentioned in Domesday Book, has had a church since the 9th century. The present Church of St. Mary is early English and later, with the rental of the manor of Bexley. William Camden, the antiquary, founded the ancient history professorship at Oxford Hall Place, which contains a fine Jacobean staircase. An oak-panelled hall is said to occupy the site of the dwelling place of the Black Prince. The course of Watling Street may be traced over Bexley Heath, where too there exist deep pits widening into vaults below and probably of British origin. Bey, a modern Turk word, the older form being beg cf pers, beg, the administrator of a district, now generally an honorific title. Throughout the Turkish Empire, the granting of this in Egypt is made by the Sultan of Turkey through the Khedive in Tunis. Bey has become the hereditary title of the reigning sovereigns. See Tunisia. Baybazar, the chief town of a kaza of the Angora Vilayet in Asiatic Turkey, situated on an affluent of the Sakarya Ank Sangarius, about 52 Roman 1000 W of Angora. It corresponds to the Ank Lagania, renamed Anastasiopolis, under the Emperor Anastasius 491,518, a bishopric by the 5th century. Its well-built wooden houses cover the slopes of 3 hills at the mouth of a gorge filled with fruit gardens and vineyards. The chief products are rice, cotton, and fruits. From Baybazar come the fine pears sold in Constantinople as Angora pears. Its muskmelons are equally esteemed. Its grapes are used only for a sweetmeat called cevizli, nutty fruit sausage. There are few remains of antiquity apart from numerous rock-cut chambers lining the banks of the stream Pop, about 4,000 to 5,000. Bale Marie Henry, 17,830, 1842, better known by his nom de plume of Stendhal, French author, was born at Grenoble on the 23rd of January 1783. With his father, who was an avocat in the Parliament of Grenoble, he was never on good terms. But his intractable disposition sufficiently explains his unhappy childhood and youth. Until he was 12 years old, he was educated by a priest who succeeded in inspiring him with a lasting hatred of clericalism. He was then sent to the newly established École Centrale at Grenoble, and in 1799 to Paris with a letter of introduction to the Daru family, with which the Bales were connected peer. Daru offered him a place in the Ministry for War, and with the brothers Daru, he followed Napoleon to Italy. Most of his time in Italy was spent at Milan, a city for which he conceived a lasting attachment. Much of his Chartreuse de Parme seems to be autobiographical of this part of his life. He was a spectator of the Battle of Marengo and afterwards enlisted in a dragoon regiment. With rapid promotion, he became adjutant to General Michaud. But after the Peace of Amiens in 1802, he returned to study in Paris. There he met an actress, Melanie Gilbert, whom he followed to Marseille. His father cut off his supplies on hearing of this escapade, and Bale was reduced to serving as clerk to a grocer. Melanie Gilbert, however, soon abandoned him to marry a Russian, and Bale returned to Paris through the influence of Daru. He obtained a place in the commissariat, which he filled with some distinction from 1806 to 1814. Charged with raising a levy in Brunswick of 5,000,000 francs, he extracted 7. And during the retreat from Moscow, he discharged his duties with efficiency. On the fall of Napoleon, he refused to accept a place under the new regime and retired to Milan, where he met Silvio Pellico Manzoni, Lord Byron, and other men of note at Milan. He contracted a liaison with a certain Angelina P., whom he had admired fruitlessly during his earlier residence in that city in 1814. He published under the pseudonym of Alexander César, Baumet his letters Écrits de Vienne, and Ulrich sur le célèbre compositeur. Joseph Haydn suivis d'une vie de Mozart, et de considerations sur Métastastes, et l'état présent de la musique. In Italy his letters on Haydn were borrowed from the Haydni 1812 of Joseph Carpani, and the section on Mozart had no greater claim to originality. The book was reprinted 1817, as Vies de Haydn Mozart, et Métastastes his Histoire de la peinture, en italic 2 vols 1817, was originally dedicated to Napoleon. His friendship with some Italian patriots brought him in 1821 under the notice of the Austrian authorities, and he was exiled from Milan in Paris. He felt himself a stranger, as he had never recognized French contemporary art in literature, music, or painting. He frequented, however, many literary salons in Paris, and found some friends in the ideologues who gathered round Destutt de Tracy. He was the most closely allied with Prosper Mérimée, a dilettante, and an ironist like himself. He published at this time his essay Sur l'Amour, 1822, of which only 17 copies were sold in 11 years, though it afterwards became famous. Racine, et Shakespeare, 18,230, 1825, Vie de Rossini, 1824, D'un Nouveau Complot Centre les Industriels, 1825, Promenades dans Rome, 1829, and his first novel Arments aux quelques scenes de Paris, in 1827, after the Revolution of 1830, he was appointed consul at Trieste, but the Austrian government refused to accept him, and he was sent to Civita Vecchia. Instead, Le Rouge et le Noir Chronique du siècle 2 vols 1830 appeared in Paris after his departure, but attracted 839 small notice. He had published in 1830 8 memoirs d'un touriste, and in 1839, La Chartreuse de Parme 2 vols, which was the last of his publications, and the first to secure any popular success, though his earlier writings had been regarded as significant by a limited public. It was enthusiastically reviewed by Balzac. In his Revue Parisienne 1840, Bayle remained at Civita Vecchia, discharging his duties as consul perfunctorily, and with frequent intervals of absence, until his death, which took place in Paris on the 23rd of March 1842. He wrote his own epitaph, one describing himself as a Milanese. His posthumous works include a fragmentary Vie de Napoleon, 1875, Mélanges d'art et de littérature, 1867, Chroniques Italiens, 1885, including El Abbas de Castro, La Senza Vittoria Cromboni, Vanina Vanini, La Duchesse de Pagliano, some of which has appeared separately. Romans et Nouvelles and Nouvelles, Inédites, 1855, Correspondence 2 vols, 1855, Lamel ed Roman 100, Striansky, 1889, his Journal, 18,011,814, ed Striansky, and F. Denian, 1888, of which the section dealing with the Russian and German campaigns is unfortunately lost. Vie de Henry Brulard, 1890, a disguised autobiography, chiefly the history of his numerous love affairs. Letters in Times, 1892, Lucien Lewin ed J. de Midi, 1894, Souvenirs de Godesme ed Roman 100, Striansky, 1892, autobiography and unpublished letters. Stendhal's reputation practically rests on the 2 novels Le Rouge et le Noir and La Chartreuse de Parme. In the former of these, he borrowed his plot from events which had actually happened some years previously. Julian Sorel in the novel is tutor in a noble family and seduces his pupil's mother. He eventually kills her to avenge a letter accusing him to the family of his betrothed Emile de la Mole. Julian is a picture of Bayle as he imagined himself to be. The Chartreuse de Parme has less unity of purpose than Le Rouge et le Noir. For its setting, the author drew largely on his own experiences. Fabric's experiences at Waterloo are his own in the Italian campaign, and the Countess Pietranera is his Milanese Angelina. But of the 2 novels, it is more picturesque, and has been more popular. Stendhal's real vogue dates from the early 60s, but his importance is essentially literary in spite of his egotism and the limitations of his ideas. His acute analysis of the motives of his personages has appealed to successive generations of writers, and a great part of the development of the French novel must be traced to him. Brunetière has pointed out Manual of French Lit. Entrans, 1898, that Stendhal supplied the Romanicists with the notion of the interchange of the methods and effects of poetry, painting, and music, and that in his worship of Napoleon he agreed with their glorification of individual energy. Stendhal, however, thoroughly disliked the Romanticists, though Sainte-Beuve acknowledged Causerie du Lundi vol. Roman 9, that his books gave ideas. Tain Essays de critique et d'histoire, 1857, found in him. Great psychologist Zola Romanciers Naturalists, 1881, actually claimed him as the father of the naturalist school, and Paul Birget Essays de Psychologie Contemporaine, 1883, cited Le Rouge et le Noir as one of the classic novels of analysis. The 1846 edition of La Chartreuse de Parme contains a prefatory notice by R. Colomb and a reprint of Balzac's article. In addition to the authorities already mentioned, see the essay on Bayle, 1850 by Prosper Merimée, A. A. Patten Henry Bayle, A Critical and Biographical Study, 1874, Adolphe Pop Histoire des œuvres de Stendhal, 1903, A Chuque Stendhal Bayle, 1902, a review by R. Daumic Review, des Dumons, February 1902, deprecating the excessive attention paid to Bayle's writings, and Edouard Rod Stendhal, 1892, in the Grands Écrivains Francais series. See also Correspondence de Stendhal, 18,001,842, with preface by Roman 1000 Bars, Paris, 1908. 1 Qui Gaius Arrigo Bayle, Milanese Viscris Am. Berich Heinrich Ernst von 18,151,896, German geologist, was born at Berlin on the 31st of August 1815, and educated at the university in that city and afterwards at Bonn, where he studied under Goldfuss and Nagarath. He obtained his degree of Ph. Roman 500 in 1837 at Berlin, and was subsequently employed in the Mineralogical Museum of the university, becoming director of the Paleontological Collection in 1857 and director of the museum in 1875. He was one of the founders of the German Geological Society in 1848. He early recognized the value of paleontology in stratigraphical work, and he made important researches in the Rhenish Mountains in the Harz and Alpine districts. In later years, he gave special attention to the tertiary strata, including the brown coal of North Germany. In 1854, he proposed the term Oligocene for certain tertiary strata, intermediate between the Eocene and Miocene, and the term is now generally adopted. In 1865, he was appointed professor of geology and paleontology in the Berlin University, where he was eminently successful as a teacher, and when the Prussian Geological Survey was instituted in 1873, he was appointed co-director with Wilhelm Hochkorn, 18,281,900. He published Beiträge zur Kenntnis der Versteinerungen des Rheinischen Übergangsgebirges, 1837, Über einige Böhmische Trilobite, 1845, Die Concilian des Norddeutschen Tertiärgebirges, 18,530, 1857. He died on the 9th of July, 1896. Beschlag Willibald, 18,230, 1900, German Protestant divine, was born at Frankfurt in Main on the 5th of September, 1823. He studied theology at Bonn and Berlin, 18,401,844. And in 1856 was appointed court preacher at Karlsruhe. In 1860, he moved to Halle as professor ordinarius of practical theology, a theologian of the mediating school. He became leader of the Mittelpartei, and with Albrecht Wolters founded as its organ the Deutsche Evangelische Blätter. As a representative of this party, he took a prominent part in the General Synods of 1875 and 1879. His championship of the rights of the laity and his belief in the autonomy of the Church led him to advocate the separation of church and state. He died at Halle on the 25th of November 1900. Among his numerous works are Die Christologie des Neuen Testaments, 1866, Der Altkatholicismus, 3 editions, 18,821,883, Leben Jesu 2 vols, 1885, 3rd ed., 1893, New Testamentliche Theologie 2 vols, 18,911,892, 2nd ed., 1896, Christenlehre, auf Grund des kleinen Luth Katechismus, 1900, and an autobiography aus meinem Leben, 2 parts, 18,961,898. C. P. Schaff, Living Divines, 1887, Lichtenberger Hist. Germtheol, 1889, Kalwer Zeller Kirchenlexikon. Beza de Bisset Theodore, 15,191,605, French theologian, son of Bailly Pierre de Bisset, was born at Vézelay, Burgundy, on the 24th of June, 1519, of good descent. His parents were known for generous piety. He owed his education to an uncle, Nicolas de Bisset, councillor of the Paris Parliament, who placed him 1529 under Melchior Walmer at Orleans, and later at Bourges Walmer, who had taught Greek to Calvin. Grounded Beza in Scripture from a Protestant standpoint. After his return to Germany, 1534, Beza studied law at Orleans, May 1535 to August 1539 beginning. Practice in Paris, 1539, as law licentiate. To this period belong his exercises in Latin verse, in the loose taste of the day, foolishly published by him as Juvenilia in 1548, Though not in orders, he held two benefices. A severe illness wrought a change. He married his mistress, Claude Desnoz, and joined the Church of Calvin at Geneva, October 1548. In November 1549, he was appointed Greek professor at Lausanne, where he acted as Calvin's adjutant in various publications, including his defense of the burning of Servetus de Hereticis, a civili magistratu. Puniendi's 1554. In 1558, he became professor in the Geneva Academy, where his career was brilliant. His conspicuous ability was shown in the abortive colloquy of Poissy, 1561. On Calvin's death, 1564, he became his biographer and administrative successor, as a historian Beza by. His chronological inexactitude has been the source of serious mistakes. As an administrator, he softened the rigor of Calvin. His editions and Latin versions of the New Testament had a marked influence on the English versions of Geneva, 1557 and 1560, and London, 1611. The famous Codex Roman 500 was presented by him, 1581, to Cambridge University, with a characteristically dubious account of the history of the manuscript. His works are very numerous, but of little moment, except those already mentioned. He resigned his offices in 1600 and died on the 13th of October, 1605. He had taken a second wife, 1588, Catherine del Piano, a widow, but left no issue. He was not the author of the Histoire ecclésiastique, 1580, sometimes ascribed 840 to him, nor probably of the vulgar skit, published under the name of Benedict Panavantius, 1551. See Langius de Vita et Moribus, 1585, Columnius, Anton Lafay de Vita, et Abitu, 1606, Eulogistic Schlosser, Leben, 1806, Baum th. Beza Portrait, 18,431,851, Hep. Leben, 1861. Go. Bezant or Byzant from Byzantium, the modern Constantinople, originally a Byzantine gold coin, which had a wide circulation throughout Europe up to about 1250. Its average value was about 9 shillings. Bezants were also issued in Flanders, and Spain's silver bezants in value from 1 to 2 shillings were in circulation in England in the 13th and 14th centuries. In Wycliffe's translation of the Bible, he uses the word for a talent. For example, in Luke Roman 15, in heraldry, bezants are represented by gold circles on the shield, and were introduced by the Crusaders. Bezanti in architecture, a name given to an ornamented molding much used in the Norman period, resembling the coins bezants struck in Byzantium. Bezborodko Alexander Andreevich, Prince, 17,471,799, Grand Chancellor of Russia, was born at Glachova on the 14th of March 1747, and educated at home, and in the clerical academy at Kiev. He entered the public service as a clerk in the office of Count P.A. Rumyantsev, then Governor-General of Little Russia, whom he accompanied to the Turkish War in 1768. He was present at the engagements of Larga and Kaluga, and at the storming of Silistria, on the conclusion of the Peace of Kuchuk-Kainarji, 1774, the field marshal recommended him to Catherine Roman II, and she appointed him in 1775 her petition secretary. He thus had the opportunity of impressing the Empress with his brilliant gifts, the most remarkable of which were exquisite manners, a marvelous memory, and a clear and pregnant style. At the same time, he set to work to acquire the principal European languages, especially French, of which he became a master. It was at this time that he wrote his historical sketches of the Tatar Wars and of Little Russia. His activity was prodigious, and Catherine called him her factotum in 1780. He accompanied her on her journey through White Russia, meeting the Emperor Joseph, who urged him to study diplomacy. On his return from a delicate mission to Copenhagen, he presented to the Empress a memorial on political affairs, which comprised the first plan of a partition of Turkey between Russia and Austria. This document was transmitted almost word for word to Vienna as the Russian proposals. He followed this up by epitomized historical information concerning Moldavia for these two state papers. He was rewarded with the posts of plenipotentiary for all negotiations in the Foreign Office and Postmaster General. From this time, he was inseparably associated with Catherine in all important diplomatic affairs. Though officially, he was the subordinate of the Vice-Chancellor Count Alexander Osterman. He wrote all the most important dispatches to the Russian ministers abroad, concluded and subscribed all treaties, and performed all the functions of a Secretary of State. He identified himself entirely with Catherine's political ideas, even with that of re-establishing the Greek Empire under her grandson Constantine the Empress, as usual, richly rewarded her comes with pensions and principalities. In 1786, he was promoted to the Senate, and it was through him that the Empress communicated her will to that august state declaration. In 1787, he accompanied Catherine on her triumphal progress through South Russia. In the capacity of Minister of Foreign Affairs at Kaniv, he conducted the negotiations with the Polish King Stanislaus Roman II, and at Novaya Kydania, he was in the Empress carriage when she received Joseph Roman II, the Second Turkish War, 178,792, and the war with Gustavus Roman 3,178,890, heaped fresh burdens on his already heavily laden shoulders, and he suffered from the intrigues of his numerous jealous rivals, including the Empress' latest favorite A Roman 1,000 Mammonov. All his efforts were directed towards the conclusion of the two oppressive wars by an honorable peace, the pause of Varela, with Gustavus Roman 314th of August 1790, was on the terms dictated by him. On the sudden death of Potemkin, he was dispatched to Yasi to prevent the peace congress there from breaking up, and succeeded in the face of all but insuperable difficulties in concluding a treaty exceedingly advantageous to Russia. 9th of January 1792. For this service, he received the thanks of the Empress, the ribbon of St. Andrew, and 50,000 rubles. On his return from Yasi, however, he found his confidential post of Secretary of Petitions occupied by the Empress. Last favorite PA Zubov, he complained of this diminution of his dignity to the Empress in a private memorial. In the course of 1793, the Empress reassured him by fresh honors and distinctions on the occasion of the solemn celebration of the Peace of Yasi, 2nd of September 1793, when she publicly presented him with a golden olive branch, encrusted with brilliants. Subsequently, Catherine reconciled him with Zubov, and he resumed the conduct of foreign affairs. He contributed more than any other man to bring about the downfall and the third partition of Poland, for which he was magnificently recompensed. But diplomacy by no means exhausted Bezborodko's capacity for work. He had a large share in the internal administration. Also, he reformed the post office, improved the banking system of Russia, regulated the finances, constructed roads, and united the Uniate and Orthodox churches. On the death of Catherine, the Emperor Paul entrusted Bezborodko with the examination of the late Empress' private papers, and shortly afterwards made him a prince of the Russian Empire, with a correspondingly splendid appanage on the retirement of Osterman. He received the highest dignity in the Russian Empire. That of Imperial Chancellor. Bezborodko was the only Russian minister who retained the favor of Paul to the last. During the last 2 years of his life, the control of Russia's diplomacy was entirely in his hands. His program at this period was peace with all the European powers, revolutionary France included, but the emperor's growing aversion from this pacific policy induced the astute old minister to attempt to seek safety in moral and physical repose. Paul, however, refused to accept his resignation, and would have sent him abroad for the benefit of his health had not a sudden stroke of paralysis prevented Bezborodko from taking advantage of his master's kindness. He died at St. Petersburg on the 6th of April 1799. In private life, Bezborodko was a typical Catharinian, corrupt, licentious, conscienceless, and self-seeking, but he was infinitely generous and affectionate, and spent his enormous fortune liberally. His banquets were magnificent, his collections of pictures and statues unique in Europe. He was the best friend of his innumerable poor relatives, and the Maecenas of all the struggling authors of his day. Sycophantic he might have been, but he was neither ungrateful nor vindictive. His patriotism is as indisputable as his genius. See Sbornik Collections of the Imperial Russian Historical Society Fr. and Russ Valls, 60,100, St. Petersburg, 18,701,904, Nikolai Ivanovich Grigorovich, the Chancellor A. Bezborodko, in connection with the events of his time, Ruse, St. Petersburg, 18,791,881. Tsar N.B. Bezel from an OFR word cf mod fr biso, basil, possibly connected with lat bis twice a sloping edge, as of a cutting tool, also known as basil in jewelry. The term is used for the oblique sides or faces of a gem, the rim, which secures the crystal of a watch in position or a jewel in its setting, and particularly the enlarged part of a ring on which the device is engraved. See ring. Béziers, a town of southern France, capital of an arrondissement in the department of Hérault, 47 Roman 1000 SW of Montpellier, by rail Pop, 1906, 46,262. Béziers is situated in a wine-growing district on a hill, on the left bank of the river Orbe, which is joined at this point by the Canal du Roman 1500. The Élysée Paul Riquet, named after the creator of the canal, occupy the center of Béziers and divide the old town with its maze of narrow and irregular streets from the new quarter to the east. They form a long and shady promenade, terminating at one end in the Place de la République, and the theater, the front of which is decorated with bas-reliefs by David Diengers 841, and at the other in a beautiful park. The Plateau des Poets, the most interesting portion of the town, is the extreme west where the old ramparts overlook the Orbe. Above them towers Saint-Nazaire, the finest of the churches of Béziers. It dates from the 12th to the 14th centuries, and is a good specimen of the ecclesiastical fortification common in southern France. Its chief artistic features are the rose window in the western façade and the stained glass and curious iron grilles of the choir windows, which belong to the 14th century, adjoining the south transept. There are Gothic cloisters of the 14th century. The Orbe is crossed by 4 bridges, the railway bridge, an ancient bridge of the 13th or 14th century, a modern bridge, and the fine aqueduct, by which the Canal du Midi is carried over the river about half a mile to the southwest of the town, are the locks of Fonserans, in which in 330 ids, the water of the canal descends 80 ft to reach the level of the Orbe. There are remains of a Roman arena which have been built into the houses of the Rue Saint-Jacques. Béziers is seat of a subprefect, and has tribunals of first instance and of commerce, communal colleges, and several learned societies. It is an agricultural market, and carries on an active trade in wine, brandy, fruit, leather, and sulfur. Its industries are chiefly connected with the wine trade, cask and cork making Roman 100, and there are important distilleries. It also has ironworks and tanneries. The Romans established a colony at Béziers, and it was the headquarters of the 7th Legion under the title of Bibirine Septiminorum. The present name occurs in the form Bissara as early as Festus Avienus, later 4th century. The town was completely destroyed in 1209 by the forces of Simon de Montfort in the Crusade against the Albigenses, on which occasion 20,000 persons were massacred. The walls were rebuilt in 1289, but the town again suffered severely in the civil and religious wars of the 16th century, and all its fortifications were destroyed in 1632. Bezique, probably from Span Basico, little kiss, in allusion to the meeting of the queen, and knave, an important feature in the game, a game at cards played with 2 similar packs, from which the 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s have been rejected, shuffled together, and used as one. It is modeled on a group of card games, which possess many features in common. The oldest of these is marriage, then follow Brusquimbil, L'Homme de Bru, Briskin or Brisk, and Cinquecents. Bezique, also called Bissy and Besieg, is in fact brisk, played with a double pack, and with certain modifications rendered necessary by the introduction of additional cards. The cards rank as follows: Ace 10, King, Queen, Knave 9, 8, 7. The usual game is for 2 players. The players cut for deal, and the higher Bezique card deals. The objects of the play are 1 to promote in the hand various combinations of cards which, when declared, entitle the holder to certain scores: 2 to win aces and tens known as brisks, 3 to win the so-called last trick. The dealer deals 8 cards to each, first 3, then 2, and again 3. The top card of those remaining, called the stock, is turned up for trumps, as sometimes played the first marriage or the first sequence decides the trump suit. There is then no score for the 7 of trumps. C. Below the stock is placed face downwards between the players and slightly spread. The non-dealer leads any card, and the dealer plays to it, but need not follow suit nor win the trick. If he wins the trick by playing a higher card of the same suit, lead, or a trump, the lead falls to him. In case of ties, the leader wins. Whoever wins the trick leads to the next. But before playing again, each player takes a card from the stock and adds it to his hand, the winner of the trick taking the top card. This alternate playing and drawing a card continues until the stock, including the trump card or card exchanged for it, which is taken up last, is exhausted. The tricks remain face upwards on the table, but must not be searched during the play of the hand. The scores are shown as follows. Table of Bezique scores. 7 of trumps turned up, dealer marks 10. 7 of trumps declared, see below, or exchanged, player marks 10. Marriage, King and Queen of any suit declared 20. Royal marriage, King and Queen of trumps declared 40. Bezique, Queen of spades and Knave of diamonds declared 40. Double Bezique, all the 4 Bezique cards declared 500. 4 aces, any 4 whether duplicates or not, declared 100. 4 kings, any 4 declared 80. 4 queens, any 4 declared 60. 4 knaves, any 4 declared 40. Sequence ace 10, king queen knave of trumps declared 250. Aces and tens in tricks, the winner for each one marks 10. Last trick of all is sometimes played, the last trick before the stock is exhausted, the winner marks 10. A declaration can only be made by the winner of a trick immediately after he has won it, and before he draws from the stock. It is effected by placing the declared cards, one of which at least must not have been declared, before face upwards on the table where they are left. Unless they are played, as they may be, a player is not bound to declare a card, led or played, cannot be declared. More than one declaration may be made at a time, provided no card of one combination forms part of another that is declared with it. Thus 4 knaves and a marriage may be declared at the same time, but a player cannot declare king and queen of spades and knave of diamonds together to score marriage and bezique. He must first declare one combination, say bezique, and when he wins another trick, he can score marriage by declaring the king. A declaration cannot be made of cards that have already all been declared. Thus, if 4 knaves 1 being a bezique knave, and 4 queens 1 being a bezique queen have been declared, the knave and queen already declared cannot be declared again as bezique to score all the combinations with these cards after the knaves are declared, and another trick, 1 bezique, must next be made, after which, on winning another trick, the 3 queens can be added, and 4 queens scored. Lastly, a card once declared can only be used again in declaring in combinations of a different class. For example, the bezique queen can be declared in bezique marriage and 4 queens, but having once been declared in single bezique, she cannot form part of another single bezique. 2 declarations may in a sense be made to a trick, but only one can be scored at the time. Thus, with 4 kings declared, including the king of spades, bezique can be declared and scored, but the spade marriage cannot be scored till the holder wins another trick. The correct formula is 40 and 20 to score. The 7 of trumps may be either declared or exchanged for the turn-up after winning a trick and before drawing. When exchanged, the turn-up is taken into the player's hand, and the 7 put in its place. The second 7 can of course be declared a 7, when declared is not left on the table, but is simply shown. The winner of the last trick can declare anything hitherto undeclared in his hand. After this, all declarations cease. The winner of the last trick takes the last card of the stock, and the loser the turn-up card, or 7, exchanged for it. All cards on the table that have been declared and not played are taken up by their owners. The last 8 tricks are then played, but the second player must follow suit if able, and must win the trick if able. Finally, each player counts his tricks for the aces and tens they may contain, unless, as is often done, they are scored at the time. If a player revokes in the last 8 tricks, or does not win the card led, if able, the last 8 tricks belong to his adversary. The deal then passes on alternately until the game 1000 is won. If the loser does not make 500, his opponent counts a double game or double points according as they have agreed. The score is best kept by means of a special bezique marker. 3 and 4-handed bezique. When 3 play 3 packs are used together, all play against each other. The player on the left of the dealer is first dealt 2 and has the first lead. The rotation of dealing goes to the left if double bezique has been scored, and one pair has been played. A second double bezique may be made with the third pair, and the pair on the table triple bezique scores 1500. All the cards of the triple bezique must be on the table at the same time and unplayed to a trick. All may be declared together, or a double bezique may be added to a single one, or a third bezique may be added to a double bezique already declared. The game is 2842. Up. Sometimes the 3 players cut. The one who cuts the highest card plays against the other 2 in consultation, and continues to do so till the allies win a game, when the 2 cut as before to see who shall be the single player. Only 2 packs are then used. When 4 play 4 packs are used, the players may then score independently, or may play as partners. A second double bezique or triple bezique may be scored as before. To form them, the beziques may be declared from the hand of either partner. A player may declare when he or his partner takes a trick. In playing the last 8 tricks, the winner of the last trick and the adversary to his left play their cards against each other, and then the other 2 similarly play theirs. 4 people may also play in pairs by consultation, only 2 packs being then required. Polish bezique, also called open bezique and Feldniski, differs from ordinary bezique in the following particulars. The game is not less than 2000 up. Whenever a scoring card is played, the winner of the trick places it face upwards in front of him. The same with both cards. If 2 scoring cards are played to a trick, forming rows of aces, kings, queens, knaves, and trump. Tens, called open cards, cards of the same denomination, are placed overlapping one another lengthwise from the player towards his adversary to economize space. When a scoring card is placed among the open cards, all the 7s, 8s, 9s, and plain suit 10s in the tricks are turned down and put on one side. Open cards cannot be played a second time and can only be used in declaring whether so used or not. They remain face upwards on the table until the end of the hand, including the last 8 tricks. A player can declare after winning a trick, and before drawing again, when the trick one contains a card or cards, which added to his open cards, complete any combination that scores every declaration, must include a card played too. The trick last 1 aces and 10s must be scored as soon as one and not at the end of the hand. The 7 of trumps can be exchanged by the winner of the trick containing it, and if the turn-up card is one that can be used in declaring it, becomes an open card. When exchanged, the 7 of trumps, when not exchanged, is scored for by the player winning the trick containing it. Compound declarations are allowed. Roman 1 cards, added to the open cards, can at once be used without waiting to win another trick in as many combinations of different classes, as they will form with the winner's open cards. For example, A has 3 open kings, and he wins a trick containing a king. Before drawing again, he places the 4th king with the other 3, and scores 80 for kings. This is a simple declaration. But suppose the card led was the queen of trumps and A wins it with the king, and he has the following open cards: 3 kings, 3 queens, and ace. 10 knave of trumps. He at once declares royal marriage, 44 kings, 84 queens, 60, and sequence 250, and scores in all 430 again. Ace of spades is turned up, and ace of hearts is led. The second player has 2 open aces and wins the ace of hearts with the 7 of trumps and exchanges. He scores for the exchange 10, for the ace of hearts 10, for the ace of spades 10, and adds the aces to his open cards, and scores 100 for aces in all 130 if a declaration or part of a compound declaration is omitted, and the winner of the trick draws again. He cannot amend his score. The ordinary rule holds that a second declaration cannot be made of a card already declared in the same class. Thus, a queen once married cannot be married again. A 5th king, added to 4 already declared, does not entitle to another score for kings. The fundamental point to be borne in mind is that no declaration can be effected by means of cards held in the hand. Thus, a having 3 open queens and a queen in hand cannot add it to his open cards. He must win another trick containing a queen when he can declare. Queen's declarations continue during the play of the last 8 tricks, just the same as during the play of the other cards. Rubicon Bezique 4 packs are used. 9 cards are dealt by 3 to each player. The rules of Polish Bezique hold good in regard to dealing, leading, playing to lead, drawing, and declaring. But a player who receives a hand containing no picture record, king, queen, or knave, scores 50 for carte blanche, which he shows. If he does not draw a picture record, he can again score for carte blanche. The trump suit is decided by the first sequence or marriage declared, as 4 packs are used. Triple and quadruple Bezique may be made. Triple Bezique counts 1500, quadruple 4500 tricks are left face upwards, till a brisk ace or 10 is played, when the winner takes all the played cards and puts them in a heap. Their only value is the value of the brisks, which are only counted when the scores are very close. Then they are used to decide the game. They may be counted during the play, provided there are not more than 12 cards in the stock. Declarations can only be made after winning a trick and before drawing. In addition to the ordinary Bezique declaration sequence, counting 150 can be made. In plain suits, declared cards, except carte blanche, remain on the table. If the holder of carte blanche hold 4 aces and wins the first trick, he can declare his aces. With the exceptions already made, the scores for declarations are the same as at ordinary Bezique declaration. Is not compulsory. Cards led or played cannot be declared. There are 3 classes of declarations, their order being 1 marriage and sequence 2 Bezique 3 fours. A card once declared can be used for a second declaration, but only in an equal or superior class. If a card of a declared combination be played to a trick, another card of the same rank may be used to form a second similar combination. For example, if aces be declared, and one of them be played by the playing of a 5th ace, aces can be declared again. If a player has a chance of a double declaration, he can declare both, but can only score one at the time. As in other variations of Bezique, he announces, say, 40 and 20 to score. He should repeat 20 to score after every trick until he can legally score it. But if he plays a card of the combination, he cannot score the points to the last 9 tricks. After the stock is exhausted, the second player must follow suit and win the trick by trumping or overplaying. If he can, the winner of the odd trick scores 50. The game consists of one deal in reckoning the score. All fractions of 100 are neglected. The winner scores 500 for game, in addition to the difference between his own points and his opponent's. The loser is Rubiconned if he does not score 1,000 points, in which case the winner adds the loser's points to his own, takes 300 for brisks and 1,000 for game. But the loser may claim his brisks to save a Rubicon, though they are not reckoned among his points. If a Rubicon player has scored less than 100, the opponent counts the score as 100. Bezwada, a town of British India in the Kisna district of Madras, on the left bank of the river Kisna, at the head of its delta pop. 1901 24,224. Here are the headquarters of the Kisna Canal system, which irrigates more than 500,000 acres and also provides navigation throughout the delta. The Anicut, or dam at Bezwada, begun in 1852, consists of a mass of rubble fronted with masonry 1240 ids long. Here also is the central junction of the East Coast Railway from Madras to Calcutta, 267 Roman 1000 from Madras, where one branch line comes down from the Warangal coalfield in the Nizam's dominions, and another from Bellary on the southern Maratha line. Ancient cuttings on the hills west of Bezwada have been held by some to mark the site of a Buddhist monastery. By others, they are considered to have been quarries. At Undaval to the south are some noted cave shrines. Bhagalpur, a city of British India in the Bihar province of Bengal, which gives its name to a district and to a division situated on the right bank of the Ganges, 265 Roman 1000 from Calcutta. It is a station on the East Indian Railway POP, 1901 75,760, showing an increase of 9 in the decade. The chief educational institution is the Tejnarayan Jubilee College, 1887, supported almost entirely by fees. Adjacent to the town are the two Augustus Cleveland monuments, one erected by government and the other by the Hindus to the memory of the civilian who, as collector of Bhagalpur at the end of the 18th century, by conciliation, confidence, and benevolence, attempted and accomplished the entire subjection of the lawless and savage inhabitants of the Jungleturi of Rajmahal. The district of Bhagalpur stretches across both banks of the Ganges. It has an area of 4226 sq Roman 1000. In 1901, the population was 2,088,953, showing an increase of 3 in the decade. Bhagalpur is a long and narrow district divided into two unequal parts by the river Ganges in the southern portion of the district. The scenery in parts of the hill ranges and the highlands which connect them is very beautiful. The hills are of primary formation with fine masses of contorted gneiss. The ground is broken up into picturesque gorges and deep ravines, and the whole is covered with fine forest trees and a rich undergrowth. Within this portion also lie the lowlands of Bhagalpur, fertile, well planted, well watered, and highly cultivated. The country north of the Ganges is level, but beautifully diversified with trees and verdure. 3 fine rivers flow through the district: the Ganges, Kusi, and Gagri. The Ganges runs a course of 60 Roman 1000 through Bhagalpur, is navigable all the year round, and has an average width of 3 Roman 1000. The Kusi rises in the Himalayas and falls into the Ganges near Kalgong within Bhagalpur. It is a fine stream navigable up to the foot of the hills, and receives the Gagri 8 Roman 1000 above its debouchure. In the early days of British administration, the hill people, the Nats and Santals, gave much trouble. They were the original inhabitants of the country, whom the Aryan conquerors had driven back into the barren hills and unhealthy forests. This they avenged from generation to generation by plundering and ravaging the plains. The efforts to subdue or restrain these marauders proved fruitless, till Augustus Cleveland won them by mild measures, and successfully made over the protection of the 843 district to the very hill people, who a few years before had been its scourge. Rice, wheat, barley, oats, Indian corn, various kinds of millet, pulses, oilseeds, tobacco, cotton, indigo, opium, flax, and hemp and sugar cane are the principal agricultural products of Bhagalpur district. The jungles afford good pasturage in the hot weather and abound in lac silk cocoons, catechu resin, and the mahua fruit, which is both used as fruit and for the manufacture of spirits. Lead ores, chiefly argentiferous galena and building stone, are found, and iron ore is distributed over the hilly country. Attempts made to work the galena in 187,879 and 1900 were abandoned, and the iron ore is little worked. Gold is washed from the river sand in small particles. The climate of Bhagalpur partakes of the character both of the deltaic districts of Bengal and of the districts of Bihar, between which it is situated. The hot season sets in about the end of March and continues till the beginning of June, the temperature at this time rising as high as 110 far. The rains usually begin at the end of June and last till the middle of September. Average annual rainfall, 55 in the cold season, commences at the beginning of November and lasts till March. During December and January, the temperature falls as low as 41 far. The average annual temperature is 78. Bhagalpur formed a part of the ancient Sanskrit kingdom of Anga. In later times, it was included in the powerful Hindu kingdom of Magadha or Bihar, and in the 7th century A. Roman 500, it was an independent state with the city of Champa for its capital. It afterwards formed a part of the Mohammedan kingdom of Gaur, and was subsequently subjugated by Akbar, who declared it to be a part of the Delhi Empire. Bhagalpur passed to the East India Company by the grant of the Emperor Shah Alam in 1765. There are indigo factories, and other industries include the weaving of tussar silk and the making of coarse glass. A large trade is carried on by rail and river with Lower Bengal. The tract south of the Ganges is traversed by the loop line of the East Indian Railway, and there is also a railway across the northern tract. The division of Bhagalpur stretches across the Ganges from the Nepal frontier to the hills of Chotanagpur. It comprises the 5 districts of Mongar, Bhagalpur, Purnia, Darjeeling, and the Santal Parganas. The total area is 19,776 SQ Roman 1000, and in 1901, the population was 8,091,405. Bhamo, a town and district of Burma. The town was in ancient times the capital of the Shan state of Myanmar, later the seat of a Burmese governor. It is now the headquarters of a district in the Mandalay division of Upper Burma Chinese frontier. It is situated about 300 Roman 1000 up the river from Mandalay. It is the highest station on the Irrawaddy held by British troops and the nearest point on the river to the Chinese frontier. In 1901, it contained 10,734 inhabitants, of whom a considerable number were Chinamen natives of India and Shan Chinese. It stretches for a distance of nearly 4 Roman 1000 along the Irrawaddy bank, in a series of small villages transformed into quarters of the town. But the town proper is confined mainly to the one high ridge of land, running at right angles to the river. The surface of the ground is much cut up by ravines, which fill and dry up according to the rise and fall of the river. When the Irrawaddy is at its height, the lower portion of the town is flooded, and the country all round is a sheet of water, but usually for no very long time. Here, or hereabouts, has long been the terminus of a great deal of the land commerce from China. For years after its annexation by Great Britain in 1885, the trade routes were unsafe owing to attacks from Kachins. These have now ceased, and the roads, which were mere bridle tracks, have been greatly improved. The two chief are the so-called Santa and Ponlang route through Manian Manwang and Nanshan to Momin, and the southern or Sawadee route by way of Namkham cart roads are now being constructed on both routes, and that south of the Taping River could easily be continued through Manian to Momin if the Chinese should be induced to cooperate. There is a fairly large military garrison in Bhamo, distributed between 2 forts to the north and east of the town. There are in general stationed here a native regiment, 2 sections of a battery, and the wing of a European regiment. Besides the barracks, there are a circuit house, dak bungalow courthouse, and post and telegraph offices. There is a branch railway from Myitkyina to Katha, whence there is daily communication by river to Bhamo. The district of Bhamo lies wholly in the basin of the Irrawaddy, which, as well as its tributaries, runs through the heart of it on the east of the river, is the Shan Plateau running almost due north and southwest of the Irrawaddy. There is a regular series of ranges enclosing the basins of the Kakwi Masit, Indaw, and other streams down which much timber is floated beyond the Kakwi. There is a ridge of hills which starts at Lekka near Magong and diverges to the south, the eastern ridge dividing the Kakwi from the Masit, and the western forming the eastern watershed of the Nam Yin, and running south into Katha. It is an offshoot from the latter of these ridges that forms the third defile of the Irrawaddy. Between Bhamo and Sinbo, the district covers an area of 4146 SQ Roman 1000, and the population in 1901 was 79,515. It is mainly composed of Shan Burmese, and Kachins. The Shan Burmese inhabit the valleys and alluvial plains on each side of the river. The Kachins, who probably came from the subregions of the Himalayas, occupy the hills throughout the district. There are also settlements of Shan Chinese, and Assamese. There are extensive fisheries in the Shwegu and Monian circles, and in the Indaw chain of lakes just behind the Masit opposite Shwegu, the district abounds in rich teak forests, and there are reserves representing 60,000 acres of teak plantation, the whole of the country, along the banks of the Irrawaddy. The Mole, Taping, and Coquille is generally in a waterlogged condition. During the rains, the climate in the district is therefore decidedly malarious, especially at the beginning and end of the rains. From November to March there is very bracing cold, whether the highest temperatures range a few degrees over 100 F up to 106, and the lowest a few degrees under 40. The average maximum for the year is about 87, the average minimum about 62. The rainfall averages 72 in a year. JGSC. Bandara, a town and district of British India, in the Nagpur division of the Central Provinces. The town pop in 1901 14,023 is situated on the left bank of the river Wainganga, 7 Roman 1000, from a station on the Bengal-Nagpur Railway. It has considerable manufactures of cotton cloth and brassware, and a first-grade middle school with a library. The district of Bandara has an area of 3965 sq Roman 1000. In 1901, the population was 663,062, showing a decrease of 11 since 1891, compared with an increase of 8 in the preceding decade. The district is bounded on the NNE and E by lofty hills inhabited by Gonds and other aboriginal tribes, while the W and NW are comparatively open small branches of the Satpura Range, make their way into the interior of the district. The Ambigar, or Sendarjhari Hills, which skirt the south of the Chandpur Pargana, have an average height of between 300 and 400 ft above the level of the plain. The other elevated tracts are the Balahi Hills, the Kanhari Hills, and the Nagyan Hills. The Wainganga is the principal river in the district, and the only stream that does not dry up in the hot weather. Its affluents within the district being the Bawanthari Bog, Kanhan, and Chulban. There are 3648 small lakes and tanks in Bandara district, whence it is called the lake region of Nagpur. They afford ample means of irrigation. More than one-third of the district lies under jungle, which yields gum, medicinal fruit, and nuts. Edible fruits lack honey, and the blossoms of the mahua tree Basha latifolia, which are eaten by the poorer classes, and used for the manufacture of a kind of spirit. Tigers, panthers, deer, wild hogs, and other wild animals abound in the forests. And during the rainy season, many deaths occur from snake bites. Iron is the chief mineral product. Gold is also found in the bed of the Soane River. Laterite, shale, and sandstone occur all over the district. Native cloth, brass wares, potstone wares, cartwheels, straw, and reed baskets, and a small quantity of silk form the only manufactures. The principal crops are rice, wheat, millet, other food grains, 844 pulse linseed, and a little sugarcane. The district is traversed by the main road from Nagpur to the east, and also by the Bengal-Nagpur Railway. It suffered in the famine of 18,961,897, and yet more severely in 1900. Bandara district contains 25 semi-independent chiefships. These little states are exempted from the revenue system, and only pay a light tribute. Their territory, however, is included within the returns of area and population above. Given the climate of Bandara is unhealthy, prevailing diseases being fever, smallpox, and cholera. Nothing is known of the early history of the district. Tradition says that at a remote period a tribe of men called the Gaulis or Gaullers overran and conquered it at the end of the 17th century. It belonged to the Gond Raja of Diagar in 1743. It was conquered by the Marathas, who governed it till 1853, when it lapsed to the British government, the Raja of Nagpur having died without an heir. Bang, an East Indian name for the hemp plant Cannabis sativa, C. hemp, but applied specially to the leaves dried and prepared for use as a narcotic drug in India. The products of the plant for use as a narcotic and intoxicant are recognized under the three names and forms of bang gunya or ganja, and charas or charas bang, consists of the larger leaves and capsules of the plant on which an efflorescence of resinous matter has occurred. The leaves are in broken and partly agglutinated pieces, having a dark green color, and a heavy, but not unpleasant smell. Bang is used in India for smoking with or without tobacco. It is prepared in the form of a cake or manjan, and it is made into an intoxicating beverage by infusing in cold water and straining. Gunya is the flowering or fruit-bearing tops of the female plants. It is gathered in stalks of several inches in length, the tops of which form a matted mass from the agglutination of flowers, seeds, and leaflets by the abundant resinous exudation, which coats them. Charas is the crude resinous substance separated from the plant. The use of preparations of hemp among the Mussulman and Hindu population of India is very general, and the habit also obtains among the population of Central Asia. the Arabs and Egyptians, extending even to the Negroes of the valley of the Zambezi and the Hottentots of South Africa. The habit appears to date from very remote times, for Herodotus says of the Scythians that they creep inside huts and throw hemp seeds on hot stones. Barahat or Barhut, a village in the small state of Nagad in India, lying about 2415 N by 8045 E, about 120 Roman 1000 SW of Allahabad General. A Cunningham discovered there in 1873 the remains of a stupa Roman 1E, a burial mound over the ashes of some distinguished person, which were excavated in 1874 by his assistant J. Roman 500 Begler. The results showed that it must have been one of the most imposing and handsome in India, and it is especially important now from the large number of inscriptions found upon it. The ancient name of the place has not been yet traced, but it must have been a considerable city, and its site lay on the high road between the ancient capitals of Ujjaini and Kausambi. The stupa was circular, 70 ft in diameter and 42 ft high. It was surrounded by a stone railing 100 ft in diameter, so that between railing and stupa, there was an open circle round which visitors could walk, and the whole stood towards the east side of a paved quadrangle about 300 ft by 320 ft, surrounded by a stone wall. On the top of the stupa was an ornament shaped like the letter T, and as the base of the stupa was above the quadrangle, the total height of the monument was between 50 and 60 ft, but its main interest to us lies in the railing. This consisted of 80 square pillars, 7 ft1 in height, connected by crossbars, about 1 ft. Broad. Both pillars and crossbars were elaborately carved in bas-relief, and most of them bore inscriptions giving either the name of the donor or the subject of the bas-relief, or both. There were 4 entrances through the railing, facing the cardinal points, and each one protected by the railing coming out at right angles, and then turning back across it in the shape of the letter Roman 50. This gave the whole ground plan of the monument, and no doubt designedly, so the shape of a gigantic swastika. Roman 1E, a symbol of good fortune by the forms of the letters of the inscriptions, and by the architectural details. The age of the monument has been approximately fixed in the 3rd century B. Roman 100. The bas-reliefs give us invaluable evidence of the literature, and also of the clothing, buildings, and other details of the social conditions of the peoples of Buddhist India at that period. The subjects are taken from the Buddhist sacred books, more especially from the accounts given in them of the life of the Buddha in his last, or in his previous births. Unfortunately, only about half the pillars, and about 1/3 of the crossbars have been recovered. When the stupa was discovered, the villagers had already carried off the greater part of the monument to build their cottages with the stones and bricks of it. The process has gone on, till now nothing is left, except what General Cunningham found and rescued, and carried off to Calcutta. Even the mere money value of the lost pieces must be immense, and among them is the central relic box which would have told us in whose honor the monument was put up. See A. Cunningham, The Stupa of Barhut, London, 1879, T. W. Rhys Davids, Buddhist India, London, 1903. T. W. R. Roman 500. Beryl, the Tatar name for the blue sheep, Ovis Sudwis Nahura of Ladakh, and Tibet the general color is blue-gray with black points and white markings in belly, and the horns of the rams are olive brown and nearly smooth with a characteristic backward curvature. In the absence of face glands, as well as in certain other features, the barrel serves to connect more typical sheep Q. Roman 5 with goats. Bharatpur or Bhurtpur, a native state of India in the Rajputana Agency. Its area covers 1982 SQ Roman 1000. The country is generally level, about 700 ft above the sea. Small detached hills, rising to 200 ft in height, occur especially in the northern part. These hills contain good building stone for ornamental architecture, and in some of them iron ore is abundant. The Banganga is the only river which flows through the state. It takes its rise at Manoharpur in the territory of Jaipur and, flowing eastward, passes through the heart of the Bharatpur state and joins the Jamna below Agra. Bharatpur rose into importance under Suraj Mal, who bore a conspicuous part in the destruction of the Delhi Empire, having built the forts of Dig and Kumbhar in 1730. He received in 1756 the title of Raja and subsequently joined the great Maratha army with 30,000 troops. But the misconduct of the Maratha leader induced him to abandon the confederacy just in time to escape the murderous defeat at Panipat. Suraj Mal raised the Jat power to its highest point, and Colonel Dow in 1770 estimated the Raja's revenue perhaps extravagantly at 2 million, and his military force at 60,000 or 70,000 men. In 1803, the East India Company concluded a treaty offensive and defensive with Bharatpur in 1804. However, the Raja assisted the Marathas against the British. The English, under Lord Lake, captured the fort of Dig and besieged Bharatpur, but were compelled to raise the siege after 4 attempts at storming. A treaty concluded on the 17th of April 1805 guaranteed the Raja's territory, but he became bound to pay 200,000 as indemnity to the East India Company. A dispute as to the right of the succession again led to a war in 1825, and Lord Commermere captured Bharatpur with a besieging force of 20,000 men after a desperate resistance on the 18th of January, 1826. The fortifications were dismantled, the hostile chief being deported to Benares, and an infant son of the former Raja installed. Under a treaty favorable to the company in 1853, the Bharatpur ruler died, leaving a minor heir. The state came under British management, and the administration was improved. The revenue increased, a system of irrigation developed, new tanks and wells constructed, and an excellent system of roads and public buildings organized. Owing to the hot winds blowing from Rajputana, the climate of Bharatpur is extremely sultry till the setting in of the periodical rains. In 1901, the population was 626,665, a decrease of 2. The estimated revenue is 180,000. The Maharaja Ram Singh, who succeeded his father in 1893, was deprived of power of government 845 in 1895 on the ground of intemperate conduct, and in 1900 was finally deposed for the murder of one of his personal attendants. He was succeeded by his infant son Kishan Singh during his minority. The administration was undertaken by a native minister together with a state council, under the general superintendence of the political agent. Imperial service cavalry are maintained. The state is traversed for about 40 Roman 1000 by the Rajputana Railway. The city of Bharatpur is 34 Roman 1000 W of Agra. By rail, the population in 1901 was 43,601, showing a decrease of over 23,000 in the decade. The immense mud ramparts still stand. It has a handsome palace, a new hospital, and a high school. There are special manufactures of chorus or flappers, with handles of sandalwood, ivory, or silver, and tails also made of strips of ivory or sandalwood, as fine as horsehair. Bakyan, a town of Nepal, 8 Roman 1000 from Kathmandu. It is a celebrated place of Hindu superstition, the favorite residence of the Brahmins of Nepal, and contains more families of that order than either Kathmandu or Patan. It has a population of about 30,000, and its palace and buildings generally are of a more striking appearance than in other Nepalese towns. The town is said to possess many Sanskrit libraries. Bachiana, attractive country in the Punjab province of India, covering the Gagar Valley from Fatabad in the district of Hisar to Batner and Bikaner. It derives its name from the Batis, a wild Rajput clan, who held the country lying between Haryana, Bikaner, and Bahawalpur. It skirts the borders of the Great Sandy Desert and only contains a small and scattered population. This tract was ravaged by Timur in his invasion of India, and in 1795 paid a nominal allegiance to George Thomas, the adventurer of Haryana. After the victories of Lord Lake in 1803, it passed with the rest of the Delhi territory under British rule but was not settled until 1810. A district of Bachiana was formed in 1837, but in 1858 it was merged in the Sirsa district, which was divided up in 1880. The Batis number some 350,000 and are a fine tall race, making capital soldiers. Baudaji Ramkrishna, Vithal, 18,221,874, Hindu physician of Bombay, Sanskrit scholar and antiquary, was born in 1822 at the village of Manjir, in the native state of Sawantwari. Of humble parents dealing in clay dolls. Dr. Baus' career is a striking instance of great results arising from small accidents. An Englishman, noticing his cleverness at chess, induced his father to give the boy an English education. Accordingly, Bao was brought to Bombay and was educated at the Elphinstone Institution. He relieved his father of the cost of his education by winning many prizes and scholarships, and on his father's death 2 years later, he cheerfully undertook the burden of supporting his mother and a brother Narayan, who also in afterlife became a distinguished physician and surgeon. About this time, he gained a prize for an essay on infanticide and was appointed a teacher in the Elphinstone Institution. He began to devote his time to the study of Indian antiquities, deciphering inscriptions, and ascertaining the dates and history of ancient Sanskrit authors. He then studied at the Grant Medical College and was one of the first batch who graduated there in 1850 and 1851. He set up as a medical practitioner in Bombay, where his success was so great that he soon made a fortune. He studied the Sanskrit literature of medicine and also tested the value of drugs, to which the ancient Hindus ascribed marvelous powers among other pathological subjects of historical interest. Investigating that of leprosy, being an ardent promoter of education, he was appointed a member of the Board of Education and was one of the original fellows of the University of Bombay as the first native president of the Students' Literary and Scientific Society and the champion of the cause of female education. A girls' school was founded in his name, for which an endowment was provided by his friends and admirers in the political progress of India. He took a great and active interest, and the Bombay Association and the Bombay branch of the East Indian Association owe their existence to his ability and exertions. He was twice chosen Sheriff of Bombay in 1869 and 1871. Various scientific societies in England, France, Germany, and America conferred on him their membership. He contributed numerous papers to the Journal of the Bombay branch of the Royal Asiatic Society. He found time to make a large collection of rare ancient Sanskrit manuscripts. At great cost and trouble he died in May 1874. His brother Dr. Narayan Daji, who helped him to set up the charitable dispensary in Bombay, did not long survive him. Dr. Bao was a man of the most simple and amiable character, and manners. His kindness and sympathy towards the poor and distressed were unbounded, and endeared his memory among the Hindus of Bombay. N.B.W. Bhavnagar or Bhavnagar, a native state of India in the Kathiawar Agency, Bombay. Its area covers 2860 sq Roman 1000. In 1901, the population was 412,664, showing a decrease of 12. In the decade, the estimated revenue is 255,800, and the tribute 10,300. The chief, whose title is Thakur Sahib, is head of the famous clan of the Gohul Rajputs of Kathiawar. The enlightened system of administration formed during the rule of the Thakur Sahib Maharaja Sartak Singhji Jaswat Singhji G Roman 100 S Roman 1 was continued with admirable results under the personal supervision of his son, the Maharaja Basingji K Roman 100 S Roman 1b 1875, and forms a model for other native states. The Gohul Rajputs are said to have settled in the district about 1260. Bhavnagar suffered terribly from the famine of 18,991,900. About 60 Roman 1000 of the Bhavnagar Gondal Railway run through the state with its terminus at the town of Bhavnagar, which is the principal port the town of Bhavnagar is situated on. The west coast of the Gulf of Cambay. The population in 1901 was 56,442. It is the chief port in Kathiawar, though only admitting vessels of small burden. It was founded in 1723 by the Thakur Sahib Basingji, after whom it is named in place of his former capital Sihar, which was considered too exposed to the Maratha power. Bisti, from the Persian Bihisti, paradise, the Hindustani name for a water carrier, the native who supplies water from a pigskin or goatskin bag. Beera, a town of British India in the Shahpur district of the Punjab, situated on the river Jhelum. Pop. 1901, 18,680. It is the terminus of a branch of the Northwestern Railway. It is an important center of trade with manufactures of cotton goods, metalwork, carving. Roman 100. Beera was founded about 1540 on its present site, but it took the place of a city on the opposite bank of the river of far greater antiquity, which was destroyed at this period. Bills or Beals bowmen, from Dravidian Bill, a bow, a Dravidian people of central India, probably aborigines of Marwar. They live scattered over a great part of India. They are found as far north as the Aravalli Hills in Sindh and Rajputana, as well as Khandesh and Ahmedabad. They are mentioned in Sanskrit works, and it is thought that Ptolemy Roman 7 Roman 1 refers to them as leaf wearers, though this word might equally apply to the Gonds expelled by the Aryans from the richer lowlands. They are found today in greatest numbers on the hills of central India. In many Rajput states, the princes on succession have their foreheads marked with blood from the thumb or toe of a bill. The Rajputs declare this a mark of bill allegiance, but it is more probably a relic of days when the bills were a power in India. The bills eagerly keep the practice alive, and the right of giving the blood is hereditary in certain families. The popular legend of the bill origin assigns them semi-divine birth. Mahadeva Siva, having wedded an earth maiden, who bore him children, the ugliest of whom killed his father's bull, and was banished to the mountains. The bills of today claim to be his descendants. Under the Mughals, the bills were submissive, but they rebelled against the Marathas, who, being unable to subdue them, treated them with the utmost cruelty. The race became outlaws, and they have lived their present wild life ever since their nomad habits and skill with their bows helped them to maintain successfully the fight with their oppressors. An unsuccessful attempt was made in 1818 by the British to conquer them. Milder measures were then tried, and the Bill Agency was formed in 1825. The Bill Corps was then organized 846, with a view to utilizing the excellent fighting qualities of the tribesmen. This corps has done good service in gradually reducing their more lawless countrymen to habits of order, and many bills are now settled in regular industries. The pure bill is today much what he has always been, a savage forest dweller. The bills are a stunted race, but well-built, active and strong, of a black color, with high cheekbones, wide nostrils, broad noses, and coarse features. Like all Dravidians, the hair is long and wavy. The lowland bills are not now easily distinguished. From the low-caste Hindus, Surgeon Major T.H. Henley writes, the bill is an excellent woodman, knows the shortest cuts over the hills, can walk the roughest paths, and climb the steepest crags without slipping or feeling distressed. Though robbers and timorous owing to ages of ill treatment, the men are brave when trusted and very faithful. History proves them always to have been faithful to their nominal Rajput sovereigns, especially in their adversity. The bill is a merry soul, loving a jest. The hill bills wear nothing but a loincloth, their women a coarse robe. Lowland bills wear turban, coat, and waistcloth. The bills have oaths none of them will break. The most sacred is that sworn by a dog, the bill praying that the curse of a dog may fall on him if he breaks his word. Their chief divinity is Hanuman. The monkey god offerings are made to the much-feared goddess of smallpox. Stone worship is found among them, and some lowland bills are Moslems, while many have adopted Hinduism. The bills of pure blood number upwards of 1,000,000, and there are some 200,000 bills of mixed descent. See Gustav Oppert, The Original Inhabitants of India, 1893. Th. Henley, Account of Marwar Bills, in Bengal Asiatic Journal, Vol 44, W. Roman 1. Sinclair, in Indian Antiquary, Vol. Roman 4, pp. 336,338. Call W. Kincaid on the Beel tribes of the Vindhyan Range, Jur Anthrop Institute, Vol. Roman 9. Bhima, Sanskrit, the Terrible in Hindu Mythology. A hero, one of the Pandava princes who figure in the Mahabharata, he was distinguished by his huge body strength and veracity. Bhiwani, a town of British India in the Hisar district of the Punjab, 38 Roman 1000 SE of Hisar town, by rail Pop 1901 35,917. It is an important center of trade with Rajputana, and has factories for ginning and pressing cotton and metal manufactures. Its rise dates from 1817, when it was made a free market. Bhopal, a native state of India in the Central India Agency, its area is 6902 SQ Roman 1000, and its population in 1901 was 665,961, showing a decrease of 30 in the decade. This seems to be in part due to a difference in numeration, but the state suffered heavily from famine in 18,961,897 and 18,991,900. Bhopal is the principal Mussalman state in central India, ranking next to Hyderabad among the Mohammedan states of India. The surface of the country is uneven, being traversed by the Vindhya ranges, a peak of which near Raisin is upwards of 2,500 ft above sea level. The general inclination of the country is towards the north, in which direction most of the streams of the state flow, while others passing through the Vindhya ranges flow to the Narbada. Bhopal state was founded in 1723 by Dost Mahamd Khan, an Afghan adventurer, in 1778. When General Thomas Goddard made his bold march across India, the state of Bhopal was the only Indian power that showed itself friendly, and in 1809, when another British expedition under General Close appeared in the same parts, the Nawab of Bhopal petitioned earnestly, but in vain, to be received under British protection. But in 1817, at the outbreak of the Pindari War, a treaty of dependence was concluded between the chief and the British government. Since then, Bhopal has been steadily loyal to the British government, and during the mutiny, it rendered good services. The throne has descended in the female line since 1844, when Sikandar Begum became ruler. Succeeding Begums have taken a great interest in the work of governing the state, which they carried on with marked success. The Sultan Jahan Begum succeeded on the death of her mother Shah Jahan Begum in June 1901, being the only female ruler in India. The estimated revenue of the state is 250,000, and the state pays a subsidy of 13,000 for the Bhopal Battalion. Besides the Bhopal Battalion, a regiment of Imperial Service Cavalry, is maintained under the name of the Victoria Lancers. There is a branch railway from Idarsi to Bhopal City. Continued to Jhansi, the British currency has been introduced. And in 18,971,898, Rs 7,100,000 of Bhopali coins were converted. The residence of the political agent and the headquarters of the Bhopal Battalion are at Sehor 20 Roman 1000 west of Bhopal City. The city of Bhopal, a railway station, had a population in 1901 of 76,561. The palace with its rock fortress is called Fatehgarh. An excellent water supply has been provided from two large artificial lakes. There are two hospitals. There is an export trade in opium. Bhopal Agency, an administrative section of Central India, takes its name from the state of Bhopal, which is included in it. The Bhopal Agency is administered by the agent to the Governor-General in Central India. Its area is 11,653 sq Roman 1000, and its population in 1901 was 1,157,697. It was created in 1818 and 1900. This district suffered severely from famine owing to the complete failure of the monsoon, and the cultivated area decreased by 50 or 60. But on the whole, trade has improved of late years owing to the new railways, which have stimulated commerce and created fresh centers of industry. Bhopal, an agency in central India, it consists of the Bihar and Barwani states, three minor states, Ali Radpur, Jabua, and Jobet, and a number of districts and estates. Its total area is 7684 sq Roman 1000, and its population on this area in 1901 was 547,546. But in 1901 and 1904, certain districts were transferred from this agency to the Indore Residency created in 1899, and the area of Bhopal was thus reduced by 3283 sq Roman 1000. The chief towns are Dihar Pop 17,792, Barwani 6277, and Kukshi 5402. Bore, a native state of India in the Pune political agency, Bombay, forming one of the Satara Jagirs, situated among the higher peaks of the Western Ghats. Its area covers 925 sq Roman 1000. The population in 1901 was 137,268, showing a decrease of 12. In the decade, the estimated gross revenue is 21,437, the tribute 310. The chief, whose title is Pant Sachiv, is a Brahmin by caste. The town of Bor is 25 Roman 1000 south of Pune. In 1901, the population was 4170. The Bor Ghat on the northern border of the state has always been the main pass over the Western Ghats, or means of communication between the seacoast and the Deccan. Since 1861, it has been traversed by the main line of the Great Indian Peninsula Railway. Bhuj, a town of India, the capital of the native state of Kutch in the Gujarat division of Bombay, situated at the base of a fortified hill. Pop 1901 26,362. It contains some interesting examples of architecture of the middle of the 16th century, and later it was a place sacred to the snake god Bujanga. Bhutan, an independent kingdom in the eastern Himalayas, lying between the Brahmaputra and the southern face of the mountains. It is under various commercial and other arrangements with the government of India, from whom it receives an annual subsidy of 3333. It is bounded on the N by Tibet, on the E by a tract inhabited by various uncivilized independent mountain tribes, on the S by the British province of Assam and the district of Jalpaiguri, and on the W by the independent native state of Sikkim. The whole of Bhutan presents a succession of lofty and rugged mountains, abounding in picturesque and sublime scenery. This alpine region sends out numerous rivers in a southerly direction, which, forcing their passage through narrow defiles, and precipitated in cataracts over the precipices, eventually pour themselves into the Brahmaputra. Of the rivers traversing Bhutan, the most considerable is the Manas, flowing in its progress to the Brahmaputra, under the walls of Tasgaon, below which it is unfordable at the foot of Tasgaon Hill. It is crossed by a suspension bridge. The other principal rivers are the Machu Tichinchu, Torsha Manchai, and Darla. Information respecting the country accumulates, but slowly. In 1863, Captain Godwin Austen accompanied Sir Ashley Eden's mission to the court of the Deb Raja and made a survey of the route to Punaka. There has also been a certain amount of geographical sketching, combined with trigonometrical 847 observations, and there are the route surveys of native explorers in 18,871,888. 2. native Indian explorers RN and PA traversed a part of western Bhutan, but were forced to retire owing to the disturbed state of the districts. They re-entered the country on the east from Duangiri. Here they explored the Kuru, or Labrak Chu, which proves to be the largest river in Bhutan. It drains the tract between the Yamdak Tso and Teague lakes, and is fed by the glaciers of the Kulha Kangri and other great ranges. The Labrak was finally identified with the Manas River. Geographical discovery of some importance. A previously unknown tribe, the Chingmis, were discovered in eastern Bhutan, who are socially on a higher level than the Bushes, and differ from them chiefly in the matter of wearing pigtails. Some excellent survey work was done in Bhutan by a native surveyor during the progress of the Tibetan expedition in 1904. The Monla Kachung passed 17,500 ft, by which RN crossed into Tibet, is nearly on the meridian of Gwalpara, and is one of the most important passes between Bhutan and Tibet, east of Bhutan, amongst the semi-independent hill states, which sometimes own allegiance to Tibet and sometimes assert complete freedom from all authority. The geographical puzzle of the course of the Tsampo, the great river of Tibet, has been solved by the researches of Captain Harmon and the explorations of the native surveyor K.P. The Tsampo has been definitely ascertained to be the same river as the Brahmaputra, the tracts inhabited by the aboriginal tribes, entitled Lo Nakpo Lo Karpo, and Lo Tawa Lo signifies barbarous in Tibetan, are described as a pleasant country, the lands on either side of the Tsampo being well cultivated and planted with mangoes, plantains, and oranges. Nothing is known certainly about the area and population of Bhutan, the former being estimated at 16,800, SQ Roman 1,000. At the head of the Bhutan government, there are nominally two supreme authorities, the Dharm Raja, the spiritual head, and the Deb Raja, the temporal ruler. Recently, official correspondence has been written in the name of the Dharm Raja, but it is not known whether this change really signifies anything to aid these Rajas in administering the country. There is a council of permanent ministers called the Lenahan. Practically, however, there is no government at all. Subordinate officers and rapacious governors of forts wield all the power of the state, and tyranny, oppression, and anarchy reign over the whole country. The Dharm Raja succeeds as an incarnation of the deity. On the death of a Dharm Raja, a year or two elapses, and the new incarnation then reappears in the shape of a child, who generally happens to be born in the family of a principal officer. The child establishes his identity by recognizing the cooking utensils, Roman 100, of the late Dharm Raja. He is then trained in a monastery, and on attaining his majority is recognized as Raja, though he exercises no more real authority in his majority than he did in his infancy. The Deb Raja is in theory elected by the council. In practice, he is merely the nominee of whichever of the two governors of East and West Bhutan happens, for the time, to be the more powerful. The people are industrious and devote themselves to agriculture, but from the geological structure of the country and from the insecurity of property, regular husbandry is limited to comparatively few spots. The people are oppressed, and poor. Nothing that a Busha possesses is his own, wrote the British envoy in 1864. He is at all times liable to lose it if it attracts the cupidity of anyone more powerful than himself. The lower classes, whether villagers or public servants, are little better than the slaves of higher officials in regard to them. No rights of property are observed, and they have at once to surrender anything that is demanded of them. There never was, I fancy, a country in which the doctrine of might is right formed more completely the whole and sole law and custom of the land than it does in Bhutan. No official receives a salary. He has certain districts made over to him, and he may get what he can out of them, a certain portion of his gains. He is compelled to send to the Durbar, and the more he extorts, and the more he sends to his superior, the longer his tenure of office is likely to be. Physically, the Bushas are a fine race, although dirty in their habits and persons. Their food consists of meat, chiefly pork, turnips, rice, barley meal, and tea, made from the brictia of China. Their favorite drink is chang, distilled from rice or barley and millet, and marwa beer, made from fermented millet. A loose woolen coat reaching to the knees and bound round the waist by a thick fold of cotton cloth forms the dress of the men. The women's dress is a long cloak with loose sleeves. The houses of the Bushas are of 3 and 4 stories. All the floors are neatly boarded with deal, and on 2 sides of the house is a veranda ornamented with carved work. Generally painted, the Bushas are neat joiners, and their doors, windows, and paneling are perfect in their way. No ironwork is used. The doors open on ingenious wooden hinges. The appearance of the houses is precisely that of Swiss chalets, picturesque and comfortable, only drawback being a want of chimneys, which the Bhushas do not know how to construct. The people nominally profess the Buddhist religion, but in reality, their religious exercises are confined to the propitiation of evil spirits and the mechanical recital of a few sacred sentences around the cottages in the mountains. The land is cleared for cultivation and produces thriving crops of barley, wheat, buckwheat, millet, mustard, chilies, Roman 100 turnips of excellent quality are extensively grown. They are free from fiber and remarkably sweet. The wheat and barley have a full round grain, and the climate is well adapted to the production of both European and Asiatic vegetables. Potatoes have been introduced. The Bhushas lay out their fields in a series of terraces cut out of the sides of the hills. Each terrace is riveted and supported by stone embankments, sometimes 20 ft high. Every field is carefully fenced with pine branches or protected by a stone wall. A complete system of irrigation permeates the whole cultivated part of a village, the water being often brought from a long distance by stone aqueducts. Bhushas do not care to extend their cultivation, as an increased revenue is exacted in proportion to the land cultivated, but devote their whole energies to make the land yield twice what it is estimated to produce. The forests of Bhutan abound in many varieties of stately trees. Among them are the beech ash, birch, maple, cypress, and yew. Firs and pines cover the mountain heights, and below these, but still at an elevation of 8 or 9,000 feet, is a zone of vegetation, consisting principally of oaks and rhododendrons. The cinnamon tree is also found. Some of the roots and branches were examined by Captain Samuel Turner during his journey to Tibet, but the plant being neither in blossom nor bearing fruit, it was impossible to decide whether it was the true cinnamon or an inferior kind of cassia. The leaf, however, corresponded with the description given of the true cinnamon by Linnaeus. The lower ranges of the hills abound in animal life. Elephants are so numerous as to be dangerous to travelers, but tigers are not common except near the river Tista, and in the dense reed jungle and forests of the dwars. Leopards abound in the Ha Valley. Deer everywhere, some of them of a very large species. The musk deer is found in the snows, and the barking deer on every hillside. Wild hogs are met with even at great elevations. Large squirrels are common. Bears and rhinoceros are also found. Pheasants, jungle fowls, pigeons, and other small game abound. The Bhushas are no sportsmen. They have a superstitious objection to firing a gun, thinking that it offends the deities of the woods and valleys and brings down rain. A species of horse which seems indigenous to Bhutan and is used as a domestic animal is called Tangan from Tangastan, the general appellation of that assemblage of mountains, which constitutes the territory of Bhutan. It is peculiar to this tract, not being found in any of the neighboring countries of Assam, Nepal, Tibet, or Bengal, and unites in an eminent degree the two qualities of strength and beauty. The Tangan horse usually stands about 13 hands high, is short-bodied, clean-limbed, deep in the chest, and extremely active. His color, usually inclining to piebald in so barren and rude a country. The manufacturing industry of its people is, as might be expected, 848 in a low stage, the few articles produced being all destined for home consumption. These consist of coarse blankets and cotton cloths, made by the villagers inhabiting the southern tract. Leather from the hide of the buffalo, imperfectly tanned, furnishes the soles of snow boots. Circular bowls are neatly turned from various woods. A small quantity of paper is made from a plant described as the Daphne papyrifera. Swords, iron spears, and arrowheads, and a few copper cauldrons fabricated from the metal obtained in the country, complete the list of manufactures. Trade connections are rather with Tibet than with India. In 19,011,902, the value of the import and export trade with British India amounted only to 57,000. The military resources of the country are on an insignificant scale. Beyond the guards for the defense of the various castles, there is nothing like a standing army. The total military force was estimated by the British envoy in 1864 at 6,000. The climate of Bhutan varies according to the difference of elevation. At the time when the inhabitants of Punakha, the winter residents of the Rajas, are afraid of exposing themselves to the blazing sun, those of Gasa experience all the rigor of winter and are chilled by perpetual snows. Yet these places are within sight of each other. The rains descend in floods upon the heights, but in the vicinity of Tassisud in the capital they are moderate. There are frequent showers, but nothing that can be compared to the tropical rains of Bengal. Owing to the great elevation and steepness of the mountains, dreadful storms arise among the hollows, often attended with fatal results. History. Bhutan formerly belonged to a tribe called by the Bhushas Tefu, generally believed to have been the people of Cooch Behar about A. Roman 500, some Tibetan soldiers, subjugated the Tethys, took possession of the country, and settled down in it. The relations of the British with Bhutan commenced in 1772, when the Bhushes invaded the Principality of Cooch Behar, a dependency of Bengal. The Cooch Behar Raja applied for aid, and a force under Captain James was dispatched to his assistance. The invaders were expelled and pursued into their own territories, upon the intercession of Teshu Lama, then regent of Tibet. A treaty of peace was concluded in 1774 between the East India Company and the ruler of Bhutan. In 1783, Captain S. Turner was deputed to Bhutan with a view of promoting commercial intercourse, but his mission proved unsuccessful. From this period, little intercourse took place with Bhutan until the occupation of Assam by the British in 1826. It was then discovered that the Bhushes had usurped several tracts of low land lying at the foot of the mountains, called the Dwars or Passes, and for these they agreed to pay a small tribute. They failed to pay, however, and availed themselves of the command of the passes to commit depredations within the British territory. Captain R.B. Pemberton was accordingly deputed to Bhutan to adjust the points of difference, but his negotiations yielded no definite result, and every other means of obtaining redress and security proving unsuccessful. The Assam Dwars were wrested from the Bhushes, and the British government consented to pay to Bhutan a sum of 1,000 per annum as compensation for the resumption of their tenure during the good behavior of the Bhushes. Continued outrages and aggressions were however committed by the Bhushes on British subjects in the Dwars, notwithstanding repeated remonstrances and threats. Scarcely a year passed without the occurrence of several raids in British territory, headed by Bhusha officials, in which they plundered the inhabitants, massacred them, or carried them away as slaves. In 1863, Sir Ashley Eden was sent as an envoy to Bhutan to demand reparation for these outrages. He did not succeed in his mission. He was subjected to the grossest insults and, under compulsion, signed a treaty giving over the disputed territory to Bhutan and making other concessions, which the Bhutan government demanded. On Sir Eden's return, the viceroy at once disavowed his treaty, sternly stopped the former allowance for the Assam Dwars, and demanded the immediate restoration of all British subjects kidnapped during the last 5 years. The Bhushes not complying with this demand, the Governor-General issued a proclamation dated the 12th of November 1864, by which the 11 Western or Bengal Dwars were forthwith incorporated with the Queen's Indian dominions. No resistance was at first offered to the annexation, but suddenly in January 1865, the Bhushes surprised the English garrison at Duangiri, and the post was abandoned with the loss of 2 mountain guns. This disaster was soon retrieved by General Sir Henry Toombs, and the Bhushes were compelled to sue for peace, which was concluded on the 11th of November 1865. The Bhutan government formally ceded all the 18 Dwars of Bengal and Assam, with the rest of the territory taken from them, and agreed to liberate all kidnapped British subjects. As the revenues of Bhutan mainly depended on these Dwars, the British government, in return for these concessions, undertook to pay the Deb and Dharm Rajas annually, subject to the condition of their continued good behavior and allowance, beginning at 2,500 and rising gradually to the present figure. Since that time, the annexed territories have settled down into peaceful and prosperous British districts. The recent relations between the Indian government and Bhutan have been satisfactory, and during the troubles with Tibet in 1904, the attitude of the Bhushes was perfectly correct and friendly. See Report on Explorations in Sikkim, Bhutan, and Tibet, Deva Dunn, 1889, Tanner. Our present knowledge of the Himalayas, RGS Proceedings, Vol. Roman 13 Thh. Bianchini Francesco, 16,621,729, Italian astronomer and antiquary, was born of a noble family at Verona on the 13th of December 1662. In 1684, he went to Rome and became librarian to Cardinal Ottoboni, who, as Pope Alexander Roman AD 1689, raised him to the offices of papal chamberlain and canon of Santa Maria Maggiore. Clement, Roman 11, sent him on a mission to Paris in 1712 and employed him to form a museum of Christian antiquities. He died at Rome on the 2nd of March 1729. A paper by him on G. Roman 500 Cassini's new method of parallaxes was inserted in the Acta Eruditorum of Leipzig in 1685. He published separately Historia Universal Roma, 1697, only one volume of which appeared, De Calendario et Cyclo Caesaris, 1703, Hesperi et Phosphori, Nova Phenomena 1729, in which he asserted Venus to rotate in 2413 days, and posthumously Astronomici et Geographici Observaliens, Selecti 1737, and Opuscula Varia 1754. See Fontenelle's Eloge Memoires de Elicade de l'Histoire, p. 102, Paris 1729, Mazzolini Vita di Francesco Bianchini, Verona 1735, Tipaldo Biographia degli Italiani Illustri, Roman 7 Venezia 1840 Mazzucchelli Scrittori d'Italia, Maffei Verona Illustrata p. 254 Roman 100 Biarritz, watering place of southwestern France in the department of Basses Pyrenees on the seacoast, about 5 Roman 1000 WSW, of Bayonne Pop, 1906 13,629, from a mere fishing village with a few hundred inhabitants in the beginning of the 19th century, Biarritz rose rapidly into a place of importance under the patronage of the Emperor Napoleon Roman III and the Empress Eugenie, with whom it was a favorite resort. The town is situated on a promontory, jutting northwest into the Bay of Biscay, and on the coast, which extends on each side of it the beach to the northeast, is known as the Grand Plage. That to the southwest, as the Côte des Basques, the Grand Plage is more than half a mile long and stretches to the Cap Saint Martin, on which stands a lighthouse. It is divided into two parts by a small headland, once the site of the villa of the Empress Eugenie, between which and the main promontory are the two casinos, the principal baths, and many luxurious villas and fine hotels. Towards the northeast, the promontory of Biarritz ends in a projection known as the Adelaide, crowned by the ruins of a castle and surrounded by rocky islets. Some of these are united to the mainland and to each other by jetties which curve round so as to form the Port de Refuge, a haven available only in fair weather. Southwest of the Adelaide lies the Port Via, a sheltered cove, now used only as a bathing place. The Port des Pêcheurs, the principal of the three harbors, is on the southeast side of the Adelaide, and is that most used by the fishermen of the town. Apart from unimportant manufactures of pottery, chocolate, Roman 100 fishing is the only industry. Biarritz depends for its prosperity on the visitors who are attracted by its mild climate, and the 849 bathing. The season is almost continuous in the winter. The English in the summer, Russians, Spaniards, and French fill the hotels of the town. Among its attractions is a golf club established in 1888 with a course of 18 holes. Bias of Prene in Agonia, one of the so-called seven sages of Greece, son of Teudemus, flourished about 570 B. Roman 100. He was famous for his patriotism, the nobility of his character, and his eloquence. A number of nomes or aphorisms are attributed to him, which may be found collected in Fwa Mullach Fragmenta Philosophorum Graecorum, 1860. He is said to have written a poem on the best means of making Agonia prosperous. His advice to its inhabitants at the time of the Persian invasion to migrate to Sardinia and there found a single Panathonic city. Herodotus Roman 1 has generally been regarded as historical. One much quoted saying of his may be mentioned. When his native town was besieged by the enemy, the inhabitants resolved to escape with their most valuable belongings. One of them, seeing Bias without anything, advised him to follow the example of the rest. I am doing so, said Lie, for I carry all my belongings with me, omnia me mecum porto. He was honored with a splendid funeral, and a sanctuary called Tutamium was dedicated to him. See Boron de Septem Sapientibus, 1860. Bias from the FRBIs of unknown origin, the derivation from Lat bifax two-faced, is wrong. Something oblique or slanting. The term is used especially of a piece of cloth cut obliquely across the texture, or of a seam of two such pieces brought together. And in the game of bowls, Q. Roman 5, it is applied alike to the one-sided construction of the bowl, flattened on one side and protruding on the other, and to the slanting line the bowl takes when thrown. The figurative sense of the word prejudice, or undue leaning to one side of a subject, is derived from this bowling term. Bibaculus Marcus Furius, Roman poet, flourished during the last century of the Republic. According to Jerome, he was born at Cremona in 103 B. Roman 100, and probably lived to a great age. He wrote satirical poems after the manner of Catullus, whose bitterness he rivaled. According to Quintilian Instit Roman 10 Roman 1 in his iambics, he even attacked Augustus and perhaps Caesar, who treated the matter with indifference. He was also author of prose lucubrations, and perhaps of an epic poem on Caesar's Gallic wars, Pragmatia Belli Gallici. Otto Ribbeck attributes to him one of the shorter poems usually assigned to Virgil. It is doubtful whether he is the person ridiculed by Horace Satires Roman 2 540. and whether he is identical with the turgidus alpinus satires Roman 136, the author of an Ethiopies dealing with the life and death of Memnon, and of a poem on the Rhine. Some critics, on the ground that Horace would not have ventured to attack so dangerous an adversary, assumed the existence of a poet whose real name was Furius or Cornelius Alpinus Bibaculus, was ridiculed for his high-flown and exaggerated style and manner of expression. See Weikert de Roman 1000 Furio, Bibaculo in his Poetarum Latinorum, Reliquii, 1830 fragments in Roman 50 Muller's edition of Catullus in the Tubner series, 1870. Biber Heinrich Johann Franz von 16,440, 1704, German violinist and composer, was for some time musical conductor at Salzburg, and was ennobled by the Emperor Leopold in 1681. He is regarded as the earliest important German composer for the violin, his works including sonatas and church music. Biberach, a town of Germany in the kingdom of Württemberg on the Riss, a small affluent of the Danube, 22 Roman 1000 SSW, from Ulm Pop 1983-90, it is still surrounded by medieval walls and towers, and is strikingly picturesque. Its principal church dates from the 12th century, and it possesses a hospital with rich endowments. Its main industries are cloth, bell-casting toys, and zinc wares, and its fruit markets are famous. Biberach appears as a village in the 8th century, and in 1312 it became a free imperial city. During the 30 Years' War it underwent various vicissitudes, and was for a while held by the Swedes. In 1707, it was captured and put to ransom by the French, who afterwards in 1796 and 1800 defeated the Austrians in the neighborhood. In 1803. The city was deprived of its imperial freedom and assigned to Baden, and in 1806 was transferred to Württemberg. Biberach is the birthplace of the sculptor Johann Lorenz, Natter 17,051,763, and the painter Bernhard Neher 18,061,886. Christoph Martin Wieland, born in 1733, at the neighboring village of Oberhalsheim, spent several years in the town. Bibirine or Bibirine c. 19H, 2103, an alkaloid obtained from the bark and fruit of the greenheart Curomen 5 tree Nectandra rhodii, called Biburu or sapiri in Guyana. Where the tree grows, the substance was discovered about the year 1835 by Hugh Rody, a surgeon in Demerara, who used it as a febrifuge in substitution for quinine.